Hello, everybody, and good morning. Welcome to Cup number 1 of the War Within AWC. We are over in the North American region today. Of course, we were over in EU yesterday. My name is Aya. I'm here with Venruki, Zico, Supatees, and Lithi. We've got another day that is going to be packed full of exciting games. Lithi, we saw some kind of new metas, some returning compositions, of course, yesterday. How was your take overall on some of the new things we were seeing with the War Within?
And it was awesome. Yesterday, Rogue Mage Priest from Echo looked absolutely invincible. You had Bleached Bones looking for answers, trying some different things like the LA Shaman Boomy, but ultimately it didn't really work out despite even bringing in Hunter DK or even the Windwalker. In the second matchup, Streamer Zone versus Drive Overlord, it was equally convincing victory for the Jungle Legends, and overall, honestly, the combination just set up a good stage and a way guide for the remaining games this evening. For example, Kankito showcasing an incredible Holy Paladin, and quite honestly, this is one of the healer classes that I think we might see a good number of in NA. And quite honestly, in between all the Elish Shamans and Thug Cleaves and, well, really, all the oops, it's cats situation we had in EU yesterday, it was really all about EU trying to find answers to the jungle comp. Frostmage tossed in there as well as an answer, but for NA, quite honestly, I'm not really expecting that to be the same thing, because NA is rogue country. You have players like Peekaboo, Trill, and Kelvish, and they very much know how to set up some heavy-hitting casters like Warlocks, Mages, and Boomies, and with that, I'm really expecting NA to completely embrace this concept or start down the road of finding an answer to rogues. And hey, maybe a few teams have some good answers for this season, and hey, maybe I even get to see some turbo.
Yeah, definitely a good question. We've got a new batch of North American players here that we're going to be seeing compete today in the top 8. Ven, we can take a look at the rosters. Any you're particularly excited about?
Yeah, I mean, just taking a look at these rosters, we have some fan favorites coming back. The reigning champions, Liquid, of course, Mez, Sea-Doo, Samayam, and Trill. We have the Move with Absturge, Peekaboo, WizK, and Giants coming with them. And then some mix-ups. A lot of the players have been kind of shuffled up. We've got some new teams like Welcome to the JUNG, the Fellowship, Power Toads. It should be a really exciting roster to look at.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they perform as well. And then in terms of players, we've got some new faces, some returning ones, of course. Any that we should be looking out for if they're for those watching from home?
Yeah, I've picked 2 players in particular. So first we can take a look at Power Toads and their roster. So that is going to be, of course, Tuna, Cubsy, Dazed, and Axton, their new addition. So Axton making his tournament debut. This has been a player in North America who has been consistently performing on that Pharaoh Druid since Battle for Azeroth, picking up his first rank 1. I think amongst like the top player community, he is extremely well respected. So I'm stoked to see his debut. He's going to be bringing that Pharaoh Druid primarily, but of course playing a little bit of Rep Paladin and that Windwalker Monk as well. And then we can take a look at F tier. It's another team that I kind of wanted to highlight. We've got F tier. Of course, that's going to be Dorito, Laros, and Shaz. And of course, Saul, the Enhancement Shaman legend, another player that I did want to highlight. His gameplay is super fun. If you ever check out his stream during like the open bracket, you can see their communication. It is just top notch. Kind of reminds me of like an enhancement one-trick Snuts in a way, and that's a compliment to say. And if you were wondering about the graphic on the screen, we asked him what classes, what specs he wanted represented here, and he said Enhancement Shaman 3 times. So he really leans into that role, but he is an extremely good player, and I'm excited to see him today.
Yeah, the only player that might like being called a one trick. So we'll definitely keep an eye on these players as we move along the day. And that being said, we're going to start off the day, of course, in the lower bracket. We're going to eliminate some teams kind of right off the bat. We can take a look at the bracket and the games that we're going to see over here in North America. Supatees, how are you feeling about this bracket? How do you think it's going to shape up?
I think my favorite thing about the bracket is it's such a wide mixture of different types of teams. We've got long-standing dynasties like Liquid. We have returning kings in the team of Welcome to Jung with Prev and Drizzy. The last time that they were competing together, they dominated the North American region. It was like a dark dark cloud over the region. Nobody could beat them. So seeing them return and fuse with up-and-coming players that we saw towards the end of Dragonflight is really cool and awesome. We have the new upcomer teams. I say Calvish is like the new upcomer because like when Peekaboo originally started his journey, it felt like the same as Calvish is starting his within these past couple of seasons that he's been a part of on the Fellowship. Teams like F tier, which were the underdog crowd favorites, sticking to their guns, running that enhancement shaman through the lower bracket. It's really just a fun-packed bracket in North America.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, yesterday was fun-packed as well. We were making some predictions along the way, alongside chat as well. We had some predictions going out in chat. And I kind of want to highlight you, Zico, for a second. You know, you made that prediction yesterday, Drive versus Ultima series yesterday. You ended up being spot on. How confident are you with your picks and your predictions for today?
I mean, it's kind of like, yesterday we started off, you know, a little bit slow, but we ended it pretty strong, and you know, it's kind of like my grandma's famous cooking recipe. I can't give out too many secrets of, you know, how we do those things, but definitely I think it's important to kind of think about what compositions teams are running. You know, there's a lot of different ingredients. How well practiced are they? How long have they played together? You know, yeah, you got to sprinkle a little bit of this, a little bit of salt, a little bit of sugar, and let it stir in the oven for a little bit. And that's definitely what we're going to be doing today. So I look forward to being right yet again. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, well, let us know in chat what your predictions are for this series. We can take a look at ours as well here on the casting desk. It is F tier versus UNITAS for the first series of the day. Like I said as well, it is an elimination round, so we're going to see one of these teams being knocked out. Zico, I'm going to throw it right back to you because you were the only person on the board here that voted 2-3 in favor of UNITAS.
Yeah, that's interesting, actually. I'm once again alone here on the desk, but I believe in UNITAS, so I would say in terms of like how long the team has played together on the side of F tier and like synergy and things like that, I would say probably they're coming out ahead in that regard. But UNITAS, they have a really strong roster. They picked up a solid healer in Garbage, and I know that's that's a bit of a paradox there, but they also have, you know, very meta compositions, Abrua and you know, they have him on the mage, they got Sub-Rogue, they got just a pretty strong meta comp, and I do think that in the current meta, especially if we look at like Echo over in Europe, we know what Rogue Mage can do. Then they also have Thugonomics, Rogue Lock is another really strong comp. Don't think we're going to be seeing too much of Thug outside of maybe like a Wizard Cleave here, but you know, it's something that they have in their back pocket. You know, he has decades of experience. He's been around for a long time at the top, so I think UNITAS, I think no matter what, because most of us predicted a 3-2 in one direction. So I think that no matter what, we're in for a really good game. It's going to be a really close series, no matter who ends up taking it.
I think you're absolutely correct. I mean, we've already highlighted it enough. We've got a lot of AWC veterans in here. You can bet they're going to be drawing on that experience as well because, Ben, they've only got the first 4 cups to qualify for the grand finals. They know that. Also, the pressure is on them not to get eliminated this early.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be taking as many points as you can during these cups. Just like you mentioned, there's going to be 4, and that, depending on how you do, you're either going to be put into the finals or you're going to be put into the gauntlet. And the gauntlet that we've seen is an absolute, bloodfest. It's crazy. You have so many teams competing. Every team is just so strong. Making it out of that is not easy. So, like you said, you want to be having consistent, solid performances throughout the 4 cup stages, so you can kind of just make it into the grand finals nice and easy. But either way, I feel like there's not really a great path for these teams because the competition seems to always get more and more. And just even looking at the rosters today, like there's so many teams that you could just easily see, just with their rosters alone, you can easily see them winning the finals. So your guess is as good as mine who's going to win, but I'm very excited to get this first cup underway.
Yeah, I am as well. And it's I feel like it's such a cliche when we say it, but we're in the lower bracket. We're seeing names like this down there facing elimination, but that just goes to show how competitive it is.
We've got some ready. Look at them
dancing. Yeah, we got some dancing going on here in the tournament realm. All right, they're getting ready. They're warmed up. What is that Mog?
I think that's the fish people from MOP. I can't remember the name.
Oh my gosh, I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's cool. I like that they have no need to. It's not necessary at all, but they still, transmog on the tournament realm and have fun with that. So hopefully we'll have fun today as we head into that UNITAS versus F tier series. But it's definitely easy to kind of touch on the first 4 qualifying cups. It's easy to sort of let that slip out from under you quickly, and we can see how quickly that sort of top 8, the top 4 for the region, for both regions, kind of tends to structure Super Ts, because you could have one bad weekend and it can throw off all of your chances for the rest of the season.
Yeah, definitely. Just even one bad series, right? I feel like for a team like the Move, they were in that upper bracket against Liquid. They were up 2-0 in the open bracket. Like, they were so close to just locking it in and being on that upper side. Now being reverse swept in the lower side, can they keep their composure and their confidence? Is definitely an important point to take into account. I think I also saw Naj tweeting on UNITAS about how he didn't feel like he was playing up to his standard in the open bracket. So he's looking to really level up his game for this series. And then F tier, we're also expanding their roster. Laros has been learning some new classes on his stream. I've been seeing him pick up the Hunter a bit, which could be very important for the Mage teams that have typically been their kryptonite.
Yeah, and looking back at the rosters that we're seeing compete Lithy this weekend in North America, do you feel like we're getting a more diverse range of people that specialize in a class, multi-classers as well? Like, heading into this, do you feel like it's going to be a wide range of compositions this season, at least for NA?
I don't think for week 1 that's really going to be the case. We talked yesterday already about where the season might be going is really dependent on balance changes, answers, and the meta developments people find. But I think for this weekend, especially NA, as I mentioned earlier already, I'm expecting a lot of Rogue, and I think Van was talking about it a little bit before the show. Basically every melee player in NA has rerolled Rogue, and no, I mean not everyone, as we are kicking off the first game just immediately here. Sol on the Shaman, Shaz on the Pally, and Dorito on the Monk.
Oh, I think this is kind of what Unitas was hoping to face off against here. And already they're going after the Holy Paladin there. Shaz taking a lot of damage. Nice grapple weapon coming out there from Dorito, though, to shut down Naj on his Shadow Blades. Now, Abrua is going to take a little bit of damage, but Garbage is there with the Power Word Barrier to kind of deny that. And they're looking for that next CC chain here, potentially, who is going to be the target of choice. They went after the Paladin. Double cheap shots coming out here. They're going after the Monk this time around. They get a sheep onto Shaz. They get the follow-up sheep. Naj potentially has the blind there, and he is going to go ahead and use that. Garbage is there as well for a follow-up Fear, channeling out some damage. There's the DR Fear coming out as well. It gets Tremor Totemed immediately by Sol, and so far they don't really have to trade too much there. No Touch of Karma being traded, no trinkets, and also no Astral Shift. So I would say this is a pretty good opener so far for F tier.
It's starting out quite nicely, and especially now that the biggest openers are gone and first DRs are rolling. This double melee comp can connect onto the Mage or the Rogue and do some serious damage. In the meantime, Dorito taking some punishment here, getting dueled and stunned up, but he's porting out, he's hiding away for a moment here, and of course looking to connect onto the Mage once again. You really got to keep those CC chains under control. Big leg sweep into the damage. Abrua getting knocked up by the spinning, by the whirling Dragon Punch, and really taken to the cleaners, down to half. Big damage. Garbage really struggling to keep his Mage alive in the situation. Nice wind shear coming in from Sol as well. Looking really good on his favorite class, the Enhancement Shaman so far, and Nash getting punished in the cleave. Dorito just trying to hit whatever he can as the ultimate penitence comes in. Garbage will be able to stabilize his team off of that, you'd think at least. Nash is taking so much damage though, Zico.
Yeah, and there's a kidney shot onto Chaz. Who are they going to go after? They're actually deciding to go after the healer here. Cheap shot to follow that up, but a grapple weapon. Once again, Dorito so clean with that. I honestly would have liked to see that setup go over onto Dorito. He's off stun there. He has no Touch of Karma, but meanwhile, Abrua forced into his first ice block there. Nice blinding lights coming out onto Garbage there by Chaz. Into a DR leg sweep as well. Abrua, a lot of pressure onto him here. The Raptor shields are coming out though, and they're doing a lot of work here for Garbage. Nice static field totem here, pinning Abrua in place, but they kill it off. Naj looking for the next setup here. No Touch of Karma on the Monk. There's a kidney shot. Immediate Blessing of Protection. Really nice reaction there coming out from Chaz, but they purge it and they do a DR stun. Dorito with nothing left. Nice sap coming out there by Naj. He has the cheap shot to follow it up as well. Potentially a shadowy duel here for Naj. Coming back up here off cooldown in just 2 seconds, but not going to be opting to use it maybe just yet, as Dorito does manage to get picked back up and get back onto his target. Abrua down 1 ice block. They need to try to force that second ice block. And speaking of of second. This is the second Icy Veins also being used in that exchange for Abrua. So a lot of damage was traded there, but they weren't really able to find too many cooldowns. Naj going for the kidney shot onto Shaz, looking for the opening. Another beautiful Ring of Peace there to block the attack. Double Fear coming out, but Sol with the pre-Tremor Totem here. Absolute MVP plays.
Yeah, F-Tier is playing this clean. Mana bar is starting to look better and better for Shaz. Sol, of course, taking a little bit of punishment here. Will be dropping down to below half. Shaz needs to pump a little bit with the heals here. Pops the wings, has the Dawn Lights and the lasers coming through. And that's going to help Smoke Bomb onto Dorito with the kidney. But Shaz just waddling forward and helping out his Monk. No real danger in this situation. UNITAS lacking the follow-up damage. Abrua trying to kite away. Big Raptor shields coming in from Garbage once again, especially with that Archangel popped. He is going to be so happy with these massive shields. Shadow Blades. Naj going for a little bit of a push here. Sol bumped down to half before Shaz picks him back up. All in all, a very slow-paced game in terms of impact, but that swap in the last possible second here for Garbage as Abrua just gets deleted by the Monk CDs. You really cannot count out F-Tier. These guys have a big punch packed.
Yeah, nice preemptive karma there by Dorito as that Ring of Frost connects. They get the resheep onto Chaz. Garbage is there with the Fear as well. No Tremor Totem just yet. Finally does come out there by Sol, but Sol had to trade out his Astral Shift. Dorito had to trade out his Karma. Abrua, though, in trouble. Garbage with no Trinket. If they connect, it might be the second Ice Block. All the time gets purged off there, I do believe. The nice leg sweep coming out there onto Abrua. Huge damage. I would have liked to see him greed that Ice Block just a little bit longer, but unfortunately for him, that is going to be the second Ice Block. Now UNITAS with no more defense. They need to get some good offense. That's the only way they're going to be able to win this situation. And somehow that Polymorph breaks. It wasn't the sacrifice there coming out from Shaz. I'm not sure if there was maybe some cleave damage that ended up breaking it, but Naj still with a lot of damage here onto Sol. Sol with no Astral Shift, trying to stay alive, trying to connect back to his target. Chaz going in for the Hammer of Justice onto Garbage. No follow-up CC though out of that. No blinding light or anything like that. They get the Paralyze there, connecting back onto Abrua. Abrua could be in a lot of danger here. Doesn't look like he has any more Shimmer stacks. And meanwhile, Naj is trying to solo Shaz behind the pillar. Shaz, though, with excellent positioning, manages to duck from that situation. Smoke Bomb coming out onto Sol. He's going to Trinket and get out of there immediately. And now F-Tier, they've kind of weathered that storm from the Rogue Mage. They still have the Trinket. They still have the Bubble as well. And I think Abrua could be in a lot of danger here.
Yeah, he only has the Trinket that came up just now, immediately pops that in. Dragon's Breath trying to peel for himself. Big shields once again, trying to get that health stabilized here from Garbage's side. But Shaz is getting swapped to once again. Those pally swaps becoming more and more frequent as UNITAS is trying to really push the pedal to the metal, but not quite finding the impact they would like to. EU was looking for a lot of answers into Rogue Mage, especially Echoes yesterday, and it's looking like this double melee is working at least somewhat fine at the moment. Grapple weapon once again coming in. Sol has that Astral Shift popped, is taking a little bit less damage, but with the ultimate penitence, Garbage is making a push for it. They really want to send F-Tier in this situation, and Sol might have to trade out that burrow, that last line of defense that he has left. Maybe Shaz needs to pop in another bob, but for the moment, things should be fine. Abrua now, there's another Icy Veins running out immediately. A little proc going on, and there is the burrow. Sol looking for another knock-up with that. Nash trading out the Shadow Blades, looking for big damage as the Shaman is dropping lower and lower. It's ping-pong with that health bar at the moment. Shaz somehow trying to keep him alive with the bubble popped, but it's looking dire for F-Tier in this moment. They're looking like they're losing so much momentum, Zico. I'm not sure how much they can hold on with Abrua dropping low. Maybe this is a time for a turnaround.
Abrua with the third Icy Veins of the game here, getting a lot of work done, but still 20 seconds left on that cold snap. He's not going to have an Ice Block for another 20 seconds. He needs to try to stay alive until that point. They have a 20-second window on the side of F-Tier to try and close out the game. There's no Void Shift. There's no mana left on Garbage. Abrua, how he's going to do it? 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 3, 2, 1. He's not going to make it. And Abrua will get dropped. F-Tier taking game number 1. Absolutely insane that they managed to find that kill window there.
Beautiful, beautiful performance. I was excited for some turbo because, I mean, Sol on the enhancement shaman, Ven was hyping him up already, but this Windwalker combination with Shaz on the Holy Pally, I like it. I like it a lot. The uptime they had onto Abrua, the swaps onto Nash, some big impact, and really not much UNITAS was able to set up in terms of CC.
Yeah, no, Unitas, I mean, they had some CC chains, but I think a lot of it is just the preemptive trades that were coming out here from F tier. We can see here the last couple of seconds there. Look at that cold snap, 3 seconds away when Abrua died. So if he could have even just one stack of shifting power, probably would have been enough to actually reset that cooldown and get it back. Probably didn't have it, of course, but just so close for Abrua to actually stay alive in that situation. But still, you got to commend F tier here. Paladin's mana absolutely looking solid with some of the changes that came in. Chaz trading his cooldowns very effectively, and in general, you know, these preemptive tremor totems right before Saul gets stunned, saving his trinket in situations like that. You know, the preemptive touch of karma, saving the trinket of Dorito, so we can keep on crunching. It's just yeah, solid plays all around from F tier, and this is that experience that F tier brings to the table after playing together for so long. They just know these trades by heart, and they know how to kind of navigate against these RMPs.
No, it's looking really good. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Maybe Zico will have to talk about promoting F tier to A tier after this series if they keep playing like they are at the moment. But of course, first off, we are moving to Unitas' map pick, right? And just because the first map went well, there's a lot of adaptations RMP can make. I mean, we saw Echo yesterday on the same comp. They looked indomitable. And quite honestly, I think Unitas has enough experience on their players to kind of emulate that a little bit, find some adaptations that can really leave a dent in Chaz's armor.
Yeah, and I think compositionally, I don't think Unitas is going to change too much. I think it's more about just changing your targeting, maybe. They went after Shaz a couple of times. Maybe just abandon the DPS and just try to CC the DPS and only go after Shaz and try to work through his cooldowns that way. Or maybe just focus more on Saul and kind of just try to crowd control Dorito as much as possible. Something like that is definitely you know, within their line of play more so than I think swapping a comp. Also, I feel like their damage overall wasn't that high. Usually when we see some of the other RMPs, of course it's also matchup dependent. It is pretty hard to do like good damage into an enhanced shaman because they have a lot of disruption as a caster. But I do think that maybe their damage was a little bit lacking as well. And I think honestly Garbage did a phenomenal job as well, keeping his team alive for that long and getting them that deep into dampening. So I think Unitas, we'll see what they decide to lock in terms of map. But I think that you can definitely not count them out just yet.
No, I very much agree. So it wasn't all lost. And I was about to say we're probably going to go to some mid-sized map. I'd love to see some Ashermane's Fall. I was about to say Blade's Edge Arena maybe even for some shenanigans, you know, but I don't think that's in the pool at the moment. Either way, F tier is on the button. They need to pick their comp. I don't really see them changing anything. The first game went really, really well for them. And of course, you just can't run it back. And as you said, I very much agree. Unitas probably also going to go for the run back, going to go for the in-game adaptations and maybe adjust the game plan a little bit. The Shaman, I think, is one of the squishier members, but then again, you had a chunk of changes coming into War Within as a shaman, right? That gives you a good number of extra defensives, especially. I'm blanking on the name right now. Is it not Earthquake Totem, but
Stone Bulwark Totem?
The big shield? Sorry?
Stone Bulwark Totem?
Yes, exactly that one. And maybe something that Saul can utilize to great effect against this comp.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a nice added defense. They got the burrow as well. They got, you know, the astral shift. So Enhanced does have a lot of defense like that, and a lot of their defense is also just their hybrid healing. So just getting those Maelstrom procs and getting, you know, instant healing, getting their totems out and things like that can really be super effective for them. So I do think in dampening, the Shaman does become a bit better as a target. Dorito also playing the Orc Monk makes him a pretty difficult target to hit for Naj, just because his stuns are not going to be that long, and typically you want to try to take down a Monk in a stun lock. So I do want to see them maybe try to just micro CC Dorito anytime he's going for big damage when his Tiger is out and he's you know, popping offensive damage cooldowns. Try to crowd control him, get, you know, some Dragon's Breaths, get some cheap shots out, things like that to just slow him down, and then just focus on trying to kite him, and then maybe just going onto Saul or Shaz more on the RMP side. But the problem with the RMP as well is if you have like a slow opener like that, where you don't force a single trinket of anybody, it doesn't give you a lot of openings to make plays. But meanwhile, if you have a good opener, you force out Saul's trinket, then you can smoke bomb him, and then somebody else has to trade, a defensive cooldown to save Saul, and then you can maybe swap to that guy, and then all of a sudden you can ping pong around a lot more and just have more momentum in the match. But no time to talk about that. We are going in for Shaz, going for the kill immediately. Double CC coming out, huge opener, and that will force out the Divine Shield, and this is exactly what we want to see. And now immediately chaining the pressure back onto Saul. Beautiful grapple weapon there coming out from Dorito, though, to shut that down. That smoke bomb really didn't net them anything, but they continue to chain there with a blind out of the smoke bomb. Abrua looking for the sheep, manages to find it there as well. So Saul could be in some danger here to potentially trade a cooldown, but Shaz is just going to sit through that. He's got the wings available and active, and he's going to be able to keep his team offensive. Now it's going to be F tier looking to get aggressive here onto Abrua.
Yeah, great start from UNITAS. Now they just need to keep the momentum up as F-Tier is striking back, and they are striking hard as Abrua is down to half. Big heals coming in from Garbage. He's trying to push in for a fear off of that kidney. Well set up, but can they get some profit out of that? The Polymorph is landing. Abrua getting that cast through. Dorito needs to pour out half HP while Shaz is still sitting in CC. Full Hex landing on the Mage. Garbage cannot dispel that, so Abrua just sitting that for the moment. Once again, the swap onto the Mage gets answered with the pain suppression, but once again, Stormwind Fire comes in. Dorito really putting the pedal to the metal, trying to take out this Mage. And once again, F-Tier is on Abrua's back. They are trying to shut him down as much as they can. The leg sweep is coming through. Garbage needs to trinket that to get that fear onto Shaz. Abrua trying to land the Polymorph as a follow-up and turn the pressure around, but it's not quite working out. Dorito answers with the diffuse magic and should be fine in this situation. Shaz still has trinket sack and wings available if he needs it.
Yeah, and he might just need it here in the next couple of seconds, because now it's just looking like he wants to launch another attack onto Saul, potentially. Saul with no Stone Bulwark Totem and no Astral Shift. There's the Dragon's Breath into the blind sap onto Chaz. Who are they going to... I think they're actually going to go after Shaz here, because Dorito is doing a great job just pre-kiting. No, they're going to continue. They finally do catch Saul there in a stun, but not able to find too much pressure. Ultimate Penitence is going to be enough. Really good timing on that one. They managed to use it offensively during their go and also defensively there to save Abrua. Garbage doing some big plays there, but now he's caught up in the Hammer of Justice. No pain suppression available, and that's going to be an easy ice block trade. Now they're swapping over to Naj on the side of F tier, and this is one of the things that makes this cleave so good, is because they know how to chain that pressure. Beautiful Ring of Frost connects there onto Shaz. Saul, immediate preemptive Astral Shift. That means that they're going to have to go after Dorito instead, and this is Abrua's Icy Veins as well, kind of timing out here soon, doing a lot of work in that push, but they're just respecting the cooldowns on the side of F tier, staying on target. Bad grip right there. They blink at the same time as they use that grip, so a little bit of miscommunication between the Mage and the Priest, and they're probably feeling the heat right now against F tier.
They're under so much pressure. Nice double DB. Abrua going for the Blink Sheep. It's a landing, but only for a moment. Saul CC'd up for a few more moments. Shaz sitting in a kidney. The follow-up CC is there. Once again, Garbage pushing in for the fear, but the damage not quite there. They're trying to catch Saul or Dorito, but the Shaman still has Burrow. No Trinket, though, might be able to force that in this situation, but Shaz, once again, out of the CC chain. 10 seconds onto his bubble, and then he can just free heal for a couple seconds. Abrua once again the target. Nice Ring of Peace to put him back into the arms of this deadly melee duo, and they're just gonna gobble him up. The Meat Grinder is ready and activated, but Shaz once again finds himself in a kidney. Dorito gets a big heal. The Lay on Hands traded out here in this situation as Nas has the Shadow Blades running and is really pushing for it, but Abrua, he is gonna get punished with this push. Big shields from Garbage gonna keep him alive at least for a moment. Big blinding light here from Shaz. Where's the follow-up CC? Not quite coming in as Saul needed to burrow here, trying to get the knock up onto Abrua. The Polymorph is interrupted with a nice in-cap, but Naj finds Saul with a cheap shot, trying to set that up while Shaz is looking for the CC chain off of the Hodge. It's not quite working out as Saul pops in the Lightning Lasso. F tier really struggling to find a good setup here at the moment, and it's not working.
Ooh, they get a full sheep though onto Shaz, and Saul already in a lot of trouble here. If they can get a fear onto Shaz and cover it with a kidney, it could be deadly. They managed to force out the astral shift in that exchange from Saul. Now Saul looking to get aggressive back onto Abrua. Icy Veins is running here for Abrua. He's going to have a lot of damage. Here's the kidney shot. Here's the smoke bomb. Saul's going to trinket immediately. Trade out the stone bulwark totem there as well in that exchange. Big defensive cooldown trade right there. But still, Chaz has all of his breakers here. Might need to use one though. A lot of damage is coming in here. Dorito has the touch of karma. Beautiful defensive pour. Double fear connects here. Saul could tremor the end of that one, and it looks like Saul is going to be completely fine. Dorito once again playing that monk expertly, just porting away, then putting right back into the action after that CC chain ends on his healer. Now looking to force the last ice block of Abrua here, and Abrua still hasn't used cold snap, so he might need to cold snap block, which would just be devastating. He needs to try to hold on for another 2 minutes, then he will have 2 ice blocks since he didn't use that early cold snap. Abrua though could be forced into that, and a nice ring of peace there on the power word barrier to deny its effect. Abrua now with basically nothing left. He gets the pain suppression defensively there from Garbage. Double blind coming out. Abrua trying to kite here. There's the cheap shot now onto Saul. Instantaneous sacrifice there being traded by Shaz. Garbage mana is not looking too hot, and Abrua I think is going to have to use his ice block here potentially. The Raptor shields are good. They're doing some work here. Abrua manages to hold on for just a second, but if these two melees connect, there's the double fear though to deny that. They're going after Chaz with a double fear on the DPS. Can they find a stun onto Chaz? Looks like Chaz is actually going to stun up Garbage. Naj not able to find it just yet, and meanwhile Abrua again just taking so much damage. He cannot get away from this Windwalker, and Dorito is actually playing Ride the Wind, which is that big kind of white shroud on the ground after he uses that flying serpent kick. Oh, huge defensive overlap there as they force the ice block with the cold snap and the void shift. Garbage getting swapped to as well. This is looking like F tier is going to go up in this one.
Yeah, they're really pushing it to the end right now. Shaz getting swapped to once again. Those have been devastating, especially on the sacks, but once again, Abrua caught in a leg sweep. Garbage crosses seat with the Hodge. This is it. It's over. F tier. 6 minutes 30 it took, but man, they whittled them down effectively, and UNITAS starting to look almost a little bit helpless in this situation.
Yeah, that was a tough one for UNITAS because as I was mentioning during the cast, Abrua didn't actually block and then just instantly cold snap after. So he's in that situation there at the end where if he had cold snapped right away, he might have had another ice block there. And it's really tough to see that. But yeah, here he's forced into the cold snap. And then in addition, to make things even worse, right now, after he cold snaps and then ice blocks, there's a void shift at the exact same time coming in. So a bit of a defensive overlap. Garbage has no mana at this point. Shaz still has his bubble, so he still has his trinket and bubble. So nowhere close to getting a kill. So you can't win with offense if you're the RMP here. And at this point, Dorito just getting so much uptime onto Abrua, and he's able to close it out.
The problem I'm seeing here really is the fact that Abrua is just being shut down the entire time, right? If we're kind of looking at the damage done, Abrua is really not getting anything out, right? He constantly has Dorito and Saul sitting on top of him, kicking every cast, every now and then coming in with the paralyze, and I feel like maybe a game plan change towards Naj locking down the 2 melee DPS a little bit more to give Abrua the windows to really put out some damage could help UNITAS in this situation.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's more about, just cleaning up the offense. Like, I really like that opener. Go after Chaz, get the double CC onto the melee, force out the bubble early, but then they just never really went after him as a team with like a big coordinated assault. So I think that could have been maybe a line to victory. Like I said, the Enhance, he has a lot of different defensives now, also has a lot of self-healing, so I do think it can be more effective to try to shut down the Enhance and the Windwalker, maybe go after the Paladin a little bit more, and of course you still gotta, swap around, which I think that they did, but maybe change the main target from Saul to Shaz, and then change Saul to kind of the secondary, like, swap target, because when they did go after Shaz, it felt like they had good pressure, like in this situation here, they get a fear, they get some good damage there. But at this point in the game, you're so far behind. Like, going after the healer at this point, when you don't have defenses to kind of trade to be able to overextend and stay on the healer, is just it's really, really risky. So Unfortunately for Unitas, they're going to bite the bullet there on that one. But still, the good news for them is, of course, that most likely we're just going to keep seeing these two compositions here, unless they decide to go for Tolvir and lock in like Thugonomics and play like Mage Warlock for one round. I really do think that this is most likely what we're going to be seeing, and they could reverse sweep. Of course, they need to just get their synergy together. We can't have any more blinks and grips overlapping, ice blocks and void shifts, things like that. They really need to play this RMP as perfect as possible if this is what they want to stick with.
Yeah. It's kind of what we were talking about again and again when we get to Dis Priest and RMP, right? It's a comp that works super, super well when you're in charge of the momentum, when you're the one applying pressure. And especially in this matchup so far, I think Garbage just has really been struggling with the fact that Dis Priest just doesn't heal too well from behind, right? You want to keep those offensive penances going. You want to go in for the really dangerous uppies, just sitting in the middle of the field and just hammering the enemy team with those penance bolts. And he really doesn't get to do that too much. He needs to play defensive the entire time. It's all about the Archangel, the Rapture shields to keep his team rolling in some way. And that's just not how you want to bring a Dis Priest to the table, right? In that case, you're better served with something like the Holy Paladin, maybe even something like the Preservation Evoker, which I know Garbage has in the pocket if he really needs to pull it out. But I do think they can make this RMP work, they can make this Dis Priest work, and it's all about the momentum. I very much agree with you, Zico. I'd love to see the opener onto the Paladin, quick swap onto Sol, force the sack, because that's usually what we've seen, especially yesterday in EU. When the Paladin pop the sack on someone, the redistributed damage is so high at the moment, you're actually in real danger to just get deleted if the enemy team reacts it properly.
Yeah, definitely good to swap to the Paladin when he trades out that sacrifice. We're going to Empyrean Domain, and we are going to see the exact same thing. Now, I don't think... Wait. I think this graphic is wrong. I think we're seeing Mage Lock on Empyrean Domain. I think that's what's happening here. I don't think Thugonomics is going to be playing Priest and Garbage is going to be playing Rogue. If Thugonomics is tagged in, he's going to be playing Warlock, Abreu is going to be playing Mage, and then Garbage is going to be on the Priest. So, assuming that it's these three players, we are going to see some Wizard comp, which, you know, I alluded to a little bit. I think that it's not a bad choice here. But I don't think this is a comp that you can just blind lock, because there's, let's be honest, we've only played on the big maps. We played on Nagrand, we played on Ashramins, now we're playing on Empyrean Domain. If you blind lock a Mage Warlock later, I think if Unitas wins this, we're going to hook point, and it's a bit of a sketchy situation for them to be in. So it's interesting that this is the line of play that they decide to go for, because they do have a lot of options. They can swap the Mage spec like to Arcane, like Cubsy's team has been playing. They could also swap the Rogue spec to Assassination or to Outlaw. Outlaw has been getting a lot of nerfs, and to be honest, Asa against Holy Pal is not that good. So probably not swapping the Rogue spec, but there are some options within the RMP that they could swap, and like you mentioned as well, they could also swap healers to something like a Prez. So they have options on the side of Unitas, but I do ultimately like the Wizard Cleave on Empyrean Domain. Super good. You can pin people down at these like little small toothpick pillars. There's basically, I think Empyrean Domain has the skinniest pillars in the game. So it's really nice when you're a Wizard Cleave and you have like a Warlock here, you have a Mage here, and then you have the healer in the back in that triangle formation, and you're just blasting the enemy behind that pillar. You're getting Rains of Fire, you're getting Shadow Furies, you're getting Ring of Fire, things like that. So I think Unitas, if they can pin the enemy team behind the pillar, that could be a good win condition for them.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be all about the struggle for supremacy in terms of momentum. Whoever can put more pressure on and play force the other team to play defensive, that's going to be a great position to be in. And, well, in terms of predictions, well, do we still feel that that single Unitas prediction is working out so well right now, Zico?
Yeah, it's not looking too good. It's not looking too good. But I think, at least for both of us, this game we're both cheering for Unitas, because Unitas got to win one for you to get it right, and they got to win multiple for me to get it right. They got to win three. So it's not a Mage Warlock. It's a Rogue Mage Priest. So I guess we got that graphic a little bit wrong, but it's all good. We are going to be seeing the exact same. And honestly, I don't mind this at all, because like I mentioned, if they do go for the Mage Lock, that's not something that's going to work multiple games in a row. That would just be like a one-hit wonder. So we're getting that in with the RMP. Apologies for that. And let's see what they say with the RMP. Apologies for that. And let's see what they decide to do here. They gouge up Saul, looking like they're going to go after Saul here in the opener, but instantaneous, the deflection coming out. No, they're swapping to Chaz there, but Abrua is not able to connect. That lightning lasso from Saul is really high value. While the Paladin is in that stun, they're shutting down Abrua, not allowing him to connect with the Frozen Orb, not allowing him to connect with any of those Ice Lances. And now, again, it's going to be Abrua on the back foot.
Oh my god, the totemic recall and the double static field totem after the Ring of Peace are really annoying for Abrua to get anywhere in this situation. Defensive smoke bomb, actually the swap over onto Saul could be forcing a defensive. There is the totem, big shield coming through for him, and for the moment he should be fine. The swap onto Shaz, Nash is really all over the place here, trying to make something work for his team, but Abrua running, trying to get the damage in, shifting power, blinks away, gets interrupted on the tail end of that, a little bit of cooldown reduction denied, then the win for Dorito, really coming in clutch. Abrua taking the second pain suppression of the game already. Unitas is bleeding defensives left, right, and center. At least the Frost Mage still has an ice block as Dorito falls back behind the pillar. They're going on the offensive once again, and this game for supremacy, for momentum, just not working for Unitas at the moment.
Yeah, Unitas really need to find their stride. That's a nice life grip coming out there onto Abrua. Dragon's Breath coming out onto Dorito, but it breaks. Unfortunately, he's looking for the Ring of Frost onto Shaz. He's able to find it, and now Saul immediately burrows beneath underground, and he's going to be hanging out there for a second as he does come out to get the repolymorph, and now Saul could be in a little bit of trouble here. He is taking a decent amount of damage. They have the Shadowy Duel. Naj not opting to pull the trigger on that one, which means Saul is going to get topped off and now get back onto his target. Abrua still with 2 ice blocks. Beautiful greater invis there coming out from Abrua right in that moment where both melees connect. That's going to give him a nice little damage reduction boost. They go for the kidney shot onto Saul. They look for the polymorph. They find the polymorph, and here comes the damage onto Saul. Big meteor connecting, huge damage, and Chaz is going to trade out the Divine Shield right there. Naj actually duels the Divine Shield onto Saul, keeping up the pressure, but Chaz able to still heal him here with a lot of those AoE effects, because you can still use AoEs during that Shadowy Duel. There's the Ride the Wind as well. Saul trying to duck back into that to dispel some of those slows and now get back onto his target. They need to push for the ice block here on the side of F tier. Garbage is in position here for the follow-up fear. Potentially nice Ring of Frost out of the kidney shot as they continue to assault Saul here. He has the Tremor Totem, though. He did use his trinket in that exchange, so sacrifice here being traded as well. They could potentially swap to Shaz. He's got no bubble. I would love to see it, but Shaz is on stun DR for just a couple of more seconds, so he really picked a good time there to use that sacrifice.
Yeah, and Abrua is just struggling to stay alive, to get away from this melee cleave. And once again, maybe the swap over, the smoke bomb is in, and Shaz immediately bobs. Now the swap onto Shaz, actually, finally, that is coming in. Divine Protection traded out. Abrua spell stealing that bob instantly. And Naj under fire, getting tap targeted, deleted, 5% sheet death. How somehow doesn't proc the cloak, the kidney in defensive maneuvers is thrown into the mix as Saul is getting pummeled, and Dorito is trying to kite away. Shaz really needs to get some big heals going. Garbage in a full leg sweep. The damage is ramping on both sides. Both teams really struggling to stay alive, but the Paladin should be able to get some heals in as Saul is recovering slowly but surely. Finally has that burrow back available and instantly uses it. Shaz gets the Hodge in. Nash dropping lower and lower, but it might not be safe enough for Saul. Triple fear coming in from Garbage, and the Shaman is dropping lower and lower. The Tremor Totem is on cooldown, and finally the Totem once again comes in. Stone Bulwark to the rescue. Shaz recovers the entire team, and now Naj is running for the hills.
Beautiful sequence of events there from Unitas, managing to kind of slow down that Tears Deliverance. Wow, a triple DR sap coming out from Naj. A flashy play, but Shaz is going to be happy about that, because now the RMP has to slow down for another 20 seconds until that DR is going to be back around. And now they're going to have to just try to crowd control F tier a little bit. They're going to go after Shaz here. He's got no trinket. He's got no bubble. He does have the Blessing of Protection. He's going to use it. There it is. Blessing of Protection coming out. Can they get the Purge? Saul with a big heal coming out there with those enhanced off heals. The first ice block being used there by Abrua. Shaz in a checkmate situation. No more outs. They can take him down. They can also take Saul out, but Saul has the preemptive astral shift in his back pocket. He's going to need to use it. Naj has the blind. I would actually, oh my god, Naj is getting absolutely erased. Cheat death procs for Naj. What is he going to do? They have the void shift. They're relying on it to keep him alive, and now they're going after Saul here. Once again, astral shift is available and will be traded. I think Chaz is the best target here, but I think that window of opportunity is definitely slipping away. There's the full kidney. They have to 100 Shaz right now in that kidney. But the damage, where is the damage? They have the crowd control, but just not enough damage coming out there. And Chaz is going to stay alive. He has his trinket now for the next kidney, and then for the one after that, he's going to have Divine Shield, but they blind him to try to force something onto Saul. Can they find any more follow-up? No, the sacrifice comes through for Shaz. He's going to block that kill. Garbage mana is looking very, very low right now. He's got no Void Shift. He's got one charge of Pain Suppression. The RMP of UNITAS on their last leg here against F-Tier. F-Tier looking to 3-0 them right now. Abrua could be forced into the next Ice Block. The Pain Suppression comes out there as well. Saul in a kidney shot. Smoke Bomb, one hit wonder. Can they take Saul down? The beautiful disarm coming out there from Doritos, but Nudge Trinkets out. Gets a DR cheap shot. Abrua looking for the polymorph. Finds it onto Shaz. They trade out the burrow there, but still more follow-up CC. Nudge is there as well for potential follow-up. Can they get enough damage to close out the match? Mind control there as well onto Doritos. Beautiful triple CC chain. Shaz not trinketing in this situation, not trading out the bubble. The man has ice in his veins, and that's not what you want to hear if you are on the opposite side of a Frost Mage. And I think F-Tier has kind of weathered this storm.
Yeah, Abrua is on fire compared to Shaz in this situation. Trading that evasion, it's looking dire for Unitas. Garbage's mana bar is exactly there. And for the moment, well, what can you even do? Naj rooted up, Saul is on his tail, Dorito swapping over, touch of death, get him out, F-Tier 3-0 Unitas.
Whew. F-Tier, what a performance from these guys. All of us expected this to be a pretty close series, 3-2 for most of us, but F-Tier just showing up once again. They don't need the comps, they just have the skill. And I mean, some of these decisions that they make in the heat of the moment when they're on 20% HP, dampening is ramping up, the pressure is starting to get to them, and they just keep their cool every single time, and they're able to navigate through and find that victory. And Garbage here at this point, not really much he can do. He trades out his last charge of Pain Suppression there towards Abrua, and this is the Smoke Bomb potential kill attempt here. Naj trinketing out of that disarm, trying to take Saul down, but they're not able to find the kill. And then look at Garbage here. He sneaks away here behind the truck, trying to load up some mana, but not enough. Dorito is there, immediately shutting it down. The pressure is on Naj, the pressure is on Abrua. Garbage again looking for that drink, but not able to find it. The dogs are chasing him as well, and then they manage to get that touch of death there onto Naj with that leg sweep. Dorito kind of setting that up, and just really good presence of mind there for Dorito. Immediately disarming Naj during that smoke bomb attempt, playing defense, playing goalie, and then immediately swapping back to attack and going after the healer, making sure that they're not getting a drink, they're not able to extend this match any longer. And yeah, I will say though, this was Unitas' best game. This was their closest game. Unfortunately for them, I think if they played like this throughout the whole series, it would have been a lot closer than a 3-0. But fortunately for them, F-Tier is they're just them,
Exactly, yeah, it is a lot of them. I'm not quite sure who I want to give the MVP of this series to, if it's Dorito for the defensive plays or Shaz just being an absolute god on the Paladin. But I'm really, really excited. This is a comp that definitely seems to work into Rogue Mage. We'll have to wait and see how effective it is going to be in the long run, but F-Tier definitely making a showing and stepping up for the first match of the day, surviving in the lower bracket, while Unitas, they're eliminated. Quite honestly, I think with that we got some really good matches that we're going to have in the lower bracket later today.
I think so too, Lethy. It is definitely shaping up nicely. I share the same sentiment as you guys. I'm fortunate for Unitas. I feel like this is always a team that, they put together a nice roster. You expect them to do incredibly well. And they just aren't quite able to make that happen. But it's only Cup number 1. They didn't make it into the top 8, which is definitely an achievement in and of itself. So I hope they come back next week and prove us all wrong. But F-Tier are going to be moving forward with that 3-0, and that is going to line them up very nicely for the rest of the weekend. And that means we're moving into another series up next year. It is K versus the Move, Zico. They had a kind of an interesting series against Team Liquid during the offline games. They got mirrored and then lost in a reverse sweep, and now they're down there kind of fighting for their tournament lives, Zico, in the lower bracket.
I mean, it's like, grass is green, the sky is blue, and the move is in the lower bracket with their backs against the wall and just giving all of their fans a heart attack. But wait, let me finish. They always pull through. They always pull through. They always, time and time again, prove just how good they are, which is why I predicted a 3-0 in favor of the move. I think, those games against Liquid, I watched them. They were very, very close. It came down to, deep dampening. I think Sidhu on the Priest, he was looking a little bit cleaner on the day compared to Absturge, but I think the move is just one of those teams you cannot count them out. The incredible skill on that roster, and I think it's going to be tough for K to go up against the move kind of in their first broadcast game here of the season. So it's also a great opportunity for them, to prove, hey, we can beat one of the best teams in this region.
Yeah, starting off with a pretty big matchup for sure if you were on the side of K, but we'll see if this 3-player roster can make it happen. Incredible things have happened before in the AWC with new teams coming on and kind of making a huge difference, a huge change for their first series that we do see them on the broadcast. So we'll see what happens. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is K versus the Move coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. We are down in the lower bracket. It is the move. They got sent down by Team Liquid during the offline games versus some newcomers as well. It is K. And I'm excited for this team, Super Tees. I feel like they've got some potential. You know, they've got Meep Monk. We know him from previous seasons. Butta, Ketor. They're a 3-player roster. But looking at the comps they play, this could be the potential of a new team on the rise here in AWC.
You know, it feels like such a long time ago now, but Peekaboo used to be the teenager of the AWC, the new kid around the block, and now I feel like Meep is kind of the healer parallel for that coming into competitive play. The team of K is much like F tier, where I feel like they're going to be really focused on this one composition. They've played it of every season so far throughout Dragonflight and now into the War Within. It focuses on that Death Knight and Devastation Evoker, and I don't know what healer particularly Meep is going to prioritize for this, because I don't think Mistweaver is like particularly in the best spot, and definitely against what the move have for compositions, I would think that it's very dangerous to pick it. They've basically dominated anyone that picks Mistweaver Monk into them, so hopefully Meep has something prepared in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what they have prepared as well. You know, the move, they're bringing on Giants this season. I believe he was pretty well known in Wrath, right, Subatees?
Sorry, I had to sneeze there for a second. Well,
Oh, you're good.
I missed that.
Giants returning from his Wrath legend.
He has been playing at a rank 1 level on multiple classes through multiple expansions. So I definitely think that this is he should have probably been stepping up into tournaments for a while now, honestly. So it's nice that this is kind of his chance to start having a showcase. But in game number 1, he is not going to be the move. Are focusing on that Warlock, Rogue, Priest composition. This has been their main priority comp.
All right, let's see what they can do here. Game number 1, K versus the move, Lithy.
I am a big fan, of course. The move coming in, Roguelock, whatever you want to call it. They're getting stunned up by the deep breath here. Butta, the Live Lord himself on this Devastation Evoker, is looking for a good opener, and Absturge and the move are just getting chunked by the K. Quite honestly, if I'm looking at these Raptor Shields, that's probably going to get recovered, hopefully at the very least. Now, Whiskey popping in the CDs. Peekaboo looking for a little bit of a setup, trying to get the CC in, but Buddha just kiting away with Absturge getting CC'd here. Deep Monk on the other side getting swapped to Whiskey is just deleting people left, right, and center. How are you going to heal out these dots? It's not happening. Absturge with the ultimate penitence as well, and Buddha is just really dropping lower and lower. Dips around the pillar, gets the AMS, and I think for the moment he might be able to recover here. Triple fear coming in though. Absturge on the offensive. Then another cheap shot, and the move almost finishing him off. Last second time stop. The swap from Meat Monk and the big shields. Super, this is an insane opener from the move.
I mean, Meep is sweating right now. I can't believe that he's still alive at this point in the game. Now he's in a kidney shot. If they get any more crowd control off the back of that, it could be lights out for Butta, but these powered shields are massive. WizK gates away. Absturge is still holding his team strong, keeping them in a position where they can continue to develop momentum. And I would say out of all the Warlocks I've seen so far in North America, WizK is typically the one that's doing the highest amount of damage. It doesn't matter what class he's playing, he's just always top of the meter. Look at this, he's faking the interrupt, he's free casting, he's doing so much damage with these Malefic Raptures that Meep and Butta, they just gotta sit behind the pillar. Maybe they're trying to bait Peekaboo, actually. The two of them are going after Peekaboo. They got him at about half health here, but Absturge moves forward. He's in a position now to recover him. WizK's trying to collapse on top of Meep, but they grip in Peekaboo away from Butta, and it's all about setting up this deep breath. They have Dragon's Rage in 15 seconds, so if they want to line that up, they're going for the deep breath now, pulling the trigger. He stuns the whole team. Can he get the sleepwalk? He's not able to get the sleepwalk. Nice denial from Peekaboo.
Beautifully done. I love this steerable deep breath. It's just so funny to watch. But WizK, he's definitely not laughing right now. He's the Dragon Rage. Big damage coming through with the Pyres being tossed into the equation. And Absturge, he's really suffering, trying to push in. Has the Void Shift available if he really needs it, but tosses out some big Raptor Shield here onto Peekaboo. WizK with the Haunt, trying to make something happen with the Spell Reflect as well in the move. Really just looking for those setups. The zap out of the blind here from Peekaboo. Meat Monk really just sweating over in the corner on the other side of the map as Buddha is the big target. Keter just mind controlled off to the side. Peekaboo back into the action. They're onto the Dragon. Dragon Rage running out. It might be all over for K here as Buddha gets some big shields. Meat Monk stabilizing things for just a moment, and it almost looks like K is winning on the mana game at the very least, even if the momentum doesn't seem to be on their side.
Yeah, I think it's just the Subtlety Rogue is not adding the same type of pressure as the Death Knight in this mixture, and Deep Breath flies through the whole team once again, but Peekaboo's making a swap onto Meep. He's being greedy. He's not trading that pain suppression. Is he going to get away with the greed? Peekaboo is still all over him. He's in line of sight of Whiskey as well. Keeter's going to stun Whiskey, stall out that aggression. Absurd's dropping down a barrier to protect Whiskey, but it's so much damage. Buddha just doesn't care about that barrier. He's just full committing into it to try and keep him low. Grip double into a blinding sleet. Is he going to get a triple stack? Peekaboo stacks up with the Shadow Step. It could be a mistake. If Buddha gets some triple disintegrates here with that mass disintegrate, they could just all melt, but it looks like he's pulling away from the engagement. Peekaboo pops evasion, but Keeter's not even going after him. He cheap shots Buddha on the disintegrate, fear on the Meat Monk. They've got Keeter rotting down, but he's got cooldowns available. Buddha's already shielded up and looking pretty solid, and honestly, if Meat Monk can just keep the team alive, I think they're going to win this on mana.
It might be possible, but the move is on the offensive. Another Deep Breath coming through onto the entire team. They're getting stunned up. Peekaboo might be the target. Big shields. Absturge stabilizing the team. Another barrier tossed into the equation here for Meatbong, keeping his team alive. Spell Reflect from Whiskey. Unending Resolve just ran out. The teleport was repositioned. The move really is on the offensive. Full blind onto Meatbong once again. He's on half HP. The bombardment procs, but really doesn't do too much. Whiskey porting out, trying to stay offensive as Butter is just really hammering in the disintegrate damage in this situation, but he's getting swapped to Dragon Rage, running out as well as his HP bar, and the move find the swap and the finishing blow, up 1 in this series.
Really well done. I think the aggression of Peekaboo Whiskey was on point this game. Like, this game could have ended in the first minute. I feel like it was honestly a little bit of luck on the side of K to even survive this long in the game. So it looks like a rough match for them specifically. I would say typically Subtlety Rogues kind of counter the Evoker class. Usually it's very slippery, it's hard to get uptime on, but as a rogue, Shadow Step, cheap shot, the dragon's going nowhere, and you get all of your damage guaranteed. So Subtlety Rogue is like one of the best classes to take against a high mobility spec like the Evoker, and that's what we saw at the end of the game. This was a bit earlier on in the match. Actually, no, this was just towards the end of the kill. I was kind of hoping we caught that time stop at the beginning that was at like 1% with Buddha, but you'll see it in a moment where Peekaboo just gets on top of the Evoker and he just can't get away. He hovers over, he's cheap shot again, he can't get away. There's no escaping the Subtlety Rogue. He was shadowy dueled there as well, even though Meep tried to fear him away. So it's a really tough matchup, and unfortunately I think for K that this is the only comp that they really have available, so it's not like you can just switch to something else.
Yeah, the comp might actually be an issue here, but then again, we've seen them run this the entire last expansion as well, right? You talked about it before this first map already, and Butter, he's a bit of a live lord, so maybe they can pull out something, maybe swap around the game plan a little bit. I think, though, Meep Monk on the Dis Priest, he's starting to dip into those other classes, right? We knew him as kind of the Mistweaver Monk one trick. He's starting to branch out, and quite honestly, this didn't look half bad in this first map.
I think he did really good. I mean, he's got 10 million more damage over Absturge, and I feel like as a Discipline Priest, that's like where your performance is measured, disc, like head-to-head, is how much damage are you getting out while also keeping your team alive. The reason Meat Monk's mana is so much higher is because he's focusing on his damage as opposed to his healing. So he heals through Atonement. When he does damage, that damage is converted into healing on his team. So he's able to maintain a lot better mana as a result. So if a Discipline Priest has less damage but more healing, it means that they're going to be mana inefficient. So Meep did a good job in that regard, but it's just so hard to play around the Subtlety Rogue burst, trying to protect the Evoker the entire game. Peekaboo's just eventually going to find that line to victory. And honestly, Whiskey also doing a phenomenal job keeping his damage this high. It can be difficult with a Death Knight attacking you with how much disruption they have. There's a lot of AoE CCs. I think at one point I saw Buddha fly in and he was using the Drakthir Racials to knock Whiskey up on a cast and then send him flying back. And then I think he time stopped to immune a cast at one point. So there's a lot of disruption, and Whiskey is still getting out really good numbers even despite that.
Yeah, absolutely. Whiskey just keeps impressing on everything he plays. You mentioned it at the start of the map. This man just... Who can lock him down? Who can stop him? We'll have to find out at some point this weekend, I assume. But at the moment, it doesn't seem like K is the team to do it. So the move, gonna run this back. We're going to hook point. This is gonna be a little bit more stressful for the move to really keep going, and especially for Whiskey to keep the damage this high, because K, they're just gonna run the same comp. The Dragon and the DK. They're going to be looking for maybe a little bit more of a setup. Maybe they can get the triple setup with the grips in, kind of channel Mez and Trill a little bit, you know. But that remains to be seen. And the move, I mean, they've played against Liquid so much, they're ready for all the DK shenanigans.
Yeah, I think one of the main problems for a setup like the Death Knight and the Devastation Evoker is that typically you Death Grip the healer and you want to attack the healer, but Discipline Priests are the hardest healer to actually take down, and they also just happen to be one of the top performing spec at the moment with everybody selecting it. So finding a way to get through that is really the challenge for K, because that's the standard strat. You grip the priest, and they also have a lot of other tools to just avoid getting gripped. You can pre-fade and immune the death grip. You might get like an ultimate penitence off just at the right time to immune a go on yourself. So it's really tough for K's team and their strategy in a matchup like this. But I do think if they can manage to connect all 3 targets, that they could absolutely explode the whole team. I think that the Scale Commander Evoker with Mass Disintegrate, the Unholy Death Knight, but is playing a Defile build. So when you see that kind of like black sludge on the ground, as a Lich King mechanic, the Death Knights have incorporated that into their kit. That just spreads the diseases and the rot and the Mass Disintegrates, and you need to just get triple pressure. You need to be hitting 3 targets during those windows that they can win.
I was very excited to see the hero talents come in for DK and kind of seeing that this rot build that was very much around during the last few seasons of Dragonflight, but not as quite as prevalent as Doomburst was kind of a little bit more the big go-to with the big burst damage. But this one definitely a lot more rot pressure, a lot more consistent drain on the HP bar of the enemy team, and with a solid opener, the move is opening up Hook Point here. Another deep breath from Butter to CC everyone up, and Keter finds that double CC, exactly what he was looking for, but Whiskey ports out before anything worse can happen.
Oh, pressure on Keter, pressure on Butter here in this position. They're trying to stay aggressive. Oh, but Butter gets coiled away into a cheap shot. Massive damage incoming. He has to Trinket Time Stop right off the rip. And now Keter is still rotting down to Whiskey's pressure. He's starting to ramp up at the moment. Butter hasn't fully recovered. Powered shields come through. He's going to use the rescue to get even a bigger shield. We see a smoke bomb on Meep, preventing. He might get a sap off that if he's unlucky. Oh, but he got rooted by Butter. Nice landslide route there. He prevented Peekaboo from running in the bomb. He dropped bomb on the Meep here so that he couldn't get into combat out of the kidney shot, so he could sap him, and Butta knew that, so he rooted him, preventing him from getting it. That was really good teamwork from Butta here in this position. He gets a sleep on the healer, but it looks like Absurge deathed it. Now he's into a stun. WizK gates in offensively. Oh man, you are in trouble. When the Warlock's using their gateway to get on top of you, you are in trouble.
Yeah, Butter does a 360 around the pillar, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Meatbong trying to get away from the CC chain. Peekaboo getting so much damage pushed up his health bar, and it's down to 10%. Cheat Death somehow not proc, pops the evasion in, and pops the Shadow Blade. They're going on the offensive, trying to turn the pressure around, but for the moment, Pika just feared out into Nirvana, trying to reconnect Shadow Stab, going in, gets the kick onto Butter, but the dragon is already flapping his wings, trying to get away. Once again, Pika looking for the CC chain onto Meatmonk. Cheap shot is in. The restun coming through. Double, triple DR cheap shots into the gouge. Pika just really putting in the pressure as Whiskey is dropping lower and lower. Abstitch needs to pump some heals in. Gets the Rapture shields going, and that should be enough for the moment. But Keter is the next target. Whiskey once again looking for some dots, looking for some CC as the deep breath comes in, but Butter is dying as he's flying. Gets the sleepwalk, and Butter still dying. Meatmonk CC'd off to the side. So much more damage. Another pain suppression coming in, but the coil from Whiskey keeps him out and locked. Somehow Pika finds the sap. How does he do it? He forces the Void Shift thanks to that, as well as Meep's Trinket. Power Infusion is in. Whiskey trying to stay alive. Abswitch in a triple DR. Sleepwalk caught as Whiskey pumps in all the CDs. He's looking to finish this game out because the move is making big ones.
Oh, another time stop. Gets life grip. Peekaboo's still all over him. Peekaboo is just dominating Butter at the moment in the shadowy duel, and he's going to close it out. There was no hope there. He had a smoke bomb on the tail end of the shadowy duel. He was going to get no help from his allies, and the move are absolutely annihilating. I feel like I was drawing some questions as to how would their confidence be after getting reverse sweeped in the upper bracket to the lower bracket, and they are definitely playing with confidence. I feel like Peekaboo and WizK are both, they know exactly what they can get away with, and they're really pushing the boundaries and the limits of the team of K, and they are making it work here. One thing I'm noting that it feels like is a problem for Keter and Butta's team is that after they activate the Abomination and the Apocalypse of the Four Horsemen, basically, it seems that their damage just falls off. It becomes really hard for them to actually maintain pressure, and it's something I've noted with a lot of the Death Knight teams is that they seem to be just all steam ahead at the beginning, and then they just pitter out if they don't get a kill after that moment, and it feels like it's becoming a big problem in a matchup like this.
It's definitely kind of a change of pace. You gotta find your ways and get the practice in when you want to do your setups in later stages of the game, right? And especially when the enemy team is gonna start to disrupt you and kind of cancel out whatever setups you might want to run and kind of disrupt you with CC chains, etc. And sometimes this is just these situations where you gotta pop in some burst and some pressure just to keep your team alive and keep the momentum somewhat in your favor. And it's really something that K seems to be struggling with on one hand. On the other hand, of course, the move. They have so much experience. We talked about it earlier. They're playing against Liquid so much, and they know Mez's DK inside out. So shutting down Keter and Butter here in this situation, whenever the big burst is rolling in, and especially considering Death Knight just needs a few globals to send this up, that's an easy task for Peekaboo. Get a kidney in, get a sheep shot in, maybe just kite around the pillar, Whiskey ports out, and suddenly the DK is just waddling through nothing, knee-deep through hook point, and is wondering why nothing's biting.
Oh, this is so rough. They picked the small map because they wanted to group up the enemy team, but I feel like it just backfired. It just meant that they were clumped up for the rogue, for Peekaboo to just do whatever he wanted. He had full control of Meep whenever he wanted with that small map, and I think they've realized that, so they're getting off the small map, they're going to the large map, and maybe Meep is also going to a place of comfort. He's going to be playing the Mistweaver Monk. First time we're going to see it here this weekend. I would definitely say it's not like the absolute, highest tier of healer at the moment, but Meep is definitely one of the best. So if there was a monk to try and make it work here in its current meta, it would definitely be him.
Exactly. Backs to the wall, third map. The move leading 2-0 in this series. They're on match point, so why not bring in the mains? It's been what a bunch of the EU teams have been doing. We don't know exactly what the answer in this meta is, how we can beat this enemy comp. We're just gonna go log on mains and game, see if we can make something happen that way, and I don't think it's impossible. Monk isn't bad. It's not as good as something like a Disc Priest or a Preservation Evoker at the moment, but it definitely has its tools, even though it looks like the entire caster team is very set in their predictions and the one-sidedness of this matchup.
Hey, this could be the one win for my prediction. Meep on the Mistweaver. I feel like it could catch them off guard. Meep's definitely going to have way more experience on this class as opposed to the Discipline Priest. It adds in an extra stun as well with the AoE leg sweep on one of their goes. It seems like without that, they've only got the deep breath, and they have to wait a long time in between those. So having an extra instant CC as well with the Incapacitate, the Discipline Priest doesn't bring any CC. I think it's going to play it better into the setup orientation that this composition has historically had. I also thought that they'd be able to at least win one game because this composition can sometimes catch teams off guard. It just does so much damage in the opener that sometimes you can just kind of like cheese a kill in a game immediately just because of the amount of damage you have available. So the move just needs to be ready for that. If they can survive that opening pressure, then they're likely walking away here with 3-0.
Yeah, the ski instructors can tell you some stories about one-shotting someone in the opener in a match point game. So maybe, just maybe, K has made some notes in EU yesterday. So overall, I also think maybe Grapple Weapon from the Mistweaver could be an option. Bring that in to kind of lock down Peekaboo's goals a little bit more. Give Whiskey a harder time because Peekaboo isn't providing as much peel. But for me, this is very much the question I was thinking about top of the show today. Rogue plus Caster, Warlock, Mage was going to be kind of the big deal this weekend in NA for me, and it looks like the answer K has in terms of comp is not quite working out. What do you think would be kind of the go-to if K just could pick whatever comp they wanted that would bring them the biggest advantage here?
We saw it in Europe with Eritros just getting demolished in like less than a minute and a half every game. It was the Feral Druid and the BM Hunter. I feel like that comp absolutely mowed people over. So, a team like Axton that has a Feral Druid available to it could be a team that potentially has that option available. But yeah, North America, we just don't have a lot of jungle cleaves. So the Warlocks are just spreading everywhere in this region. But here we go. It's game 3. It's match point. The move might just close it out. Meat Monk in his darkest hours, bringing out his main. He's bringing out the Mistweaver Monk. He's the only one to lock it in. He's got to paralyze over onto the Rogue. He's putting all of his CC into Peekaboo, trying to limit his playmaking breathtaking ability. Barrier comes down, but I don't think they're committed there. Shadow Step over onto Meep. They're swapping to Meep. Absterge is there to support Peekaboo as well, so 2-on-1. Is it enough damage to just kill them basically by themselves? Doesn't look like it. Restoral comes through. Meep gets a big heal. He's going to port back on top of his team, trying to help his team out here and add some pressure over onto WizK. He's tanked so much CC. The damage is decent, but the shields are high. Absterge, he's just going to walk away from this opener with Rapture, it looks like.
It looks like that exactly indeed. Pine Suppression was popped into the mix as well as WizK is dropping the Haunt, trying to find some pressure, and once again Peekaboo is sitting on Meepmonk. The Cocoon was used onto Butter. Meepmonk in a very dire situation. WizK pods out but gets gripped back in. Big damage coming in on the move, but Absterge has everything under control. Peekaboo getting stunned up with a deep breath. Butter just steering it over, getting WizK on the last leg of that flight path as Keter is dropping down to half HP. Meepmonk really trying to get something rolling here. Thunder Focus Tea for some extra heals, but the next full kidney, just WizK who can't follow up, but Pika is just really soloing Meep all by himself. Big shield coming in with the rescue from Butter, but overall K is just struggling left, right and center. Even less momentum than the first two maps as Pika once again connects, kicks Meepmonk. Keter is just dying open field because the heals are not coming in. Meep is trying to guide away. He is rolling for his life as WizK claims his soul and sends the move 1 point further down the lower bracket.
Okay, the Mistweaver Monk not going to be enough, and that I feel like that's how I've seen every single Mistweaver against the move, no matter what year it is, what expansion it is, it doesn't matter. Peekaboo knows how to annihilate a Mistweaver Monk. You can't play it into him. No. It just won't work. Like if we had the stat for it, I'm almost guaranteeing that he's like close to 100% win rate against a Mistweaver Monk. Even when Mistweaver is like considered the meta healer and everyone's re-rolling to it, Peekaboo still is the guy that's just completely shutting it down. He understands its weaknesses when you crowd control them, when you can attack them in a stun. So in this game, they focused on just going after Meep Monk constantly. Also, him playing Gnome is a little bit strange to me because he doesn't get any sort of like stun benefit. So I'm trying to, like, maybe he made this to fight like a Boomkin team, maybe, because I don't think the Gnome was helping him in a matchup like this.
Maybe he just didn't have an Orc Monk ready because he wasn't even assuming he was going to use it.
Probably because there's no way. Orc would have maybe even potentially changed the matchup. The sub-rogues basically have to change their timings when they're attacking an Orc versus not attacking an Orc. And you can see how much extra damage Peekaboo gets out because he's not attacking an Orc in that kidney shot. He basically soloed Meep there for a second. So really unfortunate for Meep and his team here. Obviously, I think they're just competing. They want to make this kind of like run with their composition. They're not really bending to the mold. They want to try and make it happen. This week, they're going to come up a little bit short, but you really can't kick yourself too hard when you're coming up short against the move.
No, absolutely not. Oh, okay. Never mind. I was expecting Aya's soothing voice to pop up in my ear, but we'll get that sorted out in just a second. In the meantime, Super T's, the moving on in the lower bracket. I mean, all of us casters have kind of expected that. No points at all, though, here for K. So the 3 O's taking all the points. And looking forward in this lower bracket, do you think the move has a good shot at moving even further, considering some of the other teams we have present here?
I mean, definitely. I think having the Rogue and the Warlock and the Priest is like, that's the main name of the game, right? Like Liquid, Welcome to the Jung's team, and the move. Those are kind of like the predominant figures, I think, with this composition particularly, and they've kind of just been mirroring each other a lot of the time. It's come down to who's going to play this Rogue lock composition the best.
Yes, I am back. Sorry about that, but what an incredible series, and you kind of you said everything there is to say, basically, while I was figuring that out. But we can take a look here at the bracket where we currently are. Like these guys were saying, the move taken that victory 3-0. That is the end of the line, unfortunately, for K, and maybe we'll see them return for next weekend. And they're going to be waiting on an opponent as well from some of these matches up in the upper brackets. And I am really curious to see how the move continues to do. You know, like we said, you can see their match up there in round 1. They did get sent down here from Team Liquid. So I also wonder, Super T's, if we did get a rematch, if that would go any differently the second time around.
Possibly. I honestly felt like Liquid was just getting better and better. It felt like Sam maybe needed to work on the Warlock a bit. He's been so good at Boomkin and committed so much time to that, but it felt like he was just getting better and better. And Trill was playing at a high level. Cedar was already playing at a high level. So I think for them it was just, we need to get Sam games on Warlock and get him playing as good as he can on Boomkin, because then at that point we're just unstoppable.
Yeah. And, we've seen them kind of rise and fall throughout the season, so we'll see how this new roster does with them. It's proving to be successful there for them so far, and we'll see them play it once again, I think towards the end of the day. So that means we're going to be moving on to our next series, and it's Team Liquid versus Power Toads up in the upper bracket. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. It's going to be a big match as well. Power Toads, if you don't recognize that roster name, that's okay. It's Tuna, Cubsy, Axton, and Dazed. Axton, of course, Lithy being one of the players that Venruki saw a lot of potential in and was kind of highlighting in the beginning of the day. So I expect this to be a pretty challenging series on both sides.
It's gonna be a rough one, absolutely. I mean, I'm a big Tuna fan, so I'm super glad to see him still kicking around in the AWC once again. Some new members to this team, and quite honestly, the Toads are always good for a surprise, even if it is against an absolute powerhouse and kind of the team to beat, the Kings of NA, Liquid, once again in that upper bracket.
Absolutely. So we'll get to that series as soon as possible, of course. But before we get to that, we are going to play another round of the spell guessing game. Whose spell is it anyway? So if you're watching from home, if you're in chat, guess along with us. We're going to take a mystery spell based on some limited clues and see if we can guess which one. So if you're watching from home, if you're in chat, guess along with us. We're going to take a mystery spell based on some limited clues and see if we can guess which one it is. Let's check out the first one.
This is my first one, and they got really tricky yesterday. They got really
Wait, you
tricky.
weren't on...
I didn't get
you
to...
weren't on any of them?
I didn't get to... I don't think I got to do a single one yesterday, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, no.
So, like,
right,
hopefully
we'll
I don't embarrass myself here, because this one looks hard, okay?
Yeah, pressure's on,
Places
Sid.
a something at a target. I think I got to do a single one yesterday, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, no.
So, like,
right,
hopefully
we'll
I don't embarrass myself here, because this one looks hard, okay?
Yeah, pressure's on,
Places
Sid.
a
Pressure's
something
on.
at a target location. It 40% for 5 seconds, and then I don't know if that's an 8 or a 3. Why is it like half revealed?
Oh god.
And then one time. One time. So it has to be
one time.
Something at a target location. And it has some percentage of, like, maybe it's your movement speed, maybe it's damage reduction. I don't think it would be healing. And it has some percentage of, like, maybe it's your movement speed, maybe it's damage reduction. I don't think it would be healing. And it's only for 5 seconds. Well, it only lasts 5 seconds that you put on the ground.
I feel like it's a totem or a vortex.
Vortex. Pulls them back one time.
One time.
It's not Ice Wall. It could be Angelic Feather for movement speed.
I think it's
Pulls them back one time.
One time.
It's not Ice Wall. It could be Angelic Feather for movement speed.
I think it's Angelic Feather.
It's not Consecration, because I think it lasts longer than 5 seconds. But maybe Consecration does slow. Now within a hero talent, maybe. Or
it depends on the talents. Yeah, but I don't think that's in the basic tooltip. Then also, 15 seconds unless that's hit.
Vortex only pulls you one time. Angelic Feather would only sprint you one time. So it's a matter of which one lasts 5.
Basic tooltip. Then also, 15 seconds unless that's hit.
Vortex only pulls you one time. Angelic Feather would only sprint you one time. So it's a matter of which one lasts 5 seconds.
So the fact that there's a second sentence after the 5 seconds makes me think it's Angelic Feather, just because there's like 3 of them, right? And I don't think they stack.
I don't yeah, you can have multiple charges of Feather, but I think Feather is 50% speed boost.
3 of them, right? And I don't think they stack.
I don't yeah, you can have multiple charges of Feather, but I think Feather is 50% speed boost.
Okay, I don't know.
I'm gonna lock in Vortex. I thought it was Vortex from the start, so I'm gonna lock that in.
I'm gonna say Vortex too, but I was saying it yesterday that I should start playing it, so I don't read it very often because I'm a boomkin, but I think it says pulled in one time is probably the last sentence.
Yeah, but what's that? The like half number thing.
It's not.
Going?
It is the feather. It is the feather.
Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! I don't play this class at all! Woo! I just
Is
pick
this
up
the
their
second
feathers.
priest spell you've won this weekend, Aya?
Yeah, I think it's my calling. I think it's time.
Nah, that's
I
insane.
switched to healer.
Can we quickly mention how bait only 3 feathers can be placed at one time is?
Yeah, why
I didn't know
was
if
the
that was
3
a-
like half covered is what I want to know, because it just
Okay, I
showed
have
the 3.
no idea. I don't
Okay,
think
so it's either a
the
feather with no sparkles. What is the difference between B and C?
Oh,
there's an S.
Twirl on the tail.
There's a little twirl. How did they edit this? Someone had to go into Photoshop and edit the original image, I would think. Like,
Sarah has too much spare time, I think.
so the only one that's significantly different is the twirl. To me, it's either a twirl with maximum sparkles or no twirl and 0 sparkles.
I don't think they're gonna add. Well,
I think the twirl is in
It's
the
either B
original.
or-
I think the twirl's in the original.
the extra twirl.
Well, yeah, the only one at C, I think. I have no idea though.
I feel like it's either B or D.
I just feel like, if I was designing priest, I'd put a twirl on the feather. So
I just
That's
think.
valid. That's very valid.
All right, listen. I took an art class once in high school, and I think there's a lot of there's a lot of blank space in the composition of some of these. So for the balance of the icon, I'm gonna go with B. Symmetry.
I very much
Balance.
agree with you, Aya. I very much
Okay.
agree with you.
The golden ratio.
I definitely don't
you know?
think it's D.
You
And maybe
following?
I'll regret saying that, but I definitely don't think it's D.
Okay. All right, let's go.
C.
I'm going with B. B.
B.
C is Super
B.
T's. B is Lithy. All right.
I'm only trusting Aya on priest matters now.
It's D.
No!
This is just...
No!
What?
It's literally the way
is
you
no
explained
way,
it. I was
dude.
like, that makes sense. And they're like, no, we don't design stuff like that. This thing's asymmetry and no twirl.
Wow.
Asymmetry
Okay.
and no
Chat is-
twirl.
Chat is cooking us as well. Everyone is saying D. It is insane.
Oh no. Okay, but they could sit there and look it up. They're probably cheating.
They
I
would
don't
never
trust
cheat.
chat.
Chat would never cheat.
No, they would never let us down. You're right. All right. Well, apparently, I don't even need to ask. I was going to ask, let us know if you got it correct. But apparently, chat knows what icons look like from up close. And with that, we're going to head to a break. Thank you guys so much for playing along with us. We're going to come to that Team Liquid versus Power Toads series up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the upper bracket, and we are heading into a very big game. It is Team Liquid versus the Power Toads. Before we headed into this series, we took predictions from all of the casters for this matchup. And maybe we can take a look at what those are, see where we line up, see if we're still correct. Whatever Zico says, though, I'm probably just going to go with that.
You're cheating off his homework, huh?
Yes.
I was wrong about the first series, though, but the second one I got it right. And I think, wait, are we all? Yeah, we're all expecting a Liquid dub here.
3-2 for every single person except for Sid, which is 3-1. That's crazy. We keep isolated, by the way, chat. So we have no idea what each other's predictions are when we send these in. So that's actually really interesting that we even predicted it down to the actual match score. So not a lot of faith in Power Toads to actually win this, Ven, but there is faith to for them to get a couple games. What's up?
I feel like we got to at least shout out this prediction board. Like, I don't know if you saw it, but you have the best prediction of anyone. Like,
wait, hold on. I
mean, we're saying
chat is.
Wait, we're saying Zico is like the the guy with all the predictions, but he's down at the bottom. Do you have anything to say for yourself, Zico?
Hey, the night is young, my friend. The night is young. We got time. We got plenty of games. Okay, we're it's a marathon, not a sprint. Man.
Chat's better than us too. Like Chat and I are neck and neck. Like they're
listen. Me and Chat, we're homies. We got each other's backs.
All right.
I got those priest guesses correctly. Okay, I in the spellguesser game, I'm cooking. We're cooking here. You are no longer the prophecy. It is me. I have stolen your title. Put it in the label down below. I'll take my congratulations, but we'll see if I'm correct in this one. Team Liquid versus Power Toads. I mean, regardless of what happens, we kind of all have the same prediction. So Power Toads, of course, then looking to prove us wrong. We know that they have some very, very talented players on their roster, but they're up against, a titan like Team Liquid. They've been playing together. I think they're the longest running roster so far in the AWC. So it's going to be a difficult battle ahead for them regardless.
They're the champs. Like, the reason why I went with Liquid is until someone beats them, they're the best team in my eyes. So I think it's going to be a close series, and that's why I put a 3-2, as most of us did, because the Power Toads, phenomenal roster. I mean, you have Cubsy, who's almost villainous in his ability to dampen playing on that arcane mage, and he's been kind of a thorn in the side of Liquid for such a long time. But being partnered up with Tuna and Dazed once again, bringing on Axton, I feel like this is a really well-rounded roster that can definitely go toe-to-toe with Liquid, but I still have to give it to the champs. Until someone beats them, I think they are the best team right now.
Absolutely. I think Liquid, they're the back-to-back champs, and they're going to need to prove it. Let's see if they have the compositions to make it happen. They're going to be leading with their Rogue, Priest, Warlock. And this is a big surprise coming out from the Power Toads, locking in the Jungle Cleave, which, of course, we've seen what Jungle Cleave can do to these Warlocks. Sam I Am is going to definitely be tested here in this matchup. Dazed coming out here on the BM Hunter, and already he's going to be taking some damage there from Trill and Sam, but now Axton making his way over to Sam I Am, getting some bleeds up, manages to land a kick there, and now Axton actually getting swapped to, taking a lot of damage here from Liquid. Sam I Am with the precognition active, doing a lot of work here on that damage meter, peaking at 700k plus, immediately porting out of there. Trill going for the kidney shot onto Tuna, PS being traded out there onto Dazed, should be enough to sustain Dazed, and now Sam I Am could be in trouble here, Ben.
Definitely taking a little bit of damage right now, already trading out so many defensive cooldowns, getting cycloned up, beautifully done there by Axton, getting that cyclone and denying any heals from Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo panics, goes for the Master Spell, but Sam I Am might just outright die. This is such a good offensive push by Power Toads. Big Fear slows it down, and Sam I Am does get topped off. The ultimate penitence coming in, reversing the pressure here on Axton. Power Toads now having to play a little bit defensive, but I am worried for Sam I Am here, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam I Am already had to trade out his Unending Resolve. The Smoke Bomb coming in. Nice pre-pain suppression on that Smoke Bomb attempt from Trill. And Trill is going to really have to carry the team in this matchup. Sam I Am already porting out defensively while Sea-Doo is in that freezing trap. Really nice defensive maneuvers here from Sam. But the Jungle Cleave is going to connect. He's going to immediately gate out to the midfield. Fake Cast gets the precognition. Sam I Am, absolute legend when it comes to those Fake Casts. Gets the Shadow Fury there onto Tuna. And Axton taking so much damage. Void Shift coming out there. there in the nick of time. Tuna already getting swapped to here, but the kidney shot is DR'd there by Trill. Bit unfortunate there, but still, if they can get some dots onto Tuna, they might just be able to take him down. Tuna manages to pick himself back up there with a big heal. Samayam, though, on the back foot here as well. Sidhu going to trade out his trinket. Big shields coming out there onto Samayam with the Dark Pact available here as well. There's a full blind, but I think it breaks there as well. So definitely a lot of momentum being traded back and forth. Still Samayam, though, on the back foot. Sidhu has the Void Shift. He has a Pain Suppression, so he should have some answers here to potentially keep Samayam alive.
Yeah, Samayam getting low, though. Getting caught into the stun is going to portal away once again. Sidhu into a full stun, into a full fear. Sam's in so much trouble, they could easily take him down. Power Toads looking to strike first blood in this game. Samayam barely holding on. The full trap lands, and I don't think Sam's getting out of this one and will go down. A very aggressive start here for Power Toads, and this is why they brought on Axton. It just gives them so much flexibility in their comps, and I was not expecting this in game number 1. I was thinking like maybe we get an Arcane Mage, Feral Druid, something like that, but bringing in Dazed on the Hunter, this looks absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, that was super nice. They're bringing in Dazed on the Hunter. You can tell Power Toads, they're trying to kind of diversify their compositions here a little bit because, you know, they have been kind of riding and dying with that Arcane Mage. But those last couple of seconds of this game was so crucial here. You can see it. We can take a look at exactly what happened. So Sidhu had the Void Shift, but he got feared into a trap. And on that last second of that trap, Samayam died before he could get that Void Shift out. So really good timing on that one, and here's kind of the beginning of the end for Team Liquid. Sidhu gets caught up in a stun by the BM Hunter Pet into a fear, and then look at that trap there as well, being sniped perfectly at the end of it. And if you look at that freezing trap onto Sidhu, it's like less than a second, 0.6, 0.4 seconds away, and you know Chuck, he's spamming that Void Shift key right there. And just if the trap landed, Dazed actually really timed that trap out of the fear at the millisecond. If he had thrown that trap just a half a second earlier, Sidhu would have gotten that Void Shift, and all of a sudden Team Liquid would have had more answers. So really good push there coming out from the jungle cleave, kind of catching Team Liquid by surprise here in the blind pick. So definitely interesting things coming out from the Power Toads doing their homework.
I mean, winning this, these blind pick games are just so important with how diversified a lot of these rosters are. Winning that first game on a Grand Arena just puts you in such a good spot if it does go to the Game 5 distance. But Liquid, they have a lot of options. So I don't know. Is this something that we think Power Toads can really lock in blind? It seems to me, based off what I've seen, like, what are the things that are really giving jungle a tough time? Like, what is beating jungle right now?
That's a good question.
I think this comp is supposed
Holy Paladin. I think maybe this comp, but with a Holy Paladin would be better.
Yeah, it's interesting because I talking to Tony, who his team obviously plays jungle over in Europe. He was saying that he thinks that what Liquid is running is the best comp in the game. So I think that composition is supposed to do pretty good into them, but I can definitely see that Warlock being a vulnerability. That being said, I mean, it did come down to if they had gotten that swap, I don't think they were in a bad position to actually win the game. So just like that 0.1 seconds on that crowd control, like you said, denying Sidhu with, I think he had both pain suppression still as Void Shift. Like they had a lot of tools to potentially rotate through if they had just held on a little longer.
Yeah, if you could have maybe thrown away that pain suppression onto Sam during that stun before the fear landed. There was, some small moments like that where I think Liquid could have probably responded a little bit better defensively, but we are going to be locking in the jungle cleave once again on the side of the Power Toads. We're going to the sandbox of Tolvir Arena. And now Liquid, what are they going to do here? What is their answer going to be? Are they going to swap healer? Are they going to go for like a Prez Evoker? Are they going to go for the Disc Priest again? Are they going to keep Sam on the Warlock? Is he going to go over to something else? They have some answers, and we'll see what they decide to do here. The clock's ticking. Team Liquid, like we mentioned a little bit in the pregame, the team to beat right now in North America. Back-to-back champions, looking to do it again. Such a strong roster, been together for a really long time, putting in the work, putting in the practice, and we'll see what their answer is going to be here.
Yeah, I'm curious. Lots of options. Could bring Mezan on the Death Knight, run a little bit of a cleave setup, but Power Toads very confidently locking into the jungle cleave once again, and it's a great start for Axton, right? Coming in, your tournament debut on your new roster, taking down the champs in game number 1. So let's see if they can continue that success, or if Liquid is going to battle it back here with this composition, which I do think it is a relatively even match. Like, I think either side could win in this matchup. It just comes down to little details: who's finding the better crowd control, who's getting the better setups, things like that. So this could definitely go back in favor of Liquid. And all of us kind of predicted this was going to be a close series. So this is kind of just par for the course at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Liquid definitely a team that tends to come back stronger. You know, they find themselves here in the upper bracket after reverse sweeping the move in the open bracket earlier. So this is definitely a team that you can never count them out. It's not over until it's over. Team Liquid going to be running it back here. And I wonder if they're going to do any changes, you know, in terms of like talents or gear or maybe even racials. I do believe Sam was a Dark Iron Dwarf in that game, so probably going to continue to rock with that. But and Trill probably going to stay Night Elf. And a big question mark is, of course, what is Sidu going to do? Probably undead as well against another priest. Seems like the obvious choice there. So potentially not too much maybe changing there, but I would say maybe in terms of gear or just strategy, targeting, and also just having a larger map is definitely going to be key for Team Liquid as we load up this game number 2.
It's just so I wish I could just see like some of the war games behind the scenes, you know, because I did not expect this from Power Toads whatsoever. I didn't really know that Daze was playing Hunter at all, so maybe this is something that they kind of just practiced in secret against another team, and now this is like a big surprise here for Liquid, because it's not that many teams playing Jungle Cleave in North America compared to Europe, which is something we saw a lot. So we'll see what happens here. Power Toads up 1-0 in this series. Liquid looking to tie up the series here in game number 2. A little bit of a bigger map here for Samayam to kite on, but a full trap lands on Asidu immediately. Nice counter stun by Trill, though, trying to slow down the Shinitzel pressure.
Yeah, beautifully done there. Samayam going to trade out the Dark Pack there as well. Gets kicked there, actually. Beautifully done there by Dazed on the Hunter. Roar of Sacrifice already traded here for the Hunter in that opener. And Samayam here with the Power Infusion actually got purged there. So good value on that purge coming out from potentially the Hunter. Samayam now with all of these pets all over him. He's going to need to try to make something happen. Sidu's just going to trade out the Power Word Barrier right before the stun connects. Here's the stun onto Sidu as well. There's the Freezing Trap connecting onto Sidu. Samayam's just going to use that teleport to try to get away to safety, and Sidu now has a lot of work to do. He's got the Rapture active, nice defensive fear coming out there onto Axton behind the pillar, and that should be enough time here for Sidu potentially to duck into Angel form there. The ultimate penitence coming out there onto Axton, doing a lot of work and also recovering Samayam's HP. A really good momentum swing ability. Sidu trading that out early, potentially able to get it back a little bit later on. There's the stun into the trap. No pain suppression being traded here this time around. Samayam actually porting around, gets a full fear onto Tuna. Dazed rotting down here to the pressure as well. There's the Mortal Coil onto Tuna on his Will of the Forsaken. Samayam doing a lot of work here for his team. Manages to force out the aspect of the turtle, taking a situation where he's on the run and actually turning it around on its head, netting themselves a big cooldown there.
Yeah, it was a nice shadowy duel by Trill as well, and that's what forced the Trinket Turtle there by Dazed. Big damage here onto Axton. It looks like Tuna in the backline should be able to keep him alive, trading out the pain suppression and just allowing Axton to make a push. Full stun here onto Dazed with the smoke bomb. Can he stay alive? Tuna's trying to get there. He gets clotheslined. Nice cheap shot by Trill, getting that follow-up crowd control. Samayam looking for a fear, but doesn't want to risk getting interrupted in this situation. Just going to abandon the crowd control chain. Now going for a second Fell Hunter to get another counter spell out here to just continue this pressure, continue this momentum. Full trap lands on Sidu once again. Samayam's not able to port away just yet, but it seems like he has more than enough absorbs to just kind of tank out all this damage. This crowd control chain on Sidu really wasn't that effective. I mean, they didn't get too much going there. Now it's actually going to be Power Toads on the back foot. Beautiful sap here by Trill onto Tuna. Is there anything else to follow it up? The Mortal Coil comes in from Samayam looking for a fear. That gets shut down there by Axton. Great defense by Power Toads.
They have the blind here on Trill. I would have loved to see it. Maybe they're out of that sap, but Trill now getting caught up in a scatter shot into a full Cyclone. Samayam porting away to safety. Sidu's about to get stunned up. Potentially a Cyclone actually onto Sidu. How is he going to respond here? He's going to try to sit through it. He has the Trinket. He doesn't want to Trinket without using his Void Shield. But meanwhile, Dazed getting absolutely destroyed by Trill. Huge damage from Team Liquid. They Cyclone Samayam on half HP. Great work here by Axton. Master Spell coming out though from Sidu as he tries to keep Samayam offensive. There's the full Freezing Trap connecting. Samayam immediately porting out to safety. safety. Another smoke bomb being dropped here onto Axton. Trill taking matters into his own hands, and Trill is going to blast this Feral Druid out of the litter box.
Am I insane? I swear Trill just used Smoke Bomb, and like what just happened there? He just used Smoke Bomb and he just used Shadowy Duel, and they were up before I could even blink. All right, well, Liquid pulling out all of the tricks in this game, and that's going to allow them to get a win, get the Shadowy Duel out once again, force Daze into a panic, make a nice swap there on Axton with the Smoke Bomb, and Liquid really set themselves up nicely. I think Salmayam did a really good job this game with his portaling. Anytime Cedu was in crowd control, he would just immediately portal away, even reversing the pressure sometimes. But you see how it all unfolded here, Zico.
Yeah, so what actually happens here at the end? How did he gets the Shadowy Duel. So that was the Shadowy Duel coming out there onto Dazed, and then Axton is rotting down to the pressure here. He's sitting in bear form. Salmayam ports away, and then he catches him in cat form as soon as he swaps, drops the smoke bomb, and Trill just doing an immense amount of damage there. I mean, look at, I don't understand, how is Trill doing? I mean, this is something we always talk about, but how is Trill just always top damn, like, when it comes to whatever class he's playing, you know? Like, compared to other people playing that same class, he's just doing way more damage. Like, he's doing 400k DPS as a sub-rogue. How is that even possible? He's just keeping up with a Warlock in this composition. It's crazy. And Trill definitely making some MVP plays there earlier on with the sap as well. And yeah, he manages to find this stun lock moment right there. Manages to close it out with the damage, only at 11% dampening too. So really quick one, and I feel like Team Liquid looked super clean here, like you mentioned, you know, with their defensive plays. Every single time CD was in crowd control, Salmayam was, you know, instantly porting away, playing good defense, getting fierce, and just making things happen. So good multi-target pressure there as well. And Sidhu still had some, you know, responses here in his back pocket, still had that Trinket Void Shift to work with as kind of a last line of defense. So for Team Liquid, in terms of defense, things were looking really good in this one.
I still can't believe, like you're saying, Trill's doing more damage than like the BM Hunter. He's doing more damage than the Feral Druid. Bringing in all this control is just really nice to see Trill step up on that rogue. And defensively, Salmayam and Cedu, they did an incredible job as well. So, yeah, battling it back, tying up this series. And this was not going to be an easy one for the Power Toads. But now going into game number 3, we have to wonder, what map are we going to? They're going to be able to select whatever map size they want. Maybe they go to a small map, and they will on Hook Point. And these smaller pillars are going to be much more difficult for Salmayam to navigate and really just escape from. But also, the Power Toads, are they just going to run something else? Like, do we think it's just going to be jungle versus the Roguelock Priest the entire series? Or do you think we'll see something else?
I think we might see something else come out. I'm not sure. I'm actually looking at the gear here for a second. So I was looking at Peekaboo during his match, and Peekaboo was running 2 set with the set bonuses, and Trill is actually rocking the 4 set here, which is, I think, pretty uncommon, but seems to be working. And that 4 set bonus is when you use your secret technique, the damage of your other finishing moves is increased by 16% for 7 seconds. So it's going to have those big eviscerates there. You can see it at the combat log there towards the end as well, that 400k evis, spamming out multiple evises there at the end. But yeah, I do think that we're probably going to see it at least for this map. And then Power Toad, they could swap it around and maybe bring in, you know, their kind of bread and butter Arcane Mage Rogue. But I'm not sure how well Arcane Mage Rogue, like Arcane Sub, is going to fare against the Warlock. Because, you know, I think Team Liquid is for sure going to have the late game advantage. So they would have to get like a good CC chain setup. And I feel like if that's your game plan, then Jungle is just better at that. But if you end up locking in Cubsy, then of course you're going to still have, you know, the comfort of having Cubsy on his Arcane Mage there compared to having, you know, the Hunter alt. So I don't know. I think it's early to call. I think it depends, honestly, on how this game goes. I think if Team Liquid takes this one, we might see some compositional changes coming out from Power Toads.
Yeah, entirely possible. But I think what Liquid is running, like, for me, the composition that Liquid is running is probably the overall best composition right now going into this tournament. That's what I originally thought, and it's what most of the teams have been practicing. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of the composition to beat right now. Teams are trying to figure out what they need to do. But the Power Toads lock in this jungle once again for the 3rd game in a row. Hook Point gates are going to open, and we'll see how Power Toads decides to open and how Trill can defuse that opener. So Axton moving in stealth right now. looking to get a stun here onto Sam I Am, but they want to find a stun at the same time on Sea-Doo. So double stuns coming out. There's the full trap. Sam I Am is going to immediately use that Dark Pack, and he's just trying to get out of that vortex, and now he can portal away if he really needs to.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to portal away to safety here for a second. And nice defensive blind dive coming out onto Axton on his Berserk there. So just shutting down a little bit of the damage. And Sam I Am now going to use that Demonic Gateway back to Sea-Doo on the other side of the map, relaying his Demonic Circle. And he's going to go ahead, and he doesn't ever want to be on top of that thing as a Warlock. So he can use it to, get some distance. He's going to be able to port out of line of sight with that one. But Sam I Am is taking a lot of damage here. Holy moly. Almost going down there in that stun lock. But Sea-Doo keeping him up here with the Rapture. Still a lot of work to do though. Sam I Am still down at about 20% HP. Dark Reprimands being casted. Nice spell lock there on the Cyclone of Axton. Sam I Am should be able to keep himself alive. Sea-Doo actually going for an offensive play there, landing the Fear, and that's going to force out the Will of the Forsaken there of Tuna into a Death Coil, into a half Fear there onto Tuna. Sam I Am making some big plays there, keeping the chain going, but not too much pressure being found just yet. Trill looking for his target, looking for the next stun lock rotation. Sam I Am though could be in trouble. There's the Ursul's Vortex. They try to get his Demonic Circle there with that one, but Sea-Doo sitting through a Cyclone. Huge damage on the Sam I Am. Not just go down immediately. Sea-Doo is going to trade out the Trinket Void Shift in that exchange, and a lot more pressure coming out here on Hook Point by the Power Toads.
Yeah, there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide on this one, but at the same time, Axton's under fire. Full sap out of the Fear. Nicely done there by Trill. Axton is just rotting down, but he's tanking through a lot of this damage in bear form with the Bark Skin. Bashes up Trill, looking for a full Cyclone. Oh, the Shadow Step kick, unfortunately missed time there a little bit by Axton. Unable to find it. Fell Hunter comes out by Sam I Am. He has an additional interrupt. Might use it here onto Axton. Doesn't find it. The full Cyclone lands. Sam I Am's going to portal away. But if they can connect to Sun, if he gets caught behind the pillar, this could be lights out for Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. Sea-Doo still has one charge of Pain Suppression. He has the Rapture Shields coming back up, but they need to find the pressure right now. It's going to be all up to Trill. He catches Axton out of form. He tries to get some damage rolling there, but Axton not really feeling the pressure. Tuna is doing a great job just keeping him offensive, grips him back into offensive situation there, and Sea-Doo responds with a defensive Fear. Smoke Bomb coming out here onto Daze. There's the Haunt connecting. Big damn coming out here from Sam I Am, but meanwhile, Sea-Doo caught up in a stun trap. An instant response there coming out from Sam with the unending result. Is it going to be enough though? They have a full Fear onto Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo actually trading out the Will of the Forsaken there, or breaking it maybe with a Shadow Word Death. I'm not sure, but either way, he's going to be out of crowd control. Trill getting slowed down there by the scatter shot for just a second. Daze just kiting around the pillar, knowing that on the next CC chain, potentially they could win the game, but a nice Fear coming out by Sea-Doo onto Tuna. Axton in a lot of trouble here. Can they close it out? Team Liquid are so close to being able to take down this Feral Druid. Nice spell lock coming out from Sam I Am onto that Cyclone there, and now Sea-Doo in a full freezing trap. The last Pain Suppression to respond with that, but now Team Liquid have nothing. They need to find pressure. They need to find offense. Can they get a crowd control onto Tuna? He still has the Will of the Forsaken. They force out the aspect of the turtle, but this is coming down to the wire.
Oh, definitely. Accident and a kidney shot once again, but big powered shields might keep him alive. The ultimate penitence comes in. Sam I Am holding on by a thread. 5% health. Pain suppression trades. Can Sea-Doo keep him alive? The full bash lands. He gets feared on his trinket. Sam I Am portals away in desperation. Somehow, some way, still alive. Can Sea-Doo pull off the miracle? Can they keep him alive? I can't believe Sam I Am is still alive. Sea-Doo almost tops him off. This is unreal. The pressure from Power Toads is immense, but I think Sam I Am will eventually fall. Oh, just a few short seconds left on the Rapture. The Archangel, Sea-Doo definitely would have kept him alive at that point, but this smaller map definitely looked good for Power Toads. I gotta say, I feel like Liquid, they did a really good job navigating the map. They were relaying Sam's port at different positions. Like, they did a good job kiting, but the pressure was just so unrelenting from the Power Toads.
Yeah, the Power Toads, they knew their win condition. They knew we have a lot of defense to trade. We still have aspect of the turtle. We still have our trinket on their healer, and we can't just push for it. And that's exactly what they do. Tuna kind of trinketing offensive to make the offensive plays happen, as well as, oh my goodness, this was a crazy moment right there. Sam I Am getting gripped out of line from the ultimate penitence. Then the pain suppression comes out. Sam I Am going for a couple of fake casts, then ports away from the pets and the Feral Druid as Sea-Doo gets trapped. And then here he decides to tank the kick. Potentially, either he gets a Shadow Fury and slows down the damage, or he tanks a kick there for Sea-Doo, but then Sea-Doo gets cross-kicked by Dazed on the Hunter. Ursul's Vortex is good, and here comes Axton with a big chomp. beautiful bites coming out there, and the Power Toads are going to be leading now 2-1 here against Team Liquid. Definitely something that most of us didn't expect here. Team Liquid, they're reigning champions, but this was on the Power Toads map pick. I expect us to maybe go to a little bit of a larger playing field, maybe something like Ashamane's Fall coming up for that next game, but really, really good momentum. And you can tell the Power Toads, they brought in Axton for a reason. Feral Druids are really good right now. You can play Feral Mage. We saw it over in Europe. And then, of course, Mr. Dazed here. We typically see him on the Rogue, and we've seen him a bit on the Windwalker as well, but he's really been stepping up for his team as well, now picking up the Hunter and making it look really good.
Yeah, Axton's like a double threat as well. I know we're not seeing many rep paladins right now, but he is an incredible rep paladin also. So bringing in, you know, some of these classes and specs that a lot of people don't play, right? Like a lot of people don't really ult the rep paladin, they don't ult the feral druid. So bringing in these unique classes that when they're strong, he can really show up for his team. I think it's good. And so far, the pickup seems to be working really, really well. Power Toads up in the series 2-1. For most of our predictions to be right, Liquid's going to have to come back 2 games in a row. They are going to be going to Maldraxxus Coliseum. And the good thing about this map, there's 2 things. The first thing is a big map, but second of all, it's just big pillars. Like, that's the most important thing for Samayam. It's not even about the size of the map, really. You just want to be in a situation where you have a big pillar you can use your demonic circle with, and just kind of line of sight between each go, and really just buy as much time as possible every single time Seed is getting stunned into a trap. And I think Maldraxxus Coliseum is going to probably work out for them very similarly to what we saw in Tolvaron.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's got to be sweaty here for Samayam as well, being tagged in on the Warlock. And so far, he's been performing really, really well, you know, on that Warlock. But it's definitely hard when you're playing, you know, one of your alts, because we did see Sam mostly in Dragonflight focus on his Moonkin. Moonkin kind of falling a little bit out of flavor right now. And he's been, you know, quick to pick up more casters for his team, picking up the Warlock and doing really well with it so far. But the hardest thing, of course, about picking up an alt is when you are in this exact situation right here. You're playing against a deadly comp that is basically specialized in getting those 3-2-1 goes and trying to take down a Warlock, and then you being on your alt there trying to stay alive in those situations while still getting crowd control, while still being effective in the match, getting your damage out. So Samayam definitely being tested here. I think if Team Liquid can come out ahead here, I think Samayam definitely proves how good he's gotten on that Warlock.
I think someone can correct me if we're going to need a fact checker on this one, but I'm pretty sure there was a meta where Sam was playing Demo Lock that they actually ended up winning in, right? He was playing Demo Warlock, Rep Paladin, Resto Shaman, so it's not entirely foreign to him, but yeah, I mean, it shows you for these players how much flexibility they need. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but a new expansion, a lot of these classes have changed. Not only that, but we're getting pretty much weekly updates, which is changing the balance of the game. So these players really have to be on their toes with what they're playing, what they're able to pick up, and it's not an easy thing to do.
No, definitely not. I mean, Sam, he's been playing a lot of things. He's Mage originally.
I feel like Mage is probably his most ulted thing now. Like Mage is his main, like, you know what I mean? Like probably the most foreign thing for him.
Yeah. I mean, in this matchup in particular, you definitely don't want to be playing that Mage. But yeah, there it is. He has been playing a decent amount of Demo Warlock in the past, but picking up the Affliction now. He has been playing. He's been playing Shadow Priest most of his games as well as, and also, you know, a lot of Moonkin. He's won BlizzCon on Moonkin as well in the past. So these are stats from Dragonflight Season 1. So definitely a lot of games under his belt. He's been a crucial member of Team Liquid, and he's going to need to do it once again here. And we'll see if the Coliseum will be enough here for Team Liquid to tie us up and bring us to game number 5. Our first game number 5, actually, of the North American side of the weekend. So we'll see if Team Liquid can bring it. It's not do or die quite yet for them. This is still an upper bracket game, so whoever is losing here will drop down to the lower bracket and still have one more lifeline in the tournament. But of course, that's not a place where anyone wants to be with the scary teams like the Move and F tier down there. But here we go, game number 4. Team Liquid already feeling the pressure in this opener. Cedu sitting through a trap, Axton sitting through a kidney shot, and so far they don't actually have to trade any major defensives here in this opener, so they shut it down pretty well there. Mainly Thrill doing a great job there with those kidney shots.
Yeah, interrupt here on Sam I Am. A beautiful skull bash there by Axon, just immediately shutting him down. Oh, beautiful Vortex! Sam might just die in the opener! That Vortex was beautiful, pulling Sam back into the fight, onto that demonic circle, almost taking him down. The crowd control's not over. It's a stun into a fear on Sea-Doo. He might have to trade out his trinket, and he's gonna have to swap. Are you so greedy? He finally trades out his trinket, but now immediately gets trapped on it, and Samai is still in so much trouble. Power Toads, this is an amazing start for them.
Yeah, they traded out Sea-Doo's trinket. They traded out Unending Resolve. They need offense on the side of Team Liquid. Things are spiraling out of control. There's the ultimate penitence as well now into the mix. They're going hard after Axton. Kitty shot onto Tuna. Sea-Doo pushing in for the fear. Can he find it? He finds it out of it, but it's a DR, unfortunately, for Team Liquid. And here comes the next freezing trap. Sea-Doo stunned up. Here we go. Samayam, what are you going to do? The pain suppression is about to fade. He gets a nice demonic circle there, and now trades out the gateway as well. But now here comes the pressure. The jungle cleave is going to connect onto Samayam. He's got no more mobility really to work with. Power Word Barrier trades for Sea-Doo, which is his absolute last line of defense here. Archangel coming out, a second Fellhunter for the Spellock there. He Spellocks Tuna, and he's going to have another one here, potentially for Axton. There's the stun onto Sea-Doo. Samayam trying to eat the trap, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Samayam in the Vortex, and here we go. Power Toads trying to take victory in game number 1. Samayam on 1% HP. Shadow Fury coming out. Defensive Fear. Sea-Doo working miracles right now. How is he alive? I thought he was going to die for sure right there, but Sea-Doo repositions, keeping him up with the penances, but Dazed is pushing in, looking for the counter shot, looking for the damage. Samayam still running. Demonic Circle being replaced there behind the pillar. Sea-Doo working miracles. If they can find a CC onto Sea-Doo, it is over. Samayam puts right into a fear. Sea-Doo will have taken. There's the stun, and there is the full trap. Samayam with the Dark Pact, though, manages to stay alive with the Mortal Coil and the Spelllock. Beautiful defensive maneuvers. I can't believe this game is still going.
I mean, this is absolutely insane. Samayam holds on for another setup. Sea-Doo in the backline now. Might be able to top him off. Big Power War shields incoming, but there's nothing left here for Liquid. Sea-Doo does have his trinket. It's rotated back, so that is going to be an option for them. The full stun lands. It's an overwhelming amount of damage, and Samayam gets deleted, but still MVP plays from Liquid there to keep Samayam alive for so long. But the Power Toads, their aggression in this match was just unmatched, and it seemed like they were just getting better and better as this series went on. That was a really dominant performance there by the Power Toads.
Unbelievable. I gotta say, you gave your player to watch to Axton, and he definitely came out swinging. That Ursul's Vortex in the beginning of the map was just absolutely filthy. It forced out basically the whole spell book because they were really relying on that mobility to keep Samayam alive. And at this moment right here where Sea-Doo just somehow manages to keep Sam alive. Beautiful kiting from Sam. Beautiful plays from Sea-Doo as well to keep him alive there, but it's just not enough. Here comes the BM Hunter cooldowns. Here comes the damage, and unfortunately for Samayam, he can't really kite those pets at this point. He can't really do too much. The bleeds are ticking as well from the Feral Druid, and then Axton manages to connect them. They don't even have any crowd control here onto Sea-Doo really, but he just doesn't have any more cooldowns to kind of reduce the damage with, and then they all dogpile towards Sea-Doo to get the stuns and the fears, but they don't even need it at that point. Samayam is just gonna flop, and Power Toads looking very solid right now.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, they have so many composition options now. Like, having Jungle Cleave, like being able to bring in the Beast Mastery Hunter with a Feral Druid as good as Axton. I mean, I picked him as the player to watch, but I'm telling you, this guy is absolutely insane on Feral Druid. So having that as an option for your team, it's definitely worked out for them. And now Liquid's going to have to kind of go back to the drawing board. Like, do we think after watching this, is this a matchup that they could really clean up? Or is Warlock going to just be too much of a vulnerability for them in these games?
I mean, after talking to Infernion yesterday, he said you absolutely do not want to be a Warlock into these jungles. And I feel like maybe it's time to go back to the drawing board because that looked really brutal. I mean, even the game that they won, they had to play so well with their mobility. They had to play so well with their kiting. So I really feel like Jungle definitely seems like they have the edge in this one. Of course, not to take anything away from the Power Toads. And take a look at those predictions. We are all dead wrong. Now, Super T's a little bit more wrong than the rest of us, but still.
Yeah, the one match truly makes a difference. But They certainly did prove us wrong. And honestly, I'm happy to be wrong. That was an incredible series to watch. You guys kind of said it already. Team Liquid really held strong at the end there, but unfortunately, they are now knocked down to the lower bracket, only able to get one game off of Power Toads. And I do wonder kind of what is going on in their heads, did they expect to, lose quite in that fashion, and what their plan is if they do have to play Power Toads or another similar composition again throughout the rest of the weekend. So Power Toads are going to be happy with that victory, moving on in the upper bracket, and that means we have got another upper bracket game, and it's going to be Welcome to the Jung versus the Fellowship. Contrary to that name, we are not seeing another jungle team. This is actually Zhang's team, so I'm excited for this team, Ben, and to see what they can do now that Zhang's come over to North America.
Yeah, I mean, last season he did a phenomenal job. I feel like he was one of the reasons why his last team was so successful. But I think the big thing for me here is just Drake and Prev being back. I mean, they were honestly an absolute terror playing with Brain and Ceralium. That team was just unstoppable season after season after season. I think they've really proven themselves as like some of the best players in all of World of Warcraft. So them basically coming back as a duo, now having Zhang heal them as well as Nick, backing them up on DPS. I feel like this might be the new team to beat. Honestly, this is this is insane. This is what I mean. Every single season we're saying that the competition gets higher, but I'm expecting big things from this roster.
Yeah, and then the Fellowship, too. Don't want to count them out. Calvish, Kearney, so it's kind of the other half of that team. And then we've got Chun-Li, the absolute legend, alongside Majidin that is coming back as well. So we're seeing a lot of old-school AWC players that are coming back. Oh, wow, I like this.
Zika.
Are we
Why
laughing?
am I in the middle of that?
Wait. I was wondering why you were laughing. What in the... Okay, I'm uncomfortable.
I'm very comfortable.
So
with
If
that.
we're gonna lean into this meme, like we got to get your prediction numbers up a little bit, Zico.
I'm working on it. Okay, at least we were all wrong about this one. Okay,
Yeah,
so
no, it's true.
the only ones who got this right is probably some very knowledgeable members of the chat. And guys, make sure that you guys are predicting along with us. And here's another chance for us to get it right, Van.
We're gonna get it wrong.
Or wrong, yeah. Speaking of knowledgeable members, here we go. We're going to play another round of Whose Spell Is It Anyways? Before we do head to a break, let's check out the first one.
Right.
Oh.
40-yard range.
40-yard range, priest, a word that something target for something below. Oh, I know what this is.
Powered
This
life.
is, powered life.
Lock it in. Final answer. Don't even need to see him.
Yep.
Wow.
Wait, does it have 15? Is it 15 sec cooldown though? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I have
we lock it in.
a vast amount of experience healing solo shuffles on my priest. If I get this one wrong, like I'm deleting my priest. So I feel
You've
very
been
confident.
healing
Is
solo
your
shuffle?
priest?
Oh, nice.
I'll have you know, I'm actually a
nice.
five-time battle mender, Aya. All right. So
Oh, wow. That is... All right, I'll back off then. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, we got some priest experts on the desk right now. I got my own priest as well, of course, the Doc of the Lob. And what icon is that? Okay, I'm going to immediately say it's not B.
it's A. Final answer.
It's
Lock
not
it in.
D. It's either C or A.
What is the difference between C? Oh, the fingers.
Yeah, there's two fingers in C.
Oh,
It's
Wait
A
a
for
minute.
sure.
Yeah, it's A. It's A.
I'll go with A. A feels
the fingers
right.
are looking a little dodgy on that
Yeah,
C.
the B
Feels
B
like-
and D are looking a bit.
Yeah, I don't know what that green stuff is.
I'm
That's
surprised they
looking a
didn't put
little
your
sketch.
face in like one of those little orbs.
The reason why I'm going with
It might be
with
there.
A is because I don't think production would have like it looks too good. You know what I mean? Like I don't think they could pull it
Yeah.
off.
Oof.
Like if it is C
Ooh.
and they actually edited in that hand on the icon, I will be extremely impressed. But I'm doubting, so I'm going to the A.
Yeah, I kind of had the same line of thought. Not gonna lie. A. You go.
Oh, it's 100% A. I mean, you
Okay.
can tell, like, all the other fingers are edited. There's no way.
All right. Oh. Oh. Wait.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
You're not tricking
nice.
us, production.
That's
Ha,
two-
ha,
that's
ha,
good
they
for us.
tried.
We got
Yeah.
some good points there. Nice job, team.
Good work. Good work.
Good work,
All right.
everybody.
Good job, chat.
Yeah, good job, chat, as well. Let us know if you guessed that correctly. We'll have more chances to guess throughout the rest of the day on not only the predictions for the actual matchups, but more spells as well. So with that, we are going to head to a break. We're going to go to the last upper bracket game of the day. It's going to be Welcome to the Jung versus the Fellowship coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the last upper bracket series of the day. It is Welcome to the Jung versus the Fellowship, Supatis.
Yeah, these are really big names. I mean, welcome to the Jung. Just seeing Drizzy and seeing Prev back on a roster, I wasn't sure if they were going to come back. They went into retirement, I think it was at least a year, if not longer ago, after just dominating North America forever. And then picking up Nick, who is actually a former member of their opponents here in this series. So there might be a little bit of bad blood possibly there. There's something to prove at least between the rosters. And then picking up JUNG as their healer, who was really, he was tossing out memes that he was the best shaman in North America, better than Sea-Doo, better than Absturge. And now we're in a priest meta. It was all about, we got to settle who's the best shaman. This tournament seems to be about who's the best priest.
Yeah, it certainly does. But I think that's evident also by all of the priest guessing spells that production keeps giving us. But we can take a look at some of these rosters here. Definitely go support them of their Twitters and their Twitches. These are hardworking guys for sure. We got the Fellowship as well. Lots of legendary AWC players in this matchup, and I think this might be the most exciting one of the day. And I want to take a look at our predictions also and see just how close this is, if it's as close as the last prediction that we did between these two teams, between Welcome to the Jung and the Fellowship.
Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting matchup for so many different reasons. One of the reasons for me is Calvish, Kearney, and Nick were teammates for such a long time, and they kind of decided to go separate ways. So Nick's going to be partnering up with Drizzy, Prev, and JUNG. And then, of course, we're just getting into the game. So let's just decide what's going on here. We got the Fellowship, Chun-Li on the Hunter with the Rogue and Priest. So their name makes perfect sense now. We have a Welcome to the Jung. They are going to be playing that same composition we just saw from Liquid, the Warlock, Rogue, Priest. And this game is getting underway really quick here, Sid.
Ooh, Chun-Li channeling that inner Legolas right now with tons of damage coming out onto Prev just in the opening seconds. We also see a shadowy duel immediately, but Prev just walks away from that. We can see the entire team using that demonic gateway with the PvP talent to make it a longer distance. That's an interesting adaptation now versus these hunter teams as a Warlock. But even with that escape mechanism, Prev is just getting annihilated. He's dying through unending resolve possibly here. Drake is doing whatever he can to peel for him, but Chun-Li is still just tearing him apart. Smoke bomb comes down. He edges it to try and get a sap. He's not going to find it. He cheap shots instead into another cheap shot, and Prev is absolutely getting clocked at the moment. Finally, a moment of reprieve. Power word shielded Rapture from Zhang here, and he's going to keep Prev in the fight.
Yeah, JUNG going to be channeling out the ultimate penitence to keep Calvish alive. Big Garrote Silence is coming in, though. Great counter pressure here by Welcome to the Jung. That's going to force out the Cloak of Shadows from Calvish, but they're looking for a counter setup. A full trap lands. Rev, what is he going to do? At the same time, Chun-Li and Calvish are just rotting down. This assassination rogue damage with the Affliction Warlock is just completely overwhelming the Fellowship. At the same time, though, swap on Drake. He's forced to use the evasion. Turtle coming in from Chun-Li. It's just such a back and forth match. These teams are so unafraid, and they're just going for it. Calvish could easily fall. I think that's a cheat death coming in from him. Kearney just flailing to keep his team alive. This is looking desperate, Sid.
Oh my god, this is disgusting. Welcome to the Jung. Absolutely turn up the heat. Initial stage looked a bit flaky, but as soon as they were able to sink their teeth in, it was lights out for the Fellowship.
And I mean, this is something that Prev and Drake have been doing for such an incredibly long time. Like, they are the absolute master of these assassination rogue rot comps. You know what I mean? If it's not playing with the Fire Mage, it's playing with the Shadow Priest. If it's not the Shadow Priest, it's the Warlock. If it's not the Warlock, it's the Moonkin. And they just make it look so good. They're just absolute experts of riding the momentum. Once they get pressure like this, they just know exactly what targets they need to go after, where to find their interrupts, where to find their crowd control. Just make it almost impossible for the healer to recover. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Kearney tries to go for the ultimate penitence, but it's just not enough healing. Calvish is rotting down. The life swap comes in. Drake's in a little bit of trouble here, but pretty confidently continuing to push forward with his evasion, his Cloak of Shadows, his Hellstone if he needs it. And ultimately, I do think it is Chun-Li that falls, but this is what I'm talking about. Everyone is rotting down, so they can basically pick their poison, who they want to go after, and eventually just Calvish, who cannot get away, and Prev and JUNG are able to finish him off.
That's really strong pressure coming out from Prev here. First game on broadcast, it was almost as if he never left, doubling everybody's damage here in game number 1, and we've seen these Hunter comps put a lot of pressure on Warlocks, so getting that amount of damage out while also surviving at the same time is very impressive in a matchup like this. So they are looking like absolute beasts here for this upper side of the bracket. Now, I kind of wonder why we're seeing Chun-Li prioritize Marksman over Beast Mastery. It just seems like Beast Mastery is kind of the go-to here into Warlocks. Almost every time we've seen Warlock into a Beast Mastery Hunter, it's not good.
Yeah.
I'm chiming in real quick. Do you guys want to look at predictions real quick since we didn't have time for it the last round?
Sure.
Okay.
Am I gonna get
We've
something
got one
right?
game down, so you
Oh.
could still. Yeah.
I was the only one that believes in the Fellowship, huh?
I mean, honestly, looking at, I feel like I wish I could change it because I feel like Fellowship might have this still.
Game number 1 was looking a little rough, but yeah, there were some close calls, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. I'll hold it down here for the Fellowship. I'll be the only one that goes, their direction. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough one. I'm curious if they do mix it up. I feel like we're going to see the same compositions. I don't think we're going to see really either team mix it up. Welcome to the Jung, exact same thing. Bringing in the Assassination Rogue, which is kind of an interesting flavor set as well, because I feel like most teams are preferring the Subtlety Rogue right now, but Assassination definitely didn't look bad.
I think I think Trill was playing Assassination in the beginning of the series in the open bracket against the move, and then he switched after it stopped working. But Jersey's still making it work. It seems like as long as you can actually get that spread pressure sunk in, that it does have a position in the meta. But it seems, I think it's very difficult to actually have it happen. But the Fellowship, they're not changing at all. No Beast Mastery, just going to be playing Marksmanship again here. I feel like Jung Bahai put a lot of pressure on Kearney in the middle of that game. The moment where he was trying to cast the ultimate penitence, he was just pressuring him to fear him. So he delayed that cast for like 10 to 15 seconds just by running at him. And that's where he fell behind, was the whole time that he was getting chased by the enemy priest. And it feels like a lot of priests are having like a hard time deciding like when to be defensive, when to be aggressive. And he found that one moment to chase down Kearney. And it's really what built the momentum for his team.
All right, let's see if they can continue that pressure. That it seems like exactly what you said. Once they get the dots out, everyone's kind of rotting down. If they can just deny Kearney on the penances, then it becomes really difficult for him to actually top off. But that being said, there was a lot of close calls on Prev on the early game, and I think it's going to be one of those matchups where if we do see Welcome to the Jung survive long enough, it will be just overwhelming pressure that Kearney can't deal with. But I do expect, once again, the Fellowship, their style is all-out aggression. Calvish and Kearney definitely known for it, playing lots of RMP, things like Thug Cleave, a lot of Subtlety Rogue-based compositions. They are one of those teams that isn't afraid to get aggressive early on, really try to get the enemy team on the back foot. But I feel like Drake and Prev, they're kind of experts at dismantling this. So this is like a really interesting matchup just based off style alone.
Yeah, definitely. The other thing, too, is Calvish was playing Feral Druid in the open bracket. Like, they could literally just play Feral Druid BM Hunter. I feel like we've seen Feral Druid BM Hunter stomping on every Warlock in every series, and legitimately, Calvish was playing that into F tier, and he looked really good on it. And I can imagine that Chun-Li could switch to Beast Mastery over Marksmanship Hunter, Not knocking the BM Hunter mains out there, but I feel like if you can play Marksman, you could probably play Beast Mastery just as well. So maybe that's something they'll consider if they end up losing here in game number 2. Of course, their opening pressure was so high, but Prev's adaptation with his build, with that long demonic gateway and the utilization of it as a team, what it did was it stacked the Fellowship up as well. They were always able to like kite to another pillar and then stack them up and get triple bleeds. That's the main goal of the Assassination Rogue, is you want to have your enemies stacked up as much as possible.
Yep, here we go. 1 second left. The gates are open. I expect a very aggressive push here by the Fellowship. Calvish just immediately sprinting in, looking for an opener here. Gets the sap on a Prev, and it looks like they're trying to remove those initial powered shields. Calvish just waiting in the wings. Drake going to be looking to dismantle and slow down Calvish. There's the cheap shot. Scatter shot comes in, though. Nicely done there by Chun-Li. Big wailing arrow. It looks like Prev will just portal away. The full kidney shot lands. Pre-barrier going to be dropped out here by Jung Bahai.
With that knock.
Unfortunately, Prev gets it knocked out of it. Nicely done there by Chun-Li.
All right, now he's got to deal with that. His healer's in a trap at the moment. Calvish still right on top of him. Drake's moving over, getting bleeds up. We can see those garrotes being applied to 2 members of the team at the moment, and the bleeds are really starting to sink in here. Calvish is doing tons of damage. Prev has to trade on any resolve. He's dying through it here in the shadowy duel. Is he just going to drop? He's so critically low. He gates across the field. His team needs to catch up. He might just die to dots. Zhang gets there, but Calvish Shatter steps in for the cheap shot, forcing the pain suppression, forcing everything right now from their side. Prev might just still die anyways. Crazy pressure coming up from Fellowship. Fellowship here. It's not even a minute into the game. Finally, Rapture is popped. Is this finally going to get him back to full health? He gets edged on the smoke bomb, and Zhang Bai ducks into it, goes for an ultimate penitent, so he gets kicked on his cast. He gets knocked on his next cast. These knockbacks are crazy from Chun-Li.
Yeah, Calvish has traded out a lot of his defense, though, just to stay on target. I mean, it looked really, really flashy. He was getting lots of crowd control on Zhang Bai, but now that they've weathered the storm, I wonder if the Fellowship has used too much of their offense in the early game. They just don't have the tools to push forward. Okay.
That was a UA dispel.
Yeah, that's looking like it. That was completely out of nowhere. We're going to have to see the death log on that one because that I don't know what took him down. It had to be a UA dispel.
That had to be a UA. There's no, I don't think anything else in the game would hit you that. Just like, oh, whoopsie. That's a moment that happens there. Warlocks have a damage over time effect called Unstable Affliction, which they have to cast onto a target, and if it gets removed by a Dispel, the Dispeller takes a huge hit of damage and gets silenced. So we're going to have to wait and see how low was Kearney when he went for that silence, and maybe UA wasn't up. He was casting it, like it got applied as he was dispelling, because Kearney looks pretty healthy in this position. You're not really thinking Kearney's, threatened at the moment, right? At this point in the game, he's like full HP. So maybe it's a swap into a UA Dispel? Or maybe he got Shadow Bolt swapped? Like right here, he's going to swap.
And he dispels UA.
Yeah. Oh, a swap into the Dispel.
That's one of those moments you definitely are face palming a little bit. Kearney's not going to be happy with that one, but you just got to shake it off, right? Like a bit of a random loss there. I honestly feel like the Fellowship, they were really pushing the pace of this game. Calvish really kind of doing a good job at slowing down Zhang Bai in the opener, making sure that he couldn't really get off too many heals, lots of off stuns with Cheap Shot. We saw really nice knocks there by Chun-Li. So the Fellowship, they were looking pretty good here, but unfortunately during those final moments, they kind of fumbled, and that's going to be early 2-0 here for Welcome to the Jung.
I feel like we saw it in Europe yesterday. Was it Smite on Hunter who's playing the knockback traps in the Lockport? Look at that damage. What the... What is that? 4 million? Is that 4 million damage done or DPS? Okay, yeah. Apparently they peaked at 4 million DPS, but then obviously the UA Dispel is gonna. Yeah, that's a big boy. That's a big boy right there. 1.5 million. 1.2 of it was absorbed. Oh my god! What? So he life swaps for 5.4 mil, and then a couple dot ticks, and then got a UA hit, and yep, you're done.
I mean, it's a bit risky dispelling UA at 20% health.
Right when you life swap is the next global. Okay, that's rough. Now you're down 2 points, so it's like, I think they should play Feral Druid BM Hunter, man. Like it's looked good. Anyone that's played it has looked so hard for any Warlock.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things where it's really difficult to avoid the damage as well. It's just so much unrelenting pressure in the match, and I kind of feel like the Assassination Rogue won't be able to provide the same cover as Subtlety as well, right? Like, that's going to be one of the interesting things where, like, if they do decide to lock in the Assassination Rogue, I feel like the Feral Druid and the BM Hunter are even better into that variant because you don't have the same kind of stuns that a Subtlety Rogue is going to be providing, that same kind of lockdown, but we'll have to wait and see.
I think they're a bit tankier too, and they'll have a little bit of extra off healing. They'll have decurse as well for the Warlock dots to try and put them behind. They won't have that amp weakness where you can't critically strike. I feel like that's a really big mechanic for the Warlock. That's probably just getting put on Chun-Li anytime he's trying to do anything. So having a Feral Druid that can strip the damage and those amplify curses, having the off healing from the Feral Druid, I'd say they're just as tanky as Subtlety Rogue. To me, makes more sense. And the Beast Mastery Hunter doesn't have to worry about line of sight. They can do damage while they're on the run if they need to be running away. So to me, the advantages of it, I don't know why they wouldn't want to try it unless it's just Chun-Li has like absolutely 0 games on BM Hunter. Like, he's usually played Marksman. I think we've never seen him play BM Hunter on broadcast. If he's switching to Hunter, it's usually Marksman. He's playing some type of double caster composition. So maybe they don't have the experience with that or the confidence with that specifically, but based off the track record that we've seen of the comp, especially with Axton in that last game, it just looked like it was so tough for Sam to be able to survive. Looks like they're running their time here because obviously that's a really rough way to go down onto match point, just hitting a UA dispel like that.
It's really interesting. Maybe like a week ago or something like that, I was looking at the North American ladder and what specializations in general are really popular. In North America, the Marksmanship Hunter was by far the most popular range spec at really, really high ratings. And I thought that was interesting. I wanted to see what was going on in Europe. And in Europe, there was no Marksmanship Hunters at all. It was all BM Hunters. So Obviously, the regions have a little bit of a preference difference in terms of the specializations that they think are good, but it seems like both of them are really viable right now. But I feel like in this particular matchup, the BM Hunter definitely seems a little better.
I feel like it's also MM Hunter as far as like a general player, the average Joe. Bigger numbers are fun, right? BM Hunter doesn't get the big numbers. It's kind of just a bunch of small hits that stack out, whereas Marksmanship Hunter, you're doing big damage. You see massive crits, so I feel like there's a lot more dopamine with that spec as far as like popularity is concerned. But we're going to Empyrean Domain, which makes me think that they're going to play a Marksmanship Hunter again. They want like the large map for the Hunter, but I don't know why. I feel like I guess they want to be able to spread out, but if they're just always playing at a pillar, like you're not gonna be able to spread out that much, at least in my assessment of this. So it seems a bit strange to me. I get, okay, what is that?
What?
That is not like, what is going on here? Like,
I did not expect
Calvish
this.
also to be on the Monk and not Chun-Li? Because like that immediately stands out to me, right? Like I feel like in North America it's been you and Chun-Li mostly on Windwalker Monk as like the staple Monk players in history. I mean, not many people have picked it up since then. Now it's Calvish is going to play the Monk, and they're going to do Monk Dragon. Nobody's playing this. Nobody's doing this. Why are they doing this?
I don't know. Maybe they feel like they can. I will say Windwalker Monks don't feel... So Windwalker Monks are interesting because into Affliction Warlocks, you don't feel that bad. Like having Diffuse Magic and Touch of Karma to kind of reverse that dot damage, you actually feel pretty durable against casters. The only thing that's unfortunate is you don't feel that durable against rogues. But maybe what's going on here is you have... like just thinking about the comp, it's not that bad, right? You have the Windwalker Monk who's going to be really effective at running down the Warlock. And then you have the Dragon, the Evoker, who's going to be able to back him up. Maybe Chun-Li knows that, the weaknesses of the Monk. They're going to have the Cauterizing Flame. They're going to have the Rescue. And it's going to give them some tools to actually survive, the onslaught of Drake and Prev here. So it might not be that bad. Like, it's an interesting comp choice for sure. And I think the one nice thing about the Evoker is you do have some tools to deal with the Assassination Rogue with your Cauterizing Flame.
I just feel like we're sitting here, we're watching Lock Rogue get owned by BM100 Feral Druid every single game in multiple regions. We have all the data points that say this is a really good composition in this matchup. And the Fellowship, for all intents and purposes, should be able to play it based on what I've seen. And they're like, nah, that's cool, but it's not our style. We're not doing that. We're gonna do Dragon Fist here. With Calvish and Chun-Li and Kearney, a composition that nobody has played up to this point, and we're going to take it head-to-head against Welcome to the Jung with returning players Drizzy and Prev, and it's just like, dude, this is a wild thing to do. It's a huge statement. Maybe they absolutely just completely surprised me here in game number 3, but it seems like a wild statement to make here on match point, given who's in the lower bracket too. Like, you don't want to be down there.
All of their compositions are just based off movies. First one, The Fellowship. Second one, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The Windwalker Monk Evoker. So, yeah. I mean, we'll see what happens here. Welcome to the Jung. They have not had to change their composition. And, I mean, even just thinking back to, their reign, this is something that's very normal for Prev and Drake, is just to play one composition and just play it at such a high level. No one could beat them. I'm going to be curious to see what they do shift to eventually, but for now it's going to be Fellowship making the changes, bringing in a composition we have not seen yet, but I am curious to see how it does work out.
All right, Chun-Li's just charging in right away to get combat for his team, so Drake can't get a sap. This is a good start. He's going to cheap shot the Windwalker Monk, allowing Prev to free cast. You can see he got a Haunt and an Unstable Affliction, so that's a really good ramp for the Warlock. But now he's stunned up, and Chun-Li is sending that deep breath around the corner. He gets a Sleepwalk. Big swap onto Drake, almost catching him off guard, forcing Evasion and Cloak of Shadows, and now swapping onto Zhang Bahai. Tons of pressure in the open here for the Fellowship.
Yeah, blind on Chun-Li, though. He does not want to Trinket. He knows he's going to be kidney shot immediately. Now going for Disintegrates here, putting some pressure onto Drake, and they just cannot connect on the same target. That limited range of the Evoker is really just not working out here for Chun-Li. Stuns coming in. Ultimate Penitence from Zhang Bahai is going to allow him to top off his team and get some counter pressure rolling. Chun-Li just basically sitting at the pillar right now, putting damage on Drake, but it doesn't seem to be that effective. The full paralyze into full sleep. Nice crowd control as they go after Prev here, finally generating some pressure for their team.
All right, now they're starting to fall behind, though. They're rotting. Look at this damage coming up from Prev, man. He's doubling everybody in the game, and Kearney is struggling so heavily to heal this. It's match point. They're going to go down to the lower bracket. Liquid are down there. The Move are down there. You don't want to be in that lower bracket. They're trying to battle it back with the ultimate penitence. Slowly but surely holding the team at least at half health. I thought that was going to recover them back to full for Kearney and his side. Coil comes through. Prev is still free casting, continuing to build that lead. He ports away from Calvish's roll, and now he's so far away. He's going to free cast. It's so many Malefic Raptures in a row right now for Prev as he continues to ramp up this assault.
Yeah, Calvish is in a ton of trouble. Stuns into Garrote. Looks like he might be able to hold on. He uses his diffuse magic to remove the unstable affliction and all those damage over time effects. Kearney seems to be able to recover here. Mana, surprisingly, even for both of these teams. Dragon Rage going to be coming up here for Chun-Li in 30 seconds. That's going to be their window to win the game. The only time I feel like Chun-Li is going to be able to out-pressure Prev is during that Dragon Rage. So they kind of have to hold on. The big deep breath's going to be coming in, landing a triple stun into a sleepwalk. Great pressure here from the Fellowship. Chun-Li setting their team up for a potential win. Drake has no defensive cooldowns, but Zhang with a beautiful pain suppression keeps his rogue alive, and now they can continue to make a push.
Well, the rescue comes through, but they're stacking up for the rogue. He's going to be able to get multiple bleeds here if Chun-Li stays close to Calvish. Here comes an interrupt after ports, but he doesn't port too far, and he actually gets Whirling Dragon Punch there, delaying his gateway for a second. Zhang's going to gate with Prev, but he gates on top of Kearney, but he gets him feared instead. Really nice play there from Zhang. I'm not sure if he faded the fear and then feared him back or just dodged it, but that was a really nice play there, outplaying Kearney in that moment. Now Prev is bunkered down in the barrier. He's still continuing to free cast. He got a Soul Wrap, but he got Ring of Peace out of the barrier. Kearney potentially getting swapped to in a cheap shot. Now just going to control him. It's so much damage, man. Prev is looking unstoppable. Welcome to the Jung. The Kings are back.
I mean, Prev did more damage than Calvish and Chun-Li combined, or just about, so that's unbelievable. And for like them coming back and making their re-debut, looking incredibly good. This team is an absolute nightmare. Right now, I honestly feel like they might be the most threatening team in North America. This is a really dominant performance by them as well here against the Fellowship.
Okay. You know, now I really want to see like WizK against Prev, because I was saying that WizK always does the top damage. Now I want to see like a mirror. But we might not even get the chance to see a mirror because they're in the lower bracket, and if they lose, then that matchup is not going to happen this week. So this was a crazy game for Prev. He's not going to get caught off guard by these curveballs of compositions, and they just played it out standard here.
He just completely like soloed Chun-Li. Like I think he had like a few bleeds on him, but just look what happens here. Prev is just throwing instant Shadow Bolt after instant Shadow Bolt and basically just solo kills Chun-Li with a cheap shot on Kearney. Like watch this again. Prev really takes matters into his own hands. So sure, he's got a Garrote on him. I'm sure he has a Rupture on him, but look at Chun-Li's health. It just gets rocketed down. There's the Rapture, Shadow Bolt, Shadow Bolt, Shadow Bolt, instant Rapture. Like that. Oh my goodness. That was insane damage from Prev.
Kearney just hitting a UA spell too at the end of the VOD. Right here, he dodged the fear. You see Kearney? He was like chasing him around for a fear, and then got feared himself, then had to will, and then he tanks a UA. And then did he tank another UA after that too? Because I swear he's like UA silenced. Feels like it's hard as the team that's behind to dispel UA. You only really want to dispel when you're ahead. Because if you dispel when you're behind like this, everybody just die. I guess maybe he was emergency mode, like don't die. I guess this is maybe my best global. I'll just take the dots off and maybe you'll live, but it's just too much to handle, man. It's too much to handle.
That was wild.
Certainly was. Personally, was not expecting that. I'm sure they weren't either. I feel like if you look at the roster of the Fellowship, I guess I'm just like still shocked that it went the way that it did. It was a quick 3-0. Sid, if we saw these two teams play against each other once again, the Fellowship, what do you want to see them build upon from this series to face off against Welcome to the Jung?
BM Hunter Feral.
I guess, yeah, is that the only solution, I guess?
Unless being Assassination in that matchup, just maybe that's the big difference, is Drake being Assassination and Trill not in like a Hunter matchup like that. But yeah, I mean, the numbers here don't lie. Like, it's just that comp seemed to be the best comp.
I mean, just looking at that death recap, I mean, that's wild. Prev did 6 million damage there in the last seconds of that match.
Look at the little Rupture. Drizzy's like, I'm helping.
Yeah, helped a little bit. A little Rupture tick, yeah.
Yeah, just toss it in. You
got the cheap shot on the healer too, which, helps. Helps.
Yeah.
And I helped.
I'm not gonna We're not going to question it. Worked out for them in the end. Well, welcome to the JUNG, a extremely convincing series, and we'll see them play once again on Championship Sunday. Second half of the day, of course, being those North American games. But the Fellowship, it's kind of a tough one for them. They are up against an incredible team. We knew that Welcome to the JUNG was going to play very, very well. The Fellowship, they are still in it. They were in the upper bracket, so now they're heading on down to play off against the Move. That's going to be the last series of the day too, and I feel like this might be the test for them. They weren't able to pass Welcome to the JUNG. We're going to throw another really strong AWC team in front of them and see if they are able to maybe get a win out of that one, or at least not fall 0-3, Ben.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they do. Just even looking at that bracket and seeing, the teams that are in the upper bracket, and more importantly, the teams that are in the lower bracket. Liquid, current champs, they're in the lower bracket. You got the Move in the lower bracket. You got the Fellowship in the lower bracket. Going to be absolutely deadly for these teams to work their way through. I will say F tier looked really good in their games earlier today, bringing in the Windwalker Monk with the Enhancement Shaman. I feel like they played the composition about as well as you can. And those recent Holy Paladin buffs, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but that is huge for F tier. It gives them a lot of longevity in the late game and a lot of time for them to build up to their damage. So I'm curious to see what they can do against Liquid.
Yeah, I am curious as well. Let us know in chat who you are rooting for. We'll be heading to a quick break. When we come back, it's Team Liquid versus F tier. One of these teams will be knocked out of the tournament and not make it till Championship Sunday. Find out soon after this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're in the lower bracket. Team Liquid and F tier currently facing elimination here in this best of 5 series. It's the second to last of the day as well. Cup number 1. So they've got to get these points in as early as they can, Supatis, as they lead into these qualifying cups for the grand finals. And I'm sure that these teams are very well aware of that.
I mean, not even just points, but also like status. Liquid are coming into this tournament as the team to beat. If they go out of it, not at least in Championship Sunday, I feel like that's going to be a really big shortcoming for them, especially to a team like F tier, which is coming in with that one-trick type of enhancement shaman style composition. So I feel like there's even more pressure on Liquid right now to really make sure that they perform in this series.
Yeah, Saul on F tier, of course, that enhancement shaman. Ven was highlighting him earlier and how valuable he is going to be to their team. Zico, what are some of the compositions that are going well with that enhancement shaman? How is it kind of doing right now in the War Within?
Enhancement Shaman got some buffs recently, so I feel like Enhancement Shamans, they're doing a lot better than like a week ago. But I don't know how much comp viability they have. I feel like they still struggle a little bit with sub rogues. They can still struggle a little bit with like warlock damage and stuff. But we saw F tier a little bit earlier on against the rogue mage of UNITAS. Saul was looking absolutely phenomenal. They were able to grab a 3-0 victory in that one. But now, of course, like we have already mentioned, they are facing off against the reigning champs in Team Liquid. So that's going to be a whole different beast.
All right, well, let's see if they're up for the challenge. We're heading into game number 1 of Team Liquid versus F tier.
Okay, so Doritos coming in here for game number 1 as well. A really important member of the team for taking down UNITAS earlier on in the tournament. He's just charging in right away with that Flying Serpent kick, looking to grab combat for his team, but he's not able to quick enough. Trill gets the sap. Garrote onto Saul, and it looks like Trill is adapted to the Assassination Rogue as well. Big swap onto Saul with the cheap shot, trying to spread the bleeds, but he gets grapple weaponed. Sam's going to port back behind the pillar, while his healer is sitting through crowd control. Now they're also running the long gateway. Sam is kind of stealing that tech from Prev in that previous series.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how fast these teams are kind of adapting to the situation. But right now, Saul making his way over to Sam I Am, but still not able to find too much just yet. Nice blind into a gouge there onto Shaz, but Shaz is going to be able to stay out of crowd control now and keep his team nice and offensive. Sam I Am doing a great job, though, making sure that he's kiting. And there's that new Monk grip talent coming out there onto Sam I Am. It's going to pin him down for a second. And as a result, he's going to have to immediately trade the unending result. Nice leap of faith coming out from Sidu, buying a little bit of distance there between Sam I Am and Saul, as Shaz is sitting through another kidney shot there, but finally he's going to be pushing in here, potentially looking for the Hammer of Justice over onto Sidu, or a Blinding Light, looking for some kind of crowd control, but it's actually going to be Sidu who pulls the trigger first, and Saul is going to be deflecting that with the Tremor Totem. Now Sam I Am back on the run here.
Oh, Saul might have to use that Stone Bulwark, a new talent for the Shamans here in the War Within. It gives him a big shield, so he's going to stabilize with that, but here comes Ultimate Penitence here from Sidu. He's raining down penances from the sky onto multiple members, but not doing too much damage here as we see the grapple weapon on Trill slowing down his aggression. Fists of Fury are flying through. He's ramping up damage on Saul. Sam relaying his gateway to escape to safety here while the dots are doing the work for him. Kidney shot into Garrote on the healer. Everybody is in trouble. Smoke bomb comes down. Burrow has to trade for Saul. Dorito trades at the touch of Karma, and these are very effective trades from F tier. They're not overcommitting. They're playing as conservative as possible and slowly pulling themselves back into the game and guaranteeing that they still have some late game left.
Yeah, and that's one thing that F tier does really well, just these mid cooldown trades. They never really over trade and panic with their defensive, so really nice trades there. Saul, though, is going to be in a little bit of trouble. He still has the Astral Shift to work with. He's summoning his wolves right now, caught up in a kidney shot. Beautiful Blessing of Protection coming out from Chaz as he looks for the Hodge Blinding Light. The team is finally connecting onto Sam I Am, who's been a very slippery warlock so far in this matchup. Finally, a kick does land there onto Sam as well, as he is looking for some dots now over onto Dorito. Still no touch of Karma onto Dorito, but he has that diffuse magic, which is basically like a Cloak of Shadows almost for monks, so he's going to have some added defense there. But now Sam I Am spamming out the haunt, spamming out the damage onto Saul. He's going to immediately trade. Here comes huge damage though from F tier. Sam I Am does get the pain suppression there as they look to swap over onto Trill on the Assassination Rogue, also trading out the evasion in the midst of things. Shaz has the wings ready and popped, and he is keeping F tier on target right now.
Full blind, and Shaz is being greedy here. Is he going to get away with it? He's into a gouge, coil onto a shaman. Lay on hands comes through, and the greed is good. They're slowly building an edge, building an advantage. They've got multiple options. They can continue the pain train on Sam or swap to Trill as he has no evasion. Clash bringing Sam I Am back into the fray, but he gets life gripped away by Sea-Doo. Hammer of Justice, though, connects. Sam's going to port back behind the pillar, and Sam has been around every corner of this map, I think, at this point. He's just getting chased around everywhere, but they're just going to swap to Trill. They might force his Vanish defensively, and they do. Now he's got to make sure he gets as many Garrotes as possible with that. It looks like he's chasing down the Paladin, but he had to use Shadow Step to get over to him, so he might not have another way to get back into this engagement. Now he's grapple weaponed. Sea-Doo moves in, though, for a double fear, peeling both melee, buying time for Sam I Am to get a couple of casts. Now he's not trying to fake an interrupt here. He's going to port behind the pillar. Decent pressure on Shaz. Here comes the heroism. Big push of damage from Dorito if he can connect here, but Shaz hits a UA, I think, there. He takes so much damage, and Trill is right on top of him. He may have to use Divine Shield. He wants to get a kidney shot with it, but he can't. He has to use Divine Shield to get Tyr's Deliverance off, and now F-Tier, man, they're falling apart so fast. How can they pull this back?
Huge damage right now onto Saul, and look at Trill just harassing Shaz in the back line there as well. Sam I Am just continuing to kite. Here's a full kidney shot. Shaz has no way out of this one. He's on forbearance, and he's stuck in that kidney shot, rotting down slowly. Dorito trading out the Touch of Karma there as well in the midst of things. Sam I Am now in a lot of trouble here. Did use his Unending Resolve. Sea-Doo trades out the Pain Suppression right before the CC chain here. New gateway being dropped there by Sam I Am. The lasso is 0.1 seconds too late to stop the demonic gateway, and as a result, Sam I Am will escape, but now they're swapping to Trill. He's got nothing. He does have a health stone here, I believe. Sea-Doo connecting with the big triple fear as Shaz is about to rot around the corner here. He manages to get a wings proc there, actually, and manages to keep himself alive. Nice mortal coil onto Shaz by Trill. Beautiful grapple weapon there to slow down Trill as well. Shaz has somehow managed to pick his team alive, and now Sam I Am is in big trouble. They connect. Beautiful life crypto by Sea-Doo right before the Hammer of Justice connects. Pain Suppression will connect there onto Sam I Am. The last line of defense. No Void Shift available. And I think F-Tier is going to be able to do it here, and there it is. Huge hits of damage coming in, and F-Tier are taking the game number 1 against the champs.
Oh my. Okay, NA, dude. NA. Welcome to NA, where anything is possible here. F-Tier, they were counting themselves out. You know, just only Assault, Enhanced Shaman, Enhanced Shaman, Enhanced Shaman. It's all I'm going to play. It's all I can play. But I've played it so long, I've been molded from playing in the F-Tier bracket, and I have made myself a super powerful being here on this composition. They're just complete masters of it, and they were able to navigate, even despite Liquid's best attempts. Like, they had a crazy kiting strategy with this short life grip cooldown, relaying gateways with a shorter cooldown and longer distance, and they tried to make it as difficult as possible to catch Sam in this matchup, and they were still able to get on him. And Shaz was really the hero. Like, this moment here where he's almost dead, and he's just greeting. He's greeting, but he's getting away with it. It's calculated greed. It's like Brain used to play on Paladin. Is what I'm seeing here. It's Brain vibes for Shaz in this game. Just perfectly rotating cooldowns, no overlaps, no openings. Even if it looks like he's in trouble, he doesn't overcommit. He's also dishing out damage here in the final seconds. Even though he was put behind, he's able to switch gears as well from panic defense into offense in order to close out the game.
Yeah, really MVP from Chaz as well. You kind of beat me to it, but he actually out-damaged Sea-Doo on the Holy Paladin versus the Discipline Priest, and also look at that healing done, mana management. Chaz, he's just been super impressive. Every single time I see this guy on the Holy Paladin, it's just a joy to watch what he can do on that spec. And of course, Dorito and Saul as well doing a great job there, just coordinating with the team, staying on target. Good swaps as well to Trill. Anytime they realize, okay, we really can't catch Sam I Am right now, let's just go on Trill, get something out of the Rogue's spell book, and then when we can get back on Sam I Am, we will. And it was really close, actually, that Sam I Am survives there at the end. He got a shield, but he was exactly on the Touch of Death range right there, and that's actually what ended up killing him, because he had like a 2 mil absorb there. But Touch of Death, you know, it's a pretty nice execute. I mean, you can see it right there. He's at 14% HP, and I believe Touch of Death is 15%. So if you just had like a, you know, anything like a renew or something just to get him at 16% HP there, that Touch of Death wouldn't have been possible, and Sam I Am would have probably survived that.
Also, if Shaz didn't do damage, he wouldn't have been in that range. Even though it looks kind of tiny, you know, like, you know, only like 100k Holy Shock and maybe a 200k Crusader Strike, but it was just enough damage to get him to Touch of Death. So if Shaz didn't flip that switch and do damage there, I don't know if he would have died. He had pain suppression, he might have lived, and they likely would have been in trouble if Sam got comfortable again in that match. So I feel like that was all a team effort in that moment in time, and they are playing really well right now. So Liquid might change completely here. Now, typically these melee cleaves can struggle with like an elemental shaman type of composition. So Mez has been playing a lot of elemental shaman on his stream. So I kind of wonder if like elemental shaman warlock would be good at all. Some type of like hard double caster where you thunderstorm enemies off and you're just adding even more knockback, static field totems, and kind of just keeping the melee at bay.
Could definitely be a line of play here. I mean, they got the map to lock in some kind of wizard cleave there, but it just is going to just raise the question, like, is Mez ready to do that? Is he ready to kind of jump off the DK and go onto a caster like that? Time will tell here. Team Liquid, the clock is ticking. 30 seconds left for them to lock in their composition. We already know what F tier is doing. I don't think there's going to be too many switches in terms of compositions from them unless we see Laros tagged in. He's going to be sitting on the bench for a little bit for now though. And they do have a decent amount of comp variety as well with Laros, being the warrior and also picking up the hunter. So F tier has gotten a little bit more flexibility as well. So that's always been, something that we've kind of talked about in the past. But we are going to see Team Liquid making a healer swap. Sea-Doo is going to be bringing in the Dragon, Trill staying on the Asa Rogue, and Samayam staying on the Warlock. So opting for the Dragon over the Discipline Priest. So he's not going to have those life grips, but he is going to have that rescue still available to him from Sea-Doo.
I think it's good. It also lets him possibly play aggressive a bit on the Paladin if he wants to go in for sleepwalks or something like that. If they're just training the Warlock the whole game. I don't think this is a bad swap at all. I think Windwalker Enhanced is also a comp that's like typically where you don't want to play a Prez is if the team has a Rogue. Because if they have a Subtlety Rogue, you're just complete liability. But F tier, as far as I know, does not have that as an option. So playing Preservation Evoker in a matchup like this against them, I think, is wise. We haven't seen a lot of it. People have been preferring the disc, but I think it's mostly just because those teams are fighting such high-quality sub-rogues. So this is the situation where actually a Prez is going to give you way more value.
I don't think you can Tremor a Sleepwalk, right? It's a Disorient.
You can Tremor it. I want to say you can Tremor Sleepwalk. But obviously you can cover with a kidney shot, so just kidney shot the shaman when you go in for the sleep or something like that. And then there's no kicks either if Saul's in a kidney shot. So it gives you a lot more like offensive potential. I think it gives you more throughput. I think Cedar's probably going to do more damage as well. I want to say he's probably most comfortable on Prez Evoker out of all the healers, at least given his Dragonflight history.
Absolutely. I think that Sea-Doo's Dragon is kind of unmatched in North America, so it's going to be interesting to see if it's going to be enough here for Team Liquid to grab the win. And they're going to have good throughput, and also I think mostly it's about the extra kind of added offense that the Evoker will bring. You have the deep breaths, you have the disintegrate beams, and just like all of that extra added damage, as well as the fire breath. It's going to be very effective here for Team Liquid. And F tier, they're gonna, if they were struggling on Nagrand reaching Samayam, they're definitely gonna struggle on Tolhir Arena. So Chaz is gonna have to do an even better job keeping his team afloat and keeping them offensive and potentially, keeping them in the late game here, because that's where Team Liquid wants to go. They want to go to the late game. They want to get to, the 30 maybe percent dampening mark, 30-40%. And that's really where that Affliction Warlock is just gonna rot down everything, and that's when the Assassination Rogues executes is gonna start proccing, and things are gonna spiral out of control for F tier.
Yeah, both teams have that execute type of mechanic with the rogues. The sudden demise when you dip below a certain range, you're going to take a huge hit of damage from an Assassination Rogue. With the Windwalker Monk, when you get below a certain margin, you're going to get Touch of Death and hit for 5 million or whatever it was that we just saw in that last game. So it's really important that the healers keep their teams above those critically low health margins. Otherwise, it's just a quick execute for you in a matchup like this. So it's very stressful for the healers. There's a lot of pressure on you to maintain your cooldowns and composure so you don't overextend them, but also, don't let your team fall too far behind with greed, because then they're just going to get executed.
Yeah, that's the problem. And already me and Lithy's predictions are wrong, at least on the score. We could still be right about which team wins here, but then Rookie, actually the only one voting for F tier and it's looking pretty good for him right now, winning that game number 1. I will say I don't think it's as impactful winning that game number 1 in a series like this, where I don't think F tier is going to be swapping around their compositions too much. I think the main advantage for F tier winning that game number 1, of course, is going to be the maps, because of course it's a huge difference playing a melee cleave on something like Hook Point and playing a melee cleave on something like Tolveron Arena. So at least they're going to have that map advantage moving forward in the series, and they're starting out the day very strong so far. F tier has yet to lose a map today, really showing how focused they are. They are absolutely locked in, doing it right now against Team Liquid, the reigning North American champions, but they're going to need to do it at least 2 more times. This is an elimination match in the lower bracket. Winner advances to Championship Sunday, loser will go home.
Oh no, they made a mistake. They stacked up. They got double leg swept in the open air here from Dorito, but now they're finally collapsing on him, punishing him with a swap over here as well. But Shaz is in position. He looks completely fine in this position. Sea-Doo in this matchup's like, okay, you beat my priest, but here's my final boss, my preservation evoker. Are you ready for this? Because he's doing so much damage with those disintegrates right now into Sol, spamming out the chrono flames, adding a ton of damage. I mean, he's out damaging Trill right now by 3 million if he can keep up this pace, but now he's getting punished for it. He's in crowd control and his teammates are falling behind from all the time he spent doing damage. He trinkets out of the blinding light to try and recover them, and he gets them topped off immediately, and he's likely going to be going into attack mode here very shortly after they survive this Storm Earth and Fire from Dorito. But that knockback, oh, but he got nice rescue, pulling him back in range of his port though from Sea-Doo.
Yeah, that was a beautiful knock right there. They land the sleepwalk there onto Chaz, and I want to say it got Tremor Totem right there. So Sam I Am now on the run. They do force out the touch of Karma. They connect on Sam I Am. Huge damage. What is this damage coming from? Sam in almost touch of death range. One more percent there, and he would have been able to just get sent there by Dorito, looking to snack a little bit here on this Warlock, but Sam I Am manages to stay alive, and Sea-Doo actually holding on to the Rewind and the Emerald Communion in that exchange. So really greeting it there, but the unending resolve was traded. As a result, Sam I Am now still at 50% HP. The kidney shot's finally connecting here onto Dorito, and they are finding some pressure. He has no more touch of Karma, so if they can pressure Dorito a little bit more, they could force him away, and that's really the situation they want to be in, where they're in a 3v2, Dorito behind the pillar, and they're getting those dots out. Chaz now as well taking a row of dots there from Sam I Am. Precognition active for Sam as he gets more and more unstable afflictions out, but finally does get kicked. He's almost in touch of death range once again here. Oh my goodness, they slow it down for just a second. Nice demonic circle there by Sam I Am. Should be enough to keep him alive, but Sea-Doo is definitely sweating there. That was his rewind.
Oh man, Sol finally getting pressured here. Trill the kidney shot on the Paladin, big swap to the healer as that stone bulwark for Sol is absorbing so much damage. Sea-Doo with a flyby, looking to get into the mix and add some damage and really sink in this pressure. Disintegrates coming through from Sea-Doo, and Shaz is in a ton of trouble. Is he gonna have to Divine Shield? He will, and Dorito is almost dead as well. They're trying to maybe just go for the win on Sam here. Sea-Doo has options. He's being a bit greedy with them. He's into the paralyzed now. Trill goes for a blind onto the healer. Dorito is still in hot pursuit. Sol's making his way over as best he can on that enhancement shot. He's actually gonna stun and swap to Trill possibly by himself, and Sea-Doo gets intercepted by a Hammer of Justice. Sol's getting in line of sight of Sam to look to reconnect. He's calling in the Feral Spirits. He's got that Surging Totem down, but he gets rescued away from the Surging Totem. Good rescue once again from Sea-Doo. A good recovery, bringing his team back in the fight, but it seems like these teams are so evenly matched at this point, it's too close to call.
Yeah, this could be anyone's match here. Sam, once again, with the precognition, is going to get some big dots out. Dorito now in a Mortal Coil. Still no touch of Karma. He could be rotting down. Shaz with no bubble as well. He has the wings available. Might need to pop them here in a second. He goes for the lay on hands instead, trying to hold on to them for a little bit longer. Sam I Am at 50% HP. Sea-Doo activating this time stop to avoid crowd control. There's the smoke bomb coming out as well as the Emerald Communion. Both
oh no, the swap!
Being
they caught him!
To Trill, though. Sweet Trill might just go down here. The landing lasts at 1% HP. He gets the evasion off in the nick of time. Oh my goodness, that was way too close, but Liquid holds on.
Another kidney shot. Shad's gonna trinket, trade out sacrifice. He sees Sol doesn't have a lot of options here. Sleepwalk on Dorito. He can't afford to hit a UA dispel right now. Everybody is dying. Sam's damage is starting to sink in, but Dorito is still leading the charge even despite it. Their whole team is in shambles, sub 50% health, and they just continue to keep pushing. They want to close this out. They need to get back to Sam, but he's behind the pillar. Dorito's trying to fly over, but he rolls into the wall. A mistake from Dorito. He's gonna lose a lot of mobility. They might just have to go after the rogue. He does have another charge. He gets back on Sam finally in this position. If Sea-Doo has a rescue, he's likely going to want to think about it here because Dorito is connecting a ton of damage at the moment. Sam ports again, but Dorito put his port on port. He's mirroring the port. Sam can't escape him. He tosses out a coil, trying to get a bit of distance here. Lightning Lasso onto the Warlock. Unending Resolve is available, but he doesn't want to use it with time dilation. He's being greedy, sitting through these stuns at the moment. Another swap onto Trill. Do they have enough damage to drop him? Sol's going to pre-burrow, anticipating the kidney shot here. He's going to knock Trill in the air, but here comes Sea-Doo from down downtown with the deep breath across the whole team, and Shaz is in shambles. He's got 5% mana to his name. His team basically has almost no cooldowns left. They need to close this out here and now if they want to win this.
How are they going to do it? Sam just needs to stay alive a little bit longer, but at the same time, Trill is getting swapped to. He's got no more defensives for another 15 seconds with that Vanish, and they're swapping to Trill right now. He's taking a lot of damage. Nullifying Shroud gets kicked there by Cedar. Trill shadow steps defensively. Dorito looking for the touch of death, and he finds it. F tier are up 2-0 against Team Liquid. Sam, I think he's going to try to want to play this one out as Shaz is kind of out of mana, but I don't think he's going to have enough damage in his back pocket, but of course can never count out Team Liquid. We have all seen the infamous 2 versus 3 that did happen in the cross-region tournament, but Liquid are going to bow out from that one. F tier winning 2-0 right now, and they got to be feeling good.
I should not have forgotten to mention Dorito when I was talking about Windwalker Monks. This guy's on the come up. He's out damaging Warlocks, and I mean, we've seen what Warlocks can do in that last series with Prev, so Dorito and just the whole team of F tier are doing a phenomenal job in this matchup because everyone was anticipating Rogue Warlock. That was just like, yeah, Rogue Warlock's probably going to win, and Liquid being debatably the best Rogue Warlock or one of the best in the game, it's like, oh, they're probably going to win. Nobody's thinking the Holy Pally Enhancement Shaman Windwalker's going to win. Nobody's even thinking anybody's really going to even try to play that. So F tier come in with this. They lead the series 2-0. They beat Sidu on his Priest. The Dragon final boss is not enough here as they're able to topple Trill in a swap, and now it's match point. So as Liquid, are you feeling shaky? It's like your Rogue Lock has just not worked the whole day. Is it time to play something else?
That's the question, and that's a really good question right now. I'm not sure what you would change. I feel like the only thing that they could change is maybe bring Trill in on the sub-rogue, but I'm not sure if that's even going to be enough here. F tier looking bulletproof on the day, just insane plays. I really love the greed as well from Chaz. Like, he's just holding on to his wings for such a long time and only popping it when his team really, really needs it. I love this swap as well. This was the Death Mark coming out here, instant disarm coming out there from Dorito, immediately saving Chaz in that situation, and then immediately turning his attention offensively onto Samayam. Paralyzed coming out there onto Sidu. He trinkets out, but he has no more answers. No rewind, no Emerald Communion, nothing. Then Samayam is forced to trade up the Demonic Gateway. Immediate touch of Karma coming out from Dorito, staying on target. Beautiful cross kick there on the Nullifying Shroud, and then Dorito rolls over and he finds the damage. Saul manages to charge in there as well, and they're able to take him down. So really good stuff here once again. And honestly, this game could have just ended in the opener, man. F tier is looking absolutely disgusting. Like, they almost took Sam down just instantaneously in this match. So this is definitely a team that you gotta be ready for it. And that's the thing about North America. You got jungles, you got arcane mages, you got Welcome to Jung, you got Team Liquid, the reigning champions, and then you got like these X Factor teams as well, like F tier, who can just show up. And they have such immense good, teamwork and synergy on their roster, and they just bring out these comps that nobody really plays, and they just make it look insane.
Yeah. This is a very entertaining team to watch for F tier, regardless of the season in Dragonflight, and I think it's so awesome that they stayed together as a team. I feel like a lot of times teams might sign up once for fun as a comp that's not really meta, and then they kind of get defeated if they don't do well. It's like, well, guys, we're not playing the meta. Let's just go our own way, But F tier are like, nah, dude, we're just gonna keep playing our thing, and we just stuck it out. And we're going to finally make it our, you make your own luck, you make your own meta. That's what F tier are doing right now here in this. And they're on match point against Liquid, which is the team to beat, the reigning champions of North America. And they're really putting the pressure onto them. This is the last chance for Liquid. They have to reverse sweep this. And F tier do have other options. I know Laros on Warrior, if there's possibly any time where he's going to be useful there on Warrior, and possibly Hunter as well. Means that they could still flex some things. And Mez is coming in. Mez coming off the bench. You got to call in Daddy Mez. Bring in the dads, dude. Pair them up together, and they're going to get double the power with Trill here on that Rogue. This could be a serious Paladin killing composition.
This is, Team Liquid, I feel like this is not something that they're expecting to work, but there is always the Mez factor when you're bringing in Team Liquid, and when your backs are against the wall and you're bringing in Lord Mez. We've seen it happen so many times. This guy is the Death King himself, so I think Mez being tagged in here kind of shows that, okay, we don't want a Warlock in here. We don't want a caster in here. Like, these punching bags on our team, they gotta go because right now these hunter teams, the jungles, and the enhance and the windwalker, all these melee cleaves, they're just having too much of a good time right now into Samayam, so they're tagging in Mez, and I don't know. I think what is the comp name for this? Is it Smoke Bomb Cleave?
I think that's what it used to be called originally in Cataclysm. That was a long time ago. I feel like we retired all of those little quirky names that people gave for compositions, and we just call them based on their spec now. But Mez, man, on Death Knight, like if any of the 4 horsemen decide to retire, I think he's going to be looking to take their spot here, because this guy has stuck through the trenches. Regardless of it, been Lord Mez for all of this time, through all these years, all these tournaments. He's got family now. He's still playing Death Knight at a tournament level here, so I'm very excited to see him come in here. Do I think it's going to work? I don't know still. Like, F tier is still crazy, and Dorito has been crushing it. And I think one thing that Death Knights kind of fear is Windwalker monks. They can do a lot of damage to Death Knights specifically. They fear, like, warriors and Windwalker monks, usually. So this is not going to be a free win for Liquid at all.
Absolutely not, and they're gonna need to reverse sweep this to be able to bring it back. Liquid on their last leg here, not even gonna be making it to Championship Sunday if they end up going out against F tier, and that really just goes to show as well in North America just how insane the competition is. You got the Move, you got Team Liquid, you got these insane rosters down here in the lower bracket, and you got some of those newer rosters like Welcome to the Jung just chilling in that upper bracket. You got the new pickups as well on the Power Toads, looking phenomenal up there, and Team Liquid here gonna have to battle it back and then battle it through on Championship Sunday if they make it. If not, it's gonna be F tier just going 6-0 potentially here on the day. The game number 3, it is match point. F tier just need to do it one more time. Lord Mez tagged in and looking for the enhancement shaman, and here comes the damage immediately from Team Liquid here.
He didn't get the blinding sleet on the paladin there. He got the grip and didn't get the blind, so it's a bit devastating for Mez's side. They don't get the combo to intercept the cleave. Now they get the blinding sleet. Here comes the triple pressure. Massive damage with these garrotes across the board, but they dismantle Trill, slowing down his assault in this position. And now Saul is going to trade his cooldowns as well to recover in this position. Trill seems to be the focus point, though. He's got no trinket. That next leg sweep in 28 seconds. Dorito is just waiting to line that up on Trill, I can imagine. So they're just going to kind of ramp up their damage, maybe poke Mez, bait Mez as a target, and then swap with that leg sweep.
Yeah, definitely a lot of juicy targets, but what is going on with Mez's damage? He's just chilling at 1 million DPS right now, just killing the entire team of F tier. The sacrifice comes out. They could swap the Chaz with that sacrifice ticking, and that's exactly what Trill wants to do there. He applies a nice little rupture Garrote there onto Chaz. Hand of Divinity coming out behind the pillar there for Chaz, as Trill is taking a lot of damage there as well. There's the leg sweep swap that we were talking about in Touch of Death range. Ultimate Penitence coming out there for Sidhu, manages to save the day, and now once again it's going to be Saul actually on the back foot, trading out the Burrow, already traded out his Stone Bulwark Totem, and now Dorito trading out his Touch of Karma. If Mez can just keep up this damage, I think things are looking pretty solid here for Team Liquid, but at the same time, it's so dangerous because Trill has no trinket as well. He could easily fall in that next leg sweep.
Oh, Smoke Bomb comes down. Are they going to take him out? They thunderstorm Trill away from it, buying a couple of seconds. Saul jumps out of the smoke bomb, but Shaz into the blind. He divine shields it. He's not playing any risks here in this situation. He's charging forward. Hammer of Justice. Is he playing Repentance possibly, or Blinding Light in this position? Oh, any magic shield from Mez on Sidhu to deny further crowd control. That was crazy utility, but now he's kind of vulnerable. He's still getting cleaved at the moment. Nice crowd control avoidance, but another leg sweep. No trinket. Is Sidhu ready for the hit? It's match point and a truck ton of damage as Trill gets some cheap shots, peeling them away. Garrotes for the whole team. And now, as long as Trill stabilizes here, he's going to run them over.
Yeah, the raw damage is really starting to tick in, and Trill is feeling confident, and oh my goodness, there it is. Team Liquid bites back. The Assassination Rogue Execute mechanic coming in there at the end, and look what happens when Lord Mez is tagged in. This is the reason why he's basically Arthas. I mean, look at his damage, 800k DPS at the end of that one, sustaining 1 mil DPS by himself, in the opening stages of that one, and that's one thing about Mez. If you have Mez on your roster, you just know that if there is a situation where your backs are against the wall, he might just come in and just destroy the entire team with his damage. But that was a close one for sure. I mean, here, right there, Trill almost going down in that leg sweep, manages to get the vanish off to avoid that touch of death, gets the cheap shot. There's the triple Garrots coming out, the abomination coming out there for Mez as well, and you can see all of the damage is starting to tick in. And then Saul right here is feeling the damage from Mr. Trill. The shiv connects, and that's going to reduce the healing heavily, as well as the assassination rogue execute mechanic proccing there as well.
All right, really well played here for Liquid. Mez stepped up huge for his team, tagging in the double dad combo to be able to get a point on the board against F tier. But I feel like if you're Laros and you're a warrior, like, this has to be the time. This has to be the time. A rogue and a death knight. Just bring in the arms warrior, bring in the sweeping strikes, bring in the big cleave, bring in the blade storm, and kind of just tear them apart. It felt like the Windwalker didn't get like enough overall pressure. It felt like they were only really able to kill a target in a leg sweep, whereas with the warrior, I think that they're going to have more consistent pressure throughout the match.
Yeah, this could be the situation for Laros to be tagged in, but I'm not sure. I mean, there is some good, some solid options in general for F tier. They did have couple of responses there towards the end of that one, but I think the damage is just so overwhelming. And I think that if they get something that can kind of pressure Mez the whole game and then do those swaps to Trill, if they can stay alive for a little bit longer, that is probably the key to victory. But the problem is Mez is just such a machine on the DK. He's doing so much damage. He's so good at finding these targets to swap around, and also he just has a really good kind of overview of the game. He knows exactly what the enemy team needs to do to grab that win. We saw it when Shaz was going for that Hammer of Justice blinding light combo onto Sidhu. He trades out the anti-magic shell onto his teammate, sacrificing some defense just to make sure that Sidhu is not going to be getting crowd controlled. And it's a lot of plays like that while he's doing all of that damage that really makes him such a formidable opponent for these guys to go up again. But the good news for F tier is, of course, that was on Asha Main's fall. That was on the enemy team's map pick, and things are changing here. We are actually just going to Tiger's Peak, and we're just locking in the exact same compositions here. You can see at the end of that kill log as well, the sudden demise there for Trill ticking in. They got the death coil there from Mez as well, doing 700k, and there's just a lot of kind of unavoidable damage that you have to deal with, and also those shivs. You can see one there from Trill right at the end as well, just making it really difficult for Shaz to actually get any heals out on those targets.
He's also running the elemental focusing lens embellishment. I feel like a lot of players are still kind of trying to figure out what the best embellishments are. And if you want to know what the players are running, make sure to check out the gear checker here, exclamation point gear, I think, in the chat to get the link to it, so you can see what your favorite players are running, possibly take from their builds for yourself onto the ladder play, because obviously on the tournament realm, they have access to all of the gear in the end game. So they're going to be built to be full BIS for whatever they think is going to be BIS, at least for these situations. And if you want to just yoink that away from them, it is definitely there for you to utilize, so make sure you do take advantage of it. But we're jumping in. It's still match point, so Mez got it done one time. He's got to get it done 2 more times.
Let's see if he can do it. Game number 4 here on Tiger's Peak. F tier looking to advance to Championship Sunday and do probably the biggest upset of this entire weekend so far. Or can Team Liquid battle it back here and show us exactly why they are the reigning champions? They never lose focus, and right now they got Mez in the game. Once again, they're going after Trill. They actually find him here. Horrible opener for Team Liquid. They catch Trill there, but immediate triple blinding sleet coming out. There's the cheap shots now coming in from Trill. Gets a double cheap shot, gets the Garrots as well, and he does get disarmed there by Dorito, but still actually managing to salvage that opener thanks to that triple blinding sleet from Lord Mez.
All right, great peels in the opener here this time around. Unholy Frenzy is up. The 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse are called in, and Mez is on a mount, ready to tear into the enemies here as they grip Shaz into an Asphyxiate, cleaving down the whole team in that Defile. Sidhu is backing them up with a barrier, but Ring of Peace knocks them out of its defense. So good answer from Dorito. Still trying to tear into Trill. He's just been the main focus, but Sidhu has bolstered his defense so much preemptively that they're having a hard time penetrating and getting the finishing blow. Shaz gets gripped in once again and cleaved from some Death Coils, now into a Garrote. Every time he gets gripped, he's getting a triple Garrote, and it just does so much extra damage for Trill. You can see that in the health bars as Shaz is struggling to get anybody above 50%.
Yeah, and Mez just chilling at 900k DPS right now, just cleaving the entire team of F tier. But here comes the setup, paralyzed onto Cedo, but Chaz actually not going to be going in for that Hammer of Justice. I'm not sure exactly what happened there to avoid that, but meanwhile, everybody is rotting down on F tier. Sacrifice is traded for Chaz, goes for Tears Deliverance cast. Meanwhile, Trill is taking a decent amount of damage there as well. Nice double blinding sleet's going to allow Cedo to kind of catch up here with the healing. Offensive penances being lobbed in as well. There's the blind onto Chaz, into the asphyxiate, and they're looking to take somebody down. Nice grip there on the legs. Pain suppression trades there for Cedo as well, as he fears up that Fist of Fury from Dorito, really shutting down his damage onto Trill. Now that's going to allow Trill to get offensive. Nice cross kick there by Mez onto Chaz, and meanwhile everybody is rotting down there. Mez still has 50% HP, but he still has a lot of defensives to trade, and I'm actually worried about Saul. He's got the Stone Bulwark Totem with the burrow, and he is going to use the burrow right there as he does go underneath the ground. Smoke bomb comes out, Saul goes back in, Master Spell comes out, Saul on 1% HP, triple Garrett coming out there for Trill. Can he find the execute? The sudden demise is there, and Team Liquid a quick 2-2 now. And Sid, we are going to game number 5. Mez is back.
Game number 5. Lord Mez came to play in their final hour, in their last moment. They needed him most, and he has shown up here, getting them an opportunity to take it to game 5. And now potentially F tier is the one shaking in their boots to try and figure out what is going to be the answer, because honestly it feels like they're so far behind in this matchup. You're just looking at the cooldowns thinking like Cedo still has Void Shift, he still has a Pain Suppression, Trill has a Vanish, his Trinket's coming up, they have Smoke Bomb for offense, whereas on the opposite side everybody is dead, even though they have multiple overlaps of cooldowns. Like he's in a bomb with Burrow and I think Bop, and he's just dead anyways. It doesn't matter. It didn't matter. It's below the earth with all those cooldowns. He's still just dead.
Cedo did a really nice play there. If you can see it again, he pre-master spelled the Bop as Saul came out of that burrow. So we're going to see it right here. So they get the pressure here. This was, I think, right after he kicked Chaz on the side of Mez, and they get like the pressure. And then Saul is taking a lot of damage right there. And then he gets bopped right now, and he goes into the burrow. Trill drops a smoke bomb, and look at Cedo here in the back line, pre-casting the master spell. As soon as Saul comes up from the ground, he's just met with a master spell into a Garrote, and Chaz as well getting garroted. He has to use a global, of course, to use his divine shield, and it's just not enough for him to manage to save Saul before the Asa Rogue execute comes in there. So really nice play there by Cedo as well in the back line. And this DK Rogue is looking absolutely filthy for Team Liquid. And I think you're absolutely right in your assessment, Sid. I think it's time to tag in Laros. Something's got to give here on the side of F tier. They got to change up something where Team Liquid is going to walk away with another reverse sweep this week.
It's just, do you bring in a cleave? Because it feels like head-to-head cleave. Mez does so much damage, Trill does so much damage, so should he come in on a Hunter? Is he ready to play a Hunter against Liquid when all they need is one win? And it's like they've looked good on the Enhanced Windwalker. It's like, should we just try and run it back one more time? Maybe try playing Repentance or something like that and try and just CC chain Cedo a little bit more. I feel like Mez with the anti-magic shell talent though, that's not even gonna work either. So, but is a warrior durable enough? Because this is just so much cleave. I feel like offensively they'd get more pressure with a warrior, but they'd probably also be way more flimsy without all the cooldowns that the Windwalker has to survive.
Dude, look at all this healing coming in from
He's still
Chaz,
dead.
And it's just
He's literally every global is a million
anyway.
and he's still dead.
Every global is just a million. Nature's Guardian is up. Holy Shucks are being spammed. The Eternal Flame
He's healing himself too.
ticking.
Doritos even healing him.
Yeah, he actually did a 1.4 mil self-heal there. He's just dying through everything. It's crazy, the damage that's coming out here from Team Liquid. And if things go in the direction that they've been heading right now, looks like it's going to be another Aya predict. No, it's looking like an Aya prediction. Ben predicted 3-2 to F tier. So either Ben is right or Aya is right, depending on who wins here. You can see it there. Aya's been on fire this weekend. All of her predictions are just coming through. All of the spell guessers. I don't know what's going on. She's been studying the game. We need to catch up here. But yeah, F tier, of course, we cannot count them out. It would be, a really insane story for them as well to make it Championship Sunday and eliminate the former champs. What are they going to play, though? And Team Liquid, what are they going to lock in here on the blind? I feel like it has to be the same. Yeah.
There's no way it was going to change there. But Blackrock Hole, like, this is a good monk map, but they're not really even killing the monk. So, are they going to do Monk Warrior? Are they going to do Enhance Warrior? Are they going to do Hunter Enhance? Are they going to do Hunter Windwalker? Are they going to... I kind of think they might try Hunter Windwalker given the map, but I don't know how sold I'm on it as like being the best option here. My heart tells me that this is the time for Turbo. Like, it's a Death Knight. Just run in there, chop him up real quick. I feel like there was a time for a Turbo that this would be the time.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need to summon Laros one way or the other. They have a lot of options, you know. They could go Beast Cleave, they could go Turbo, they could go, you know, a lot of different things here. But I think one thing's for sure, F tier's main comp does not seem to be working here. Unless they try to figure out, you know, some kind of build or something different that they can do, maybe swapping their healer to something else, something along those lines could also be, you know, an option for F tier. But I want to see Laros here. I want to see him tagged in. I've heard great things about the guy. We've seen him a little bit, you know, in the previous seasons in Dragonflight. So it would be interesting to see what they decide to do here. But if you're in this situation and you're the team, you know, that was up 2-0. And now you lost the last 2 games. Heading into game 5, I feel like the mental advantage has got to be on Liquid's side, because they were not feeling too good, but they still managed to, you know, kind of pull it together and find an answer. So I would rather be in Team Liquid's shoes right now than in F tier's shoes, just based off of that.
Okay, well, they are bringing Laros in. They're going to do a Windwalker Warrior, which, I mean, again, on paper, sounds like you would absolutely smack a Death Knight. Like this, if I was a Death Knight and I saw this, I would just be like, I'm dead, guys. See you next game. And it's a good map to protect the Monk. So I think F tier have set up a really good map where the Monk has good portal locations to be able to escape from any sort of cleave and one-shots. It's still a small map, so they get the uptime as a melee cleave, and Shaz can get close to Sea-Doo to get crowd control. So I think for all intents and purposes, F tier have created the best situation here that they possibly could. So it's a matter of, is it going to be enough?
That's the question. And also really good, you know, placements for Ring of Peace here as well, because you can kind of block off, you can kind of lock the door to those rooms with those Rings of Pieces. So Dorito, he's going to have to really step up for his team here and kind of be the janitor. Laros being tagged in, in a similar situation where Mez was, you know, like his team needs him right now, and he's coming in cold. He hasn't gotten to play any games yet on broadcast, and now his team needs him. Chaz is going to be staying on the Holy Paladin, Black Rook Hold, which I feel like isn't too bad of a map though if you're Trill. I feel like this is still kind of a small quarter map where you're not going to be getting kited too hard. You're going to have pretty good uptime, especially with those Garrett grip combos that we saw in the previous games. So I feel like for Trill, he's probably okay with playing it out on this map. He should be able to do a lot of damage and just have good uptime in general. So it's really hard to call it, this one.
Yeah, I agree completely. As far as it being too difficult to call, things make sense for F tier's side, but they also make sense for Liquid, and I think that's just inherently because they're both melee cleaves, so they still have similar preferences of just, I want small map, close distances, zug, do big damage for the benefits there. So our F tier are going to be stable enough to survive the opener of Mez, because he has been doing so much damage in the opener. If they can manage to survive that initial stage between Trill from stealth, those boosted damage, and Mez's 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, then I think F tier can win this in the late game. I think their sustain will be higher, but the initial burst will be what they need to survive.
Yeah, we'll see if they can survive that burst. Game number 5 here. Loser will be eliminated from this cup. Winner will stay alive for Championship Sunday. Team Liquid versus F tier. And we are tagging in Laros. We are tagging in Mez. All of the people who have been kind of sitting on the bench so far throughout this tournament are now being tagged when their team needs them. Backs against the wall. Who's going to take it? This is it. This is for all the marbles. Trill immediately moving in. Getting a sap there onto Shaz, which is exactly the kind of opener that you do want. And immediately we are going after Mez here, but a leg sweep connects onto Mez and Trill. So I think during those leg sweep moments, they still want to be hitting Trill. But meanwhile, Laros is going to be taking a lot of damage. Sea-Doo also with a beautiful preemptive barrier there as he moves in for the fear, and he manages to find it. Beautifully done there, and Chaz immediately going to have to respond there. He preemptively sacrificed it, I think. So good place there from both of the healers.
Oh, double blinding sleet. Look at the rot pressure. Shaz is struggling, even with Avenging Wrath. He's into the kidney shot. It's match point. Laros is in a stun from Mez. He's dishing out the pain. So much cleave. Laros trades out Enrage Regeneration to pause his health for a moment, but he's still not recovering. I love timing the Blade Storm with the Enrage Regen, because you cast Bloodthirst during Blade Storm with your talents, so you get the extra healing from the Enrage Regen as well. It was a good defensive Blade Storm, but it still doesn't even matter. He's still just dying. Everybody is dying. This composition isn't working at all. Sidu is just maximum damage output. A Bless Your Protection has to trade. Triple leg sweep. Maybe this is the miracle, but Sidu blocks it with a Void Shift. But that one miracle put them back in the game.
Oh, Cedar's getting swapped to pain suppressions himself, but meanwhile Dorito is also falling down. Everybody's just getting rotted. Chaz trades out the Divine Shield. Cedar manages to pick himself back up. He goes for the Master Spell, trying to fake cast that, but Chaz is not falling for the bait. And now, so far, both teams have kind of recovered, but both teams also have 0 cooldowns left. Dorito is rotting down. Laris is rotting down. Who is going to fall first? Trill goes for the kidney shot onto Chaz. He's got no trinket. He's got no way out. If they can connect with a little bit more damage, they're actually swapping to Chaz right now. Mez is just a blender running around here, spamming out the damage. He's riding up on his mount, summoning more and more pets, looking for the damage, looking for the final killing blow. Laros down at 50% HP. Shaz repositions Dorito, trying to kite a little bit, buy some time. 20 seconds left on that touch of karma for Dorito. Meanwhile, Trill as well trades out his evasion, his last line of defense here, as both the teams have nothing left. They stun up Trill there in a Stormbolt on the evasion, but now here comes Laros as well with the Blade Storm. But meanwhile, Mez is also just cleaving as hard as possible. Trill gets disarmed for a second, but I think Dorito might just fall here. There's a final kidney shot. Grip Fear connects, but Shaz once again blocks it with a preemptive sacrifice. Triple Garrots coming out here for Trill as he looks to try to close out the game. Shaz is running down the triple blinding sleet to save Trill in the nick of time, but Cedar is still in crowd control. Beautiful shadow step defensively as Trill manages to escape death for just 1 more second, Sid.
14 seconds from Avash. I think that's it for Liquid. They're so low. Sidu gets a huge shield, but they kill through it instantly. Penances are flying, but Trill is just dying. He needs 5 more seconds to his vanish. 4 more seconds to his vanish. He gets a kidney shot on the monk. I think that should buy time. Trill is still in it, man. This is a scary moment in Game 5. It's constantly back and forth. Mana is looking still reasonably even. Mez is trying to spread out. He doesn't want to get leg sweep with his team, but he's gripping Dorito away from the rogue, trying to buy him time. Maybe he's going to grip him again. There's the leg sweep. It's match point. He gets absolutely smacked. F tier have done the impossible, knocking Liquid out of the tournament.
Unbelievable. F tier and Laros, they find a way. That game was so chaotic. Everyone's just pumping damage. Everyone just trading everything in the opener there. But what a close call there from both sides. Trill actually managing to escape death there in that last little bit there. But unfortunately, it looked like he line of sighted a heal from Sidu and kind of went offensive to bleed up Chaz. And Chaz was just kind of in a really good spot. We can take a look at exactly what happened here. So this was a little bit prior to that. I think this is where Trill basically escapes death a little bit earlier on. And then here, yeah, right there, he line of sights the heal with that shadow step from Sidu. And then as soon as he does that, Sidu's not able to find another heal. And as a result, he gets absolutely dropped there. Sidu with no cooldowns left to work with. A little bit unfortunate there, miscommunication towards the end of that one, but that was an absolutely crazy game number 5.
Oh my god. The entire game was just Liquid are owning them. Liquid are owning them. Mez, 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 Mez. Mez, 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 Mez. That's all we're talking about. Mez is owning. Mez is killing everybody. Look at his damage. It's double everybody. And it's like, they're sneaking away. I see Trill. They're kind of actually poking through. Like, it's the Mez show for like 99% of this, but they managed to find a light at the end of the tunnel here and actually knocked Liquid out of the competition. The team to beat isn't making it to Championship Sunday.
Unbelievable. Liquid definitely off to a rough start here, but unfortunately for them, F tier is going to be coming out swinging today. And what an insane story it's been for F tier, qualifying in the lower bracket, coming through with a 3-0 against Dignitas. Now they do it against the reigning champions in Team Liquid, knocking them out of the tournament. And their road, it's not going to get any easier, because we got even more scary teams down here in the lower bracket. We got the Move. We got so many big contenders as well up in the upper bracket that are going to be dropping down here. So F tier, if they want to continue in this tournament, they're going to really have to go through the gauntlet. But for now, they can at least breathe a little bit because they have made it to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, they certainly have, but you're definitely correct in that they've got quite a few other very strong teams joining them down there in the lower bracket. The team that sent them down there in the first place, the Fellowship, 3-0 in that round 1 during the offline games. That could be a rematch between these two teams, depending on who wins this next up series for the last series of the day. It's the Fellowship versus the Move, and you can bet, Supatis, that F tier is going to be watching this game very, very closely.
Yeah, I mean, I bet they're kind of rooting for the Move, honestly, because I feel like the Fellowship is what knocked them down in the lower bracket. And it was 3-0. They had no chance against the Fellowship. So right now, F tier are the Move's biggest fans. Like they really, I think they're hoping that they don't play BM Hunter Feral. Just don't play BM Hunter Feral into the Move and kill them 3-0. Don't do that. Just keep playing whatever else it was and let them move through, because they do not want the Fellowship to come through.
Ben Rookie, by the way, spot on.
That would be a big payout if there was something on the line with that, because the odds of that happening, I think, were really low.
I think they are doing point predictions in the actual chat.
That should be worth double points, I feel like. And I think that's not helping me in the leaderboard, but I feel like that prediction should be worth double points.
Yeah, chat and Ben definitely deserve that. So let us know if you were predicting that. I think it was definitely surprising to many of us, but F tier said, hey, you're going to underestimate us. We're going to prove you wrong, and they certainly did. So we'll see them once again on Championship Sunday. Unfortunately, that is the end of the road for Team Liquid in the first cup of the War Within. And like I was saying, we're going to move on to the Fellowship versus the Move. Before we do head to a break and then get to that series, we're going to play yet another round of Guess the Spell. Whose spell is it anyways? Let's see if we can redeem ourselves.
Yeah, I need one. I don't think
predictions.
I need one. Can I get one? I just want 1 point. I need to pick the one that I think isn't it is the one I'm going to just automatically say, because every time it's been right. Every time I'm like, there's no way it's D, and it ends up being D.
You got to do what Zico does and go with your heart.
Oh.
Call down
No, don't do that.
All enemies within 10 yards, reducing their movement speed by a certain amount. Usable while stunned?
Yeah, I'm guessing.
What reduces movement speed of enemies that you call down? Earthbind Totem?
Yeah, I'm guessing.
What reduces movement speed of enemies that you call down? Earthbind Totem? Knocking all enemies within 10 yards. Reducing their movement speed? I think it's like Thunderstorm. I think it's like Thunderstorm.
Is it a Thunderstorm? I was thinking that too. Yeah, it's Thunderstorm. It's LA Shaman Thunderstorm. 100%.
Do we get a bonus point if that's guessed before it shows up?
Yeah.
Oh, what if it ends up being Flame Strike? No, it's got to be, because usable while stunned. You can use it while stunned. It's the only one Thunderstorm is the only one you can use while stunned, so it's got to be Thunderstorm.
Yeah, because Flame Strike does also reduce movement speed, and I think it also says like calls down a pillar of flame or something. It has very similar. That Flame Strike is the bait here. Thunderstorm is the lock in. We go with our gut here, Sid. This is an easy Thunderstorm lock in.
Solar Beam doesn't reduce movement speed, and I don't think Execution Sentence.
Bait here. Thunderstorm is the lock in. We go with our gut here, Sid. This is an easy Thunderstorm lock in.
Solar Beam doesn't reduce movement speed, and I don't think Execution Sentence does either.
Isn't it just a dot Execution Sentence?
Yeah, it's like the ticking, like big hit at the end of it. It has to be Thunderstorm. They gave us an easy one. They threw us a bone with this, I feel like.
I'll trust you both on this. I'll go with Thunderstorm.
They're throwing us a bone with this. So, like, you guys suck too much. You need some free points.
There it is.
Okay. Let's see if we can get the icon for Thunderstorm.
C.
Ooh, C.
I get that. I get bonus for first, right? Is there a bonus point for first lock-in if it's right?
What?
Yeah, I'm making up rules.
Maybe like bragging rights.
Making up rules. If you lock in first and it's right, it's double points.
You get double points if you can guess what the other ones are.
What is B?
I'm just giving away
it's
points.
Like a mage thing, isn't it?
Yeah, B is an arcane.
It's like a talent.
Thing.
Isn't it like an arcane talent or something?
D, I think, is like what is it called?
Prot warrior thing, isn't it? For Thunderclap, it's like a prot warrior talent.
Is it?
I think.
No, I was thinking it's the one where like you do damage and it heals, like the shaman thing. What is it called again?
You damage and you heal.
Ancestral guidance.
No, that's not it. That's not it. I think it's a prot warrior. It's a Thunderclap related thing. I'm pretty sure for prot warriors.
Okay, what is C? Because I actually have no idea.
C is let's see.
No, C is Thunderstorm.
It's Thunderstorm.
What is A?
Lock it in prediction.
What is A? What is A? What is A? I have no idea.
It's like a discoloration of the same prot warrior thing, I think.
Woo!
Okay, they threw us a bone with that. I like that.
Let's go.
Thank you, production, for the bone. I know Venruki was flaming you guys earlier, so that's why you gave us the easy one, so we catch up to him. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that may have been the reasoning.
We had Power Word Life last time. I felt like that was easy as well.
That was a good. You guys like locked that one in too pretty quickly.
I'm getting the classes that I play. So right now I've been playing a little bit of Disc Priest, a little bit of Shaman, a little bit of Mage. So like as long as we're staying on those, like we're chilling hard. It's when they start throwing in the Warrior stuff and the DK stuff, that's where like, yeah, you're welcome. Thank you, production. Yeah. I'll slip you guys. I'll send some gold later. I forgot to mute my mic. My bad.
Yeah, don't forget that. Don't forget. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna move on. We're gonna head to a break. It is the Fellowship versus the Move for the last series coming up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the last series of the day here for the North American teams before we head into Championship Sunday. We've just got one more team to knock out of the tournament. It is the Fellowship versus the Move. Also, some interesting lore going on behind the scenes that the Move is apparently landing it up. I'm not really sure what's going on, but they're all in a hotel somewhere, Lithy. Hopefully that doesn't affect their performance.
I mean, so far it seems to be going pretty well. So most Savage setup to date. I mean, if you can't beat the Move on this setup, can you ever beat them at all? That's my question for today.
Could you imagine being in a room next to them, hearing PvP screams?
The thing is, I don't think they're together. They're in random locations separately. Yeah. I think they're both on like a trip right now. I think they both had trips planned before like everything got announced. So. But like Peekaboo's setup looks awful. I'm not gonna lie. Like, how do you even play like that with your mouse? That is just
like it's like in front of your laptop.
Yeah, they're able to.
That's some sussy mouse sensitivity on that one. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
I was gonna say definitely putting in work on that Razer Naga. So we'll see.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta make it work. So hopefully they'll make it work here. The Fellowship, they are a powerful team, still looking to prove their worth here in the AWC. Unfortunately, falling down to the lower bracket versus Welcome to the JUNG, and they've got another difficult team then, of course, to face off against with the Move. Despite their, they're traveling at the moment, I'm sure they're going to be putting up a pretty good fight here.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are veterans, right? So in any situation, they'll be able to rise to the top. Definitely would never count out Absurge, Peekaboo, WizK, and of course their new fourth, a Giant. So curious to see what they do decide to run here in this game number one. The Fellowship, of course, they've been bringing in some oddball compositions, and I think that's my main criticism of the Fellowship. It just seems like sometimes they just don't pick the right comps. Like, they have the talent, they have the skill, but sometimes they're just bringing in compositions that just don't make a ton of sense to me. Maybe they see something I don't, but it just seems like they always come out a little bit short in terms of compositions. But not this time. Potentially they're bringing in the Thug Cleave once again. The Fellowship and the Move, they're going to be locking in that Rogue Warlock Priest.
I quite honestly am liking what I'm seeing from both sides here. It's going to be a fun one as we're opening up. WizK is the first target. You can see the Deathstalker's mark here on him for some extra finisher damage from Calvish, but he's not quite connecting onto WizK. He's swapping over onto Pika. Completely unexpected, forcing Pika's cloak very early, but now the counter-strike with the Shadow Blades himself, and both rogues really trying to go hard as Chun-Li is dying down to half HP. Kearney finally bringing in those big shields, and both sides are starting to recover and stabilize a little bit. Upsurge trinkets that blind almost immediately, and the Fellowship is starting to rot down as WizK pops the Dark Pact and will dot up every single person he can find.
Ooh, nice sap on Upsurge, though. He's getting controlled here quite nicely by Calvish. They're trying to get damage rolling onto WizK. He portals away. Great pressure from WizK and Peekaboo at the moment, though. Chun-Li's getting low. A full fear lands onto Kearney. He'll use the Will of Forsaken and grip Chun-Li away from the stun lock, allowing him to continue these rapid fires. This big pressure. Full kidney shot on Upsurge. Look at Kearney. He's moving in. Gets the full fear. Huge pressure onto WizK. Upsurge is going to break out of that one with the Will of Forsaken, but that's going to be a smoke bomb. The barrier just really edged there for WizK. He's going to be able to use that to reduce damage. Same time, though, both Chun-Li and Calvish are rotting down. Kearney has his work cut out for him, but Calvish might just fall.
Upsurge, which is the massive ultimate penitence, and Chun-Li is not recovering at all. Kearney in the gouge. Pika is just seeing them all up. The Shadow Blades are gone for Calvish. He's still trying to kite away. Finally, ultimate penitence for Kearney coming out. This is going to top off and stabilize his team. In the meantime, Peekaboo's just dying. Needs to pop Cloak Evasion on 2% HP. Now Upsurge can bring in the big shields, but he needs the heals as well. Can dodge this for a moment. Massive fear from Upsurge. This could be exactly what the Move needed to finish this series off. The dismantle onto Calvish. Pika still trying to stay alive, gets the duel in, has the Shadow Blades, tries to finish him off, but it's the shields that from Upsurge that will keep him alive for another moment here. Scary, scary situation, scary, scary seconds for both teams, but the healers keep them rolling.
Yeah, Upsurge still has his Trinket and Void Shift, so some major defensive cooldowns available, and it looks like it's actually going to be Calvish that's in trouble. The full blind lands onto Kearney. Calvish just rotting down. A defensive blind comes in. Peekaboo Trinkets into a full scatter, so really just trying to control up the Rogue and slow him down. Peekaboo can't control his character. Great defensive crowd control there, but now Calvish is finally met with the kidney shot. Unfortunately, they just do not have a target. Calvish running down lower and lower, though. Cheat Death is available, but will it be enough? Kearney gets the Void Shift in the nick of time to keep his team in the fight, but a big amount of damage coming in from WizK, rotting down all 3 members of the Fellowship. I don't know if Kearney's going to be able to hold on. Death Coil comes in on to Calvish. He's rotting down lower and lower, but a counter go on to Peekaboo. They're going for the smoke bomb play. Can they take him down? A miracle setup. A double fear from Kearney might be enough to take down Peekaboo, but it doesn't seem like they have the damage just yet. Rapid fire is coming in. This is such a tense moment.
Paints up is in. Peekaboo's trying to stay alive. Upsurge with the penance, just going on the offensive, relying on the determined here, but Pika not getting away from those 20% HP. There's the kidney, there's the mind control. Peekaboo pops the evasion, gets the life swapped. Upsurge saving him for the moment, but now in a dangerous health situation. Shadow Blades from Peekaboo, he can't quite connect, but Chun-Li is on 20%. Peekaboo rolling in. The Executioner looking for his target, but Kearney once again has the heals available. Mana bars melting away on both the Disc Priest, but Calvish is the target, even though Peekaboo is kidneyed up. The other rogue is dying. WizK doing so much damage, getting kicked on the spells for another second, and Chun-Li gets swapped to Peekaboo is almost dead. How does Upsurge get those shields in? Cheat Death are still not procced. Another inline onto WizK. Fellowship doing so much damage at the moment. Calvish really trying to send it home with this Cloak of Shadows and the Shadow Blades going in, but he cannot connect. He cannot bring in the damage now, maybe with the full kidney onto Peekaboo, but Upsurge grips him out. Calvish with the Shadow Step right there to follow up. Cheap shot onto Upsurge into a full trap. Chun-Li stunned out. WizK bringing in all the pain and hurt, and Chun-Li just running for his life. Defenders of Blind. Kearney on 20%. The move really trying to finish it out here, but it might get delayed for another moment. WizK really ramping the damage now. The Fellowship huddling behind the pillar, trying to get away from Sauron's eye, but it's not quite working out as the move is moving in for the kill.
Yeah, WizK portals in aggressively, just wants to connect the damage. A preemptive aspect of the turtle there by Chun-Li. They're going for a setup to get a full trap onto Upsurge. They get a full kidney on WizK. WizK might regret that portal. Sap on Upsurge. Can they just take him down through the unending resolve? A full fear lands. Oh no, they're reversing the pressure. Oh, WizK deflects the attack for a moment onto Calvish with the Mortal Coil. He portals away, and finally Upsurge can connect some heals. He's got the pain suppression. Doesn't want to be too greedy though. Trade out the pain suppression, and then the Rapture's coming in. I can't believe it. WizK, he could go down. They've got the cooldowns. Still not trading it out. I can't believe that Upsurge is not making the trades. Big haunts here on the Chun-Li at the same time, and it's a race to the finish. A race that the Fellowship will win, but that was an absolute nail-biter.
Oh my god, my heart rate is about as low as... what's the highest number I can find in this match, man? Absolutely crazy. The move, putting in pressure, putting in the work. Actually, Peekaboo finds the cheap shot, finds the duel. 1%
reverse it. Are you kidding me?
Pika goes in and gets the kill. And it's down to the 2v2. Upsurge has more mana than Kearney. Brings in the ultimate penitence. It's still going, but Calvish now turning it around. Has the Cloak of Shadows ready. Is trying to finish off Peekaboo. Upsurge going in with the grip. Keeping his rogue at 20%. Trying to get away there. Defensive blind here from Calvish. Trying to stay on target. Another fear from Kearney. And the move really on death's door right now. Upsurge kidneyed up. Pika gets the reset. Gets the cross CC. The cheap shots are in. And he's going for the kill. Calvish finally pops in the evasion. Barely staying alive. But this one is going to go down to the wire then.
Oh my goodness. I mean, both of these rogues are just so good in the situation. Peekaboo probably has the most 2v2 games of any rogue in the history of the game, like combined. So it's absolutely unreal. We'll see what ends up happening here. Double stun's coming in. A little bit of a stun lock here onto Upsurge. Both these priests running on fumes. But the fact that Upsurge and Peekaboo were able to take down Chun, I mean, that was just incredible, even putting us in the situation to begin with. I mean, these are legends. You got Upsurge and Peekaboo, Calvish and Kearney going head-to-head in 2v2. We couldn't ask for a better game.
Absolutely. Calvish has the Shadow Blades, has the kidney shot available, full sending it on Peekaboo right now, but he's not really getting through those defensives. Upsurge has another pain suppression ready for the next big go, and Peekaboo, grip into Shadow Step. He's caught up to Kearney. Can he land the CC? Can he land the damage? 30 seconds onto Shadow Blades here for Pika, cloaking offensively, trying to stay on target. There's the full kidney shot into the cheap shot onto Calvish. Big fear from Upsurge as well. Double with the penance damage, looking to finish off Calvish. The smites, the mind control coming in, but it's not doing too much. Kelvish turns it around with another kidney shot. Pika locked up for another moment. This Shadow Step, cheap shot, Absturge, half HP, really getting sent. Pika sending the defensive duel to keep Absturge safe. The mana bars are empty. The cooldowns are rotating up. 2 seconds on Shadow Blades. Pika is getting ready to dish out the final blow. Here we go. Kidney shot, Shadow Blades absolutely sending it. Pain Sub also traded out. Kearney very ready for that little go with the big shields, keeping his team alive. And Pika gets blinded on the tail end of his defensives. Absurge bringing in the fear. Kearney with a late dispel, basically no mana to work with. And another moment, another breath as we go deeper into dampening. And the move, they're starting to flex their 2v2 skills here, but Absurge, he is looking dire then.
I mean, both these priests just completely running on fumes, 43% dampening, and we're seeing a ton of damage onto Peekaboo right now. Calvish is going to Shadow Step over. They're creating a lot of pressure. Right now, the Fellowship, they are looking good. They have Peekaboo down to half health. Absurge is really struggling to keep them alive. Kearney in position where he could even maybe go for a drink here. Shadowy Duel comes in from Calvish. He's going for the kill. On to Absurge. Can they take him down? He gets a full cheap shot. Absurge has the Raptures. Can he actually connect them? No. Cheap shot after cheap shot finally connects some. Not being too greedy. A counter setup here onto Calvish, but that was a very close call.
And the Shadow Fusion was out here. A little bit of mana return for Kearney, but Peekaboo once again going on the offensive, trying to get the kidney shot in, but doesn't quite find it before Calvish finds him. Dark Archangel popped in here as well, and Peekaboo's just getting sent. There is the cheat death finally out, but he Shadow Steps onto Kearney with the Shadow Blaze. The duel is really sending the enemy priest, but Kearney somehow stays alive, has the fear, and Pika is just being tumbled out the back door of this bar. It's really not looking good. All the drinks are on Calvish. He is dishing out properly, and the move, they look pretty damn out and done. Pika trying to make anything work here. Double cheap shot, last ditch attempt. Kearney looking for the fear, finds it. Pika pops the sprint, big shields on the other side of the map, trying to stay away from Calvish, trying to get the re-stealth, and Absurge pops the paints up in defensive measures, but the chain CC from Calvish is glorious. 5 seconds onto those Shadow Blades offensive cloak. He is not leaving this target alive. It's going to be another few seconds. Absurge finds the full fear. How is the move still running? How are they still moving?
Here it is! Ultimate Penitence on Peekaboo! Can they take him down? The stun lock comes in! I can't believe it! They might actually do it! Both priests in the air, just throwing out bolts. Peekaboo looks like he might fall. The evasion comes in. It's a blind on Absurge. He trinkets. Peekaboo desperately line of sighting. Full cheap shot onto Kearney. Can they do it? Here comes a cheap shot on Absurge at the same time. Kearney just throwing in a penance. Peekaboo doing what he can to peel, but it is so back and forth. 55% dampening. Somehow these teams are still staying alive. Big absorb shields onto both Peekaboo and Absurge for the time being, but Calvish is looking like if he can connect on Peekaboo, he is stuck. He's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Peekaboo with the preemptive dismantle, doing what he can to slow down Calvish, but if he gets caught, there it is. Shadow Step Kidney. That's the end of the game. There's no way he lives. Calvish and Kearney bring it home in the 2v2, but what a close game that was.
Oh my god. Pika peeking out behind that pillar a little bit too early for having any option to do anything else there at the end. Calvish immediately jumps on it, capitalizes, takes him out. Beautifully done. The Fellowship moving up 1-0 in this series, and in what a fashion. What just happened, Ven? What did we just watch?
I mean, we're watching some of the best players in the game on these classes, and some of the best duos as well. Like these priest-rogue duos going head-to-head. I mean, these people are absolute experts. I mean, Calvish has won countless duel tournaments, 2 versus 2 tournaments. He's just a legend. And then Peekaboo, like I said, he has more reps in 2v2 than almost anyone. So this is a really back and forth, close game. I mean, big props to the move for even bringing it to this 2 versus 2 situation. But ultimately, it is going to be Kearney and Calvish that pull out ahead. You can see here at this moment, Peekaboo just has nothing. Honestly, peeking in line of sight there of Calvish was a little bit of a misplay. Like, I feel like there might have been something Peekaboo was able to do, but just getting in line of sight for the Shadow Step Kidney was honestly that final nail in the coffin where he really had nothing. He was out of range of his healer. There was nothing really left for him, but the Fellowship will happily take that 2v2 and be up 1-0.
Okay, I need to breathe, and I think the move does so too. Honestly, the Fellowship as well. What a first map, and Looking back at this, because this started out with a Hunter and a Warlock apparently on the map. I don't remember these two, but it certainly was an intense back and forth. How do we feel about these two comps going forward, the further games into the season? Because the move is on map pick, obviously, now.
I mean, what's really interesting to me is the move decided to play subtlety in this matchup. I mean, we just watched Welcome to the Jung kind of dismantle the Fellowship, right? Playing the assassination variant of this composition. So Fellowship kind of walking into this one is about as close as you can get, but let's see how it went down to a 2v2. So right now you got Kearney completely tapped on mana. They decided to not give up. It's going to be a shadowy duel. So big shadowy duel dance coming in here from Peekaboo. Ultimately, there's not much they can do. Absurge finishes it off there, and that's how we get into the situation to begin with. But yeah, all these players playing at such a high level. What an absolute treat for our final series of the day. And both these teams have the ability to kind of mix it up and play something different. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Peekaboo decide to go in the assassination rogue here.
Honestly, I'd love to see that. I think it's the perfect, kind of the perfect move here. Yeah, not much else to say about it, really. It's just so much more damage and exactly kind of what the move needed, right? We had multiple situations where Whiskey was really just pumping the entire enemy team, where everything was going great. And a little bit more bursts from Pika maybe on the assassination row could have been it, but it looks like the move is sticking to their guns. It can work out. We're going to Ashmane's Fall. Fairly neutral map here. I don't think that's going to influence the gameplay too much, actually.
Yeah, the nice thing, it seems like what Warlocks really want more than anything is just big pillars, because after you use your Demonic Circle, like use a Soulborn Port, you're immune to snares. So you can actually use like your mini sprint and your immunity to snares to maneuver around the pillar and just avoid being attacked for as long as possible. So it seems like that's the preference of a lot of these Warlocks. Affliction Warlocks in general right now, they're kind of like glass cannons. They do it, I mean, we're seeing it on the details, right? On the scoreboard. Yeah. Affliction Warlocks are pretty much doubling the damage of everyone else, but they are a huge vulnerability when being attacked. So it's all about keeping your Warlock alive, and I think these big pillars are a huge part of that.
Yeah, I'm very curious how this is going to go. Obviously, kind of one of the main reasons why you go with the Sub-Rogue over the Asa-Rogue, because Sub does decent burst damage, but adds a little bit more control even than the Assassination Rogue. Well, Assassination Rogue obviously trades more pressure through the bleeds and the coverage of kind of silences and the growths compared to the single target burst that Sub. I'm messing up spec names at this point. Good lord. I need to recover from that first map. And so the move definitely, I like their game plan. I like that they're sticking to their guns. If it's gonna work out in the end, I'm not exactly sure, but the potential definitely given. Let's head into Ashmane's.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Whiskey is gonna get sapped up here. Peekaboo waiting in the wings to dismantle this opener. Goes for the gouge on Calvish. Full kidney shot on Chun-Li just immediately, but Chun-Li scatters the opener. So that's going to completely slow down Peekaboo. But a full stun lock now onto the Rogue. Full trap on Absurge at the same time. Very back and forth, but it is going to be WizK that's taking a tremendous amount of damage. Dismantle comes in, but WizK might just die in the opener. He does! The shadowy duel comes in from Calvish, the boy wonder, just styling in this match. Getting that shadowy duel on the rapid fire. Chun-Li finishes it off, and I mean, that is a quick 2-0 for the Fellowship.
Huh? What just happened? WizK literally lost like 90% of his HP and like half a global.
Yeah, marksmanship hunters are not like we're talking about.
They're not messing around, yeah.
Yeah, Warlocks. The Affliction Warlock is kind of a glass cannon, so we'll see how this goes. Like, this is really high level play here. So Calvish it's a bit of like a chess match, okay? So Calvish opens, Peekaboo gouges him, kidneys Chun-Li, Chun-Li scatters him, and then Peekaboo comes in for the stun lock onto Calvish. So where does it go from here? Now we have a full stun onto Absurge, into a full trap. Chun-Li gets dismantled on his Wailing Arrow. Calvish is just honestly just soloing WizK at this point. Like, and then that rapid fire shadowy duel. So when you're using like channel spells like rapid fire, if he gets shadowy dueled, that channel will actually finish. So you still get all of that damage in the quote-unquote duel between WizK and a Calvish. But yeah, it's just enough for them to finish it off. I mean, that was just a really good push there by the Fellowship.
Excellent, absolutely excellent opener. Upsurge has no time to react. Of course, as you said, Shadowy Duel can't even bring in the pain suppression. The barrier doesn't come in either, a little bit too slow there. Whiskey basically telling him, I'm gonna port, I'll be fine. Pops around the corner, gets absolutely annihilated. And Chun-Li, the follow-up is just crisp, it's on point. And Pika can't really do anything because he was looking for a CC setup on Kearney on the other side, so... just wonderful. Fellowship up 2-0, and suddenly the move. With their backs against the wall, it almost looks like we're running risk of both of the two legendary teams of NA, Liquid and the Move, being eliminated in the second round of the lower bracket here.
This is like I did like a little commentary on Calvish's new PvP video, Calvish 2, on YouTube if you want to check it out. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff he was doing in his video, you know, like the last second resaps on the CC, the really, really quick shadowy duels, super explosive openers. It's kind of like a signature of Calvish. Just try to win the game in the opener, putting out an outrageous amount of crowd control.
What is that weapon enchant proc? Authority of Radiant Power 700k.
There it is.
That is insane, man. That is disgusting.
Yeah, he's gonna be happy for it though.
Oh yeah. That is the luckiest proc of the weekend, I think.
Is that?
Honestly,
I don't know how much it normally hits for. Is it normally not that high?
I have no idea, man. I have no idea. I thought it was procking a little bit more often and not as heavy, but apparently, well, it's an execute machine. It looks like.
So it looks like we are going to be going for the same exact compositions once again. Both teams kind of leading with their best foot forward for this one. Tiger's Peak, going to be the map of choice for game number 3. The Fellowship, once again, they're going to be looking for that really explosive all-in opener, and stylistically, that's what they're all about. Like Calvish, Kearney, and Chun-Li. I think Chun-Li is actually a really good fit on this roster because he's another one of those players that he's all about like the little micro outplays, you know, any little thing that he can do to put himself ahead and just try to make you kind of fumble on your defensives. They're really good at doing that, and I think it was showcased there in game number 2.
No, I'm a big fan of this Fellowship roster. They're coming in with a lot of steam, a lot of style, really, and it's been kind of the discussion, especially the last few seasons, of Dragonflight. Calvish, definitely one of those players that we know has the skill to really make it big in the AWC, but so far the team's never quite clicking completely. Some successes here and there, but the big go, that's still missing. Let's see if they can make it big against the Move here in the first season of the War Within. Proceeding through the lower bracket. Once again, we're opening onto Whiskey. Big scatter shot immediately onto Pika. Full kidney shot setup with the cheap shot follow-up. Double fear coming in from Kearney as well. And they are sending Whiskey, but this time Upsurge is ready with the barrier.
Not only did he barrier, he also pain suppression. So, I mean, Whiskey might just die through pain suppression and barrier? Are you kidding me? No! 2 games in a row just dying in the opener. That is so unfortunate for the Move. The Fellowship just really pushing the pace in these games. And I was going to say, like, maybe Upsurge overreacted there. I mean, he pain suppression so early and barriered, but it didn't end up mattering. He just died anyways. Like, are you kidding me?
We might gotta check if we can see if we can get the Move back on their normal setups ASAP, man. ASAP. This is not looking good. The Fellowship 3-0ing the Move after a nail biter first map. They just squashed them like flies. What a run, and what a finish to the day.
Yeah. So look at this. Okay, so here comes the scatter shot on Peekaboo. But look what happens to Upsurge. So I think he's gonna get stun trapped here. But he pain suppression, so he has 1 pain suppression out, and he drops a barrier as well. So that means that's a significant amount of damage reduction and Dark Pack. But look what happens as soon as those fade, the full trap lands on Apps. It's a diminishing return trap, actually. Like, this damage is insane. I can't even believe that.
What?
That wasn't even a full trap, I don't think. I think that was just a half trap, and he lost 90% of his health. Okay, I mean, let's watch it again. Maybe we need it like in 1/5 slow motion, something. Let's see. Is this trap? Is it a 3-second trap here? So here comes the stun on Upsurge. I think he actually runs into the trap intentionally. It's a full trap.
It's a full trap.
I don't think that was intentional actually, but he just dies so quick. And the
just
problem
dies to
is
the rapid fire through the pillar.
Yeah, the problem
It's a
is
little
too,
bit
like,
too
what
late.
does Absurge do? Does he trinket the trap into a full blind, into a full kidney? Like, it's like only bad options.
I mean, the only real option to get out of that trap, if you want to trigger it, you need to death it, right? But at the same time, do you really have the globals in that situation to press Shadow at death, right? And if we're looking at the breakdown, 15 seconds ago is the last heal that Upsurge was really able to bring in, and it's really just, it's that rapid fire. Whiskey ports and the rapid fire just kills him through the pillar because the channel is already running. Nothing that can be done out of line of sight of Upsurge, who is sitting in CC anyway, so the move just utterly overwhelmed in this situation, and, well, a deserved victory for the Fellowship here.
Okay. I mean, look
Yep.
at Chun-Li doing 6 million damage in 4 seconds, like or a little under, but like that's a lot of burst. Honestly, Whiskey looking like a mage in that situation. Like I'm kind of used to that as a mage, but like, yeah.
Oof. Okay, the move and Team Liquid out. I feel like we've almost like reached a new era of AWC or something. We've got these two legendary teams, both of them not making it into Championship Sunday. We can take a look once again at the predictions here. Zico, the only one rooting for the Fellowship in this matchup, so I guess he can reclaim that title of the prophecy once again, because it is the Fellowship that is coming out on top and fighting another day for Championship Sunday. And oh, yep, there it is. Yep, production not letting us forget about that. But the predictions,
That's incredible.
yeah, I mean, that's really all you can say. The move, Team Liquid knocked out in the last two series of the day, and we've got a very interesting bracket for the North American region. We've got F tier and the Fellowship battling it out down there in the lower finals, and then semifinals. Power Toads, welcome to the Jung Lithy up there in the upper bracket, not dropping any series.
Yeah, welcome to the Jung. It's really looking as scary as I expected coming into this weekend for NA, and I think this is the new NA super team. This is the team to beat now that Liquid was overwhelmed surprisingly harshly by multiple teams, and yeah, these guys are here to prove themselves, and they're doing so very nicely so far.
Yeah,
Might even be moving early into the grand final.
Yeah. Oh, and here's a look at our predictions for the whole tournament for an NA, and most of us are wrong now. Most of us can't be right. At least with Aya Lithy, we're completely
None of us
out.
can be right.
None of us can be right for no. Well, all right.
I mean,
That's a little depressing.
I mean, think about it like this. We're going into Championship Sunday for North America, and we have no the move and no Liquid.
Yeah.
That's almost, I mean, that's pretty unheard of. That's very uncommon.
Weird.
Very weird. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's like it's a brand new expansion. We got brand new teams. This is an opportunity for some of these players to make a name for themselves and set a new precedent in the region. In Europe, it seems to be kind of the same thing, with Echo domination. But in North America, things are definitely spicy so far.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, speaking of, making a change, Ven, you were kind of talking about making an impression, You were talking about a couple of key players this morning. How do you feel like they did compared to your expectations from them?
I mean, they won every series they played. So, that's good. We had Saul, right? We had Axton in the upper bracket playing the Jungle Cleave, looking amazing. In his tournament debut, he's just sitting in the upper finals. We got Saul down in that lower bracket as well on the Enhancement Shaman. And I will say, in particular, F tier, I'm a huge F tier fan. I'm not going to lie. I like all the players on their team, but it's so fun for me to watch a team that kind of just sticks to their guns. Whatever the meta is, they're playing it. So when it is kind of a good meta for them, like, you know what I mean? I don't know if it's the best meta. No one else is playing Enhancement Shaman, Windwalker Paladin, or, Windwalker Warrior. They're still kind of just like bringing in these random comps, but they're making it work. And it really is cool to see. It reminds me of kind of like the old school WoW, where everyone always just stuck to their mains and proud of playing their mains, and it's great to see their success.
It's so fun, especially because Because it's week 1 of the new expansion, right? Everyone is still figuring things out, so teams really showing up with their preferred comms, with their preferred game style, and they can really shine with it before everyone figures out the meta and the hard counters to everything. And this weekend really is special in that regard, and we're getting some absolutely insane matches. Tomorrow's Championship Sunday, it's going to be even better with the top 4 teams from each region. I'm so excited that AWC is back. This is the best, and I can't wait for more games.
Yeah, I can't wait as well. And hopefully everybody watching from home is just as excited as we are. That's going to wrap up everything for today's games. Like Lithy already mentioned, we're heading into Championship Sunday tomorrow. That means the Europe games are going to be in the morning, and then North America finishing it off for the second half of the day. Here's just another quick look at the bracket for EU. We've got 4 teams left over there. Bleached Bones versus Drive Overload down there in that lower bracket, facing off elimination. And then in the upper bracket, Echo versus StreamerZone.gg, a huge game. Echo, they're bringing back StreamerZone, representing that jungle composition. So that's going to be a banger of a series for sure. So everybody make sure you are sticking around for that one. We've got some incredible games heading over into Championship Sunday from both the NA and the EU region. So thank you everyone so much for watching. Make sure you're following along the action over on Twitter at WoW Esports. Follow here on Twitch or YouTube, depending on where you're watching, and we will see everybody again, same time, same place, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you guys so much. See you soon.